Chapter 2295, Li Qiye gazed at the other side of the river. His eyes narrowed with enough acuity to see through everything. Storm, no storm, storm, no storm, a soft whisper came about after he finished looking. He turned and saw a girl standing in an inconspicuous part of the lake. She wore a simple, gray dress with an old iron sword tied to her back. She wore no makeup and couldn't be considered extremely beautiful. Nevertheless, there existed a graceful bearing and a pretty pair of eyes full of determination. This culminated in an unyielding aura. Her hair was loosely tied to the back. As the wind fluttered by, some loose strands flitted on her face. She was holding a flower and began taking off the petal while counting quietly, storm, no storm, storm, no storm. This was a sort of divination and it amused Li Qiye. He said, "There will be a storm today, and a big one at that, no need to test your luck." The girl isolated herself from the group so she was surprised to hear someone speaking to her. She became embarrassed since her silly act was exposed. She took one step back and quietly said with her head hanging low, I'll come back tomorrow then. I'm afraid it will last for a while." He shook his head. The girl looked over at the lake, overwhelmed with emotions, hesitation, helplessness, and unwillingness. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything else. The silence was interrupted by loud footsteps. Another group came to the shore with an oppressive aura, forcing everyone to make way for them. They had the same uniform, weapon of choice was a long sword, clearly from the same sect. The leading member was a young woman, pretty and flirtatious with incredible curves. Moreover, her gown was an imperial one, showing off her noble status. People from Sword Grave System. People were startled with whispers, "That's Regional Princess Ya, a younger cousin of the Sword Sovereign. Looks like the Sword Sovereign will come too then." Even the older cultivators were surprised to see the woman. This regional princess immediately looked around and noticed the girl who played with the flower petals earlier. "Oh. Isn't that the daughter of the Ling? You also came to Moneyfall, how unexpected." She smiled and said. The other girl wanted to leave after seeing this group but the princess had already spotted her. "I'm only here to take a look." She started with her head slightly drooping but eventually mustered enough courage to look straight at the princess. The girl was clearly afraid. The Ling clan. Some older cultivators looked at this girl right away. "Moneyfall requires money every step of the way, looks like you have spent quite a lot." The princess said with a mocking tone despite keeping up a friendly facade. "I can handle it." The girl spoke with little confidence. "It's not that simple." The princess shook her head, "Where are you going?" "Perhaps we are going the same way." I'm just looking around." The girl avoided the princess' eyes. It clear that she didn't want to reveal her true intention. The princess showed a bright smile, "Why not come with us then? Senior brother Sword Sovereign will be coming too. Since we're from the same system, we should work together." The girl's expression changed after hearing about this Sword Sovereign and staggered backward. She tried her best to stay calm but her emotions betrayed her. The princess naturally caught all of this. She told her men nearby, "Let's go then, ask Miss Ling to come with us so it'll be good when Senior Brother Sword Sovereign arrives." The men started walking over, the girl tried to run but it was too late. The spectators could see the complexity of this situation. One older cultivator knew the story clearly and sighed, "What a shame about the Ling." Nevertheless, no one dared to say anything. Sword Grave was a very powerful system in myriad lineage. No need. Suddenly, Li Qiye reached out with his hand and stopped the incoming group. The group paused and took a good look at him before uttering coldly, "Brat, scram to be the side, this is Sword Grave's business. Run before I change my mind." Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The princess immediately stated, "Looks like our Miss Ling has been seducing men outside, no wonder why she dares to come here. With a man around, she doesn't need to spend a single coin, and if that's not enough, then two men. The girl turned red but couldn't come up with a response. Keep on talking and I'll cut your tongue. Li Qiye threatened with a glare. How audacious. The princess' eyes showed murderous intent. Brat, do you know who I am? Daring to talk like this, doesn't matter, you're just a fool. Li Qiye interrupted her with haste. Ignorant fool. Her group became furious. Some even unsheathed their weapons. Oh, a fight? A straightforward laugh came about. It was a youth dressed in green with a large burlap bag behind him, completely filled. He grew up to be quite dashing and always had a bright smile on. Conqueror young noble. Many recognized him right away. The experts near the princess recognized this youth as well and signaled for the group to come back. Conqueror, one of the three young nobles. People naturally heard of his title before. He was famous alongside Miracle and Coiling Dragon. However, Miracle was dead, so there were actually only two young nobles now. His appearance naturally surprised the crowd because he rarely left his sect. Conqueror young noble, your reputation precedes you. The princess cupped her fist, remaining graceful and noble with a hint of amicability. Princess Xia, long time no see. The young noble smiled. I saw Sword Sovereign a while ago and even sold him a sword. Are you about to fight? Would you like to buy one as well? No, we're just about to leave. The princess hurriedly said, come visit Sword Grave sometimes. Very well. The young noble became disappointed after hearing this. The princess threw out many coins and a large wooden boat appeared on the river, taking in the money. Let's go. The princess jumped on the boat along with her group. She didn't wish to trouble that girl any longer in order to keep certain things under wrap. How about you, would you like to buy a sword? Conqueror asked with a bright smile right when Li Qiye wanted to cross. Li Qiye glanced at the guy. This young noble was very enthusiastic and took down his bag. He opened it and revealed densely packed bamboo swords, very well made. These are good swords, personally carved by me. Would you like one, brother? It's good for self-protection. The young noble marketed. The spectators here weren't surprised at all because Conqueror has always done this. He would try to sell his swords to all the big shots, many of whom would buy it just to make him happy. The truth was that these bamboo swords were useless at their level. Chapter 2296, Li Qiye smiled back at Conqueror, not interested. Brother, no, big brother, my bamboo swords are number one right now. When you use it, you will be able to sweep through the entire world and anyone in it, I guarantee it. The young noble didn't give up. This sword is the symbol of a master. 1 is worth 1,000,000 coins, 10 can protect your region with ease, 100 will make you the richest of all. He continued on and on boasting about his swords. The experts here didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was a great genius of Myriad, so he shouldn't be lacking money. Nevertheless, he loved the thrill of the sale. Young noble, I'll buy one. A beautiful cultivator was won over by his peddling. Such insight, my fairy. Conqueror laughed, showing off all of his charisma and charm. This is definitely fate. Come to Conqueror City later on and I will be the best host, showing you all of its beautiful scenery. Thank you. The girl smiled. After all, Conqueror wasn't a regular merchant. He was a famous genius, so hearing these flowery words from him was enjoyable to her. No need to thank me. Conqueror smiled, you're unbelievably insightful and wise, someone like you is suited for dual wielding because of your great hand-eye coordination, I presume. Who will be able to stop you then? He immediately tried to get her to buy a second one. I've already bought one, is that still not enough? The girl coquettishly pouted. Oh, I suppose I assumed too much, please excuse me. Nevertheless, it is so nice to meet you today. If you need anything in the future, just come to Conqueror and find me. The young noble immediately conceded with sincerity. His smile easily won people over. I guess I can buy another. The girl was touched. You're definitely my best customer. No wonder why early this morning, I could hear the birds chirping, a good omen. They were telling me that I would meet a beautiful and kind fairy like you. It really is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Thank you for your business. If you need more swords in the future, just come to me. The young noble joked with a serious tone. You're such a smooth talker. She playfully protested after chuckling. Conqueror, are you selling swords or flirting? An old cultivator who knew him shook his head and said. Elder sure, please. The youth answered formally, of course I'm selling, but I'm also willing to befriend everyone in the world without any ulterior motive. Everyone was amused by his serious expression. He has always been like this. Of course, he certainly wasn't flirting. Given his reputation and handsome appearance, plenty of girls would come running. Li Qiye also chuckled. He then threw out a bunch of coins into the river and out came an elephant. It was different from ordinary elephants since it absorbed and spewed out clouds and mists with a sweet fragrance. It also had a bright and holy aura, quite an impressive appearance. It accepted Li Qiye's coins and would take him across the lake. A fragrance elephant. The crowd was astonished at this extravagant showing. What a spender, calling a fragrance elephant for just one person. Even the successor of a system might not enjoy this privilege. Someone enviously said. You don't know anything, he's an idiot with a lot of money. Someone next to him quietly said, don't tell me you don't know about the ant-feeding kid? The guy is rich, he can throw money away to ants without a problem, let alone calling out this beast. Many didn't know about Li Qiye's identity, but they were aware of his reputation. Everyone agreed with the previous speaker. Li Qiye could throw away coins to ants without batting an eye. Calling out the most precious beast to cross the lake shouldn't be surprising. He got on the elephant already and told the girl from the Ling clan, you want to cross? The girl hesitated. If you wish to ride the golden fish, then wait longer. There will be a storm for the next several days. He said flatly. The girl finally gritted her teeth and accepted, well, then I will have to trouble you then. She got on and sat behind him. Big bro, how about another person? Your elephant can handle 10 people just fine. Conqueror shouted. No. You call one yourself. Li Qiye refused instantly. Big bro, you can't be so unfair just because she's a girl. Conqueror protested with indignation, our meeting is fate, not to mention that calling a fragrance elephant is so wasteful. A poor child like me doesn't have enough money to call one, how many bamboo swords do I have to sell? While the guy was blabbering on and on, Li Qiye had already set off with his elephant. In the end, Conqueror could only watch while lamenting, sigh, the wise sage says that desires are instinctive. I guess I can't blame men nowadays for doing so, one ancestor suggested with a smile, young noble, you can cross the lake with us if you don't mind. He summoned a big boat afterward. Of course I don't mind and I very much appreciate your kindness. Conqueror smiled and got on the boat. He was different from the other young nobles. Both he and Coiling Dragon were from the same system, but Coiling Dragon had more influence and fame since the guy was the direct successor. He also didn't have any alchemy abilities like Miracle, making others want to ask for favors. Nevertheless, the fact that he could still be considered on the same level as them should speak volume of his talents. Strangely enough, he didn't act imperious or unreachable like the other two. This guy was not only friendly but also gave the impression of being very playful. Plenty of people in Myriad wanted to befriend him despite his inferior background. Some thought that he had a chance of becoming a true emperor as well. Any cultivator would view befriending a future emperor as a good thing. Moreover, this young noble never had conflicts with anyone. At worst, he would only bother people to buy his swords. That's why there were smiles everywhere he went. They usually reciprocated his bright smile. The current of the lake ran strong with loud splashes. When on shore, the spectators could think that one step alone was enough to cross this lake. Alas, this wasn't the case. Once actually riding on top of it, they would find that an ocean was the more accurate classification, very easy to get lost in. This was why people needed to ride beasts and boats in order to cross. Li Qiye was on top of his elephant with the girl from the Ling clan. He didn't say anything, looking quite comfortable. On the contrary, the girl felt awkward and didn't know what to do. She didn't really know him outside of rumors about him being too rich. "My name is Ling Shimo." She found it appropriate to introduce herself. She wanted to cross the lake earlier but didn't have that much money, only able to call a fish at best. Moreover, her cultivation was weak. A storm would definitely end her with only a fish, so she hesitated before. Luckily, Li Qiye invited her to cross the lake together. 1. He actually says Confucius here, but it wouldn't make sense, so I replaced with sage. Chapter 2297, Li Qiye. He answered flatly while sitting upright on the fragrance elephant. Ling Shima didn't know what to say before eventually thanking him. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have known how to cross this river due to the great danger of using a golden fish. "You shouldn't have come here." Li Qiye shook his head and casually commented. The truth wasn't easy to hear. This girl was weak on top of lacking money. I know, she wore a sad expression with her head hanging low. Nevertheless, the pessimism turned into determination, but I still want to try. There are only a few of us left. The girl also came from Sword Grave. Her clan once ruled this particular system, but not anymore. There were only a few of them left after a swift decline. She was responsible for its prosperity. The fact that she made it here already was impressive due to her current status. Alas, she had no other choice. If she didn't do something now, they would lose the system forever. Finding the sword tomb still won't save your clan. Li Qiye stated. This shocked the girl. She took one step back and blurted out, How do you know? Li Qiye said, that one princess also saw through your intention. It's no secret. She became frightened because only one person in her home knew about it. But after thinking it through, even the princess figured it out. This princess dynasty, Linxia, was in charge of Sword Grave right now. They wouldn't want the Ling to successfully find the sword tomb. She felt a chill, realizing that the princess probably wanted to take her life at that moment. You are holding some key things for the sword tomb. Li Qiye continued in a casual manner, when people find this out, more from your system will want your life. What do you want? Her soul nearly fled from her body in fear. She darted backward because Li Qiye was right about her being in possession of certain items. Don't worry, I don't care for them. He said while she debated about jumping off the elephant, I'm just letting you know. That sword tomb is not enough to get into my sight. She was stuck in a daze for a while. Perhaps the princess knew that she had these items too. Crossing to the other side meant impending doom. There were no allies here, no escaping from the gaze of Linxia. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude after taking it all in. Li Qiye didn't only take her over but also stopped the princess to save her life. Let's pretend that you can find the tomb and take the treasures left behind by your ancestors without facing ambushers, but with your cultivation and talents, will you be able to gain its acceptance to bring it back to your clan? He said. Well, Shima opened her mouth but no words came out. Her heart grew heavier. It was hard to hear the truth. How was she going to take the tomb away without help? This was the seed of their Tao source containing the most profound grand Tao. Back then, their progenitor, Sword Saint, left this tomb behind along with a sword intent. How could she be able to comprehend his sword intent? She grew more depressed after thinking it through. The Ling clan was the Sword Saint's descendants. They have been in charge of Sword Grave all this time, but one day, the tomb inside the Tao source suddenly flew away. This tomb was their biggest backing, the very core of the Tao source. Without this sword intent, they fell into an immediate decline. The system was taken over by Xia dynasty. Later on, their ancestors painstakingly found out that this tomb might have flown to Moneyfall. It wasn't until this generation did this area appear in myriad lineage. Thus, as one of the few remaining members of the Ling, Shima had no choice but to embark on this journey. She was optimistic in the beginning, hoping to bring back the tomb to revitalize her clan and retake their system. The difficulty in this task exceeded her imagination. Ultimately, she wasn't talented enough to comprehend the sword intent in a short time. "I'll have to try my best." The answer was without confidence, and so was her tone. Futility it might be, but she needed to try, unable to sit and watch the destruction of her clan. Trying despite knowing the inevitable failure would still grant her peace of mind. "You're throwing your life away." Li Qiye went on, "Moneyfall is a place where the strong eats the weak. Only the very lucky few would find the fortunes here." She took a deep breath and said firmly, "I know that I might die, but it is my responsibility or I can't face my ancestors and descendants. I'm the successor of the Ling, this is my mission." She knew this was throwing her life away but still chose to do it. Climbing up the mountain despite knowing the tiger's lair. Commendable courage. Li Qiye chuckled, "Nevertheless, the world is unpredictable. Nothing is hard as long as there is a will. Opportunities will open up, but if one doesn't even try, there is no chance." She sighed, thinking that he was consoling her. The atmosphere became quiet since the conversation came to a halt. Only the splashing sounds of the current could be heard. They were passing through many cultivators who left before them. Those riding the fish and turtle couldn't keep up with the speed of the elephant. "My God, so rich, that's a fragrance elephant." A cultivator riding a golden fish said with envy while watching Li Qiye's elephant passed by. "Don't you know him? That's the ant feeder, this isn't surprising at all." A turtle rider next to him laughed. They tried to put him down to feel better about themselves, but this didn't change the fact that Li Qiye was moving ahead with lightning speed. "You really fed true coins to ants?" Shima grew braver and softly asked. After arriving, she had also heard about these rumors. A poor girl like her couldn't understand why he would do so. She tried so hard to save money, but Li Qiye was throwing them all away. The world of the rich was beyond the imagination of the poor. "Indeed," he casually replied. "How extravagant," she sighed. "In life, there are mysteries hidden beneath the surface. Use your eyes to see and your mind to grasp." Li Qiye chuckled. She was surprised and carefully mused about this comment. Chapter 2298, Splash. The elephant carrying the two pressed onward. It passed by many fish, turtles, and even boats that have set out earlier. A bit later, there was one gigantic boat ahead with incredible speed, also passing by the rest. "It's regional Princess Xia," Ling Shima quietly said while staring at the boat. She was still afraid of this group. Though Linxia had taken over completely and the Ling was done for, this dynasty still occasionally sent people to bother the Ling. After all, the Ling clan was the descendant of the Sword Saint. They were the orthodox branch, so as long as they were around, Linxia would never be able to rest easy. All in all, Xia didn't dare to kill the Ling completely. The reason was very simple: Sword Grave wasn't the only system started by Sword Saint. In the beginning, he was a progenitor from myriad lineage. Eventually, he rose to the pinnacle and also started a system up in immortal lineage. Thus, just imagine, if Xia dared to kill these descendants in immortal lineage were to catch wind of this, they might send people down for revenge. 1,000,000 Xia at that point wouldn't be enough as an appetizer. More importantly, legend has it that the Sword Saint is still alive. Though this was a blessing to the Ling, it also showed the pitiful effort they have put in. To have all of these advantages and still manage to decline. There was no excuse for this. The elephant was fast enough to catch up to the boat right away. Princess Xia and the others spotted the duo. The princess scowled at this sight. Even her noble self could only ride a boat. But now, that wretch and a nobody were riding an elephant. She naturally became annoyed. It's little sister from the Ling again, did you manage to seduce a wealthy man? She sneered, I suppose being loose is good in this day and age. It's fine to be ugly and poor, as long as your skirt is easily taken off, men will follow. Huh, true. The disciples on the boat rowdily laughed. Shima was furious and pointed at the group with her trembling finger, you all are speaking nonsense, there is nothing between young noble Li and me. Of course there isn't anything. For a few women, sex is no big deal. The princess smiled charmingly with her peach blossom eyes. Shima continued quivering, on the verge of tears. Her weak cultivation prevented her from doing anything. Suddenly, the elephant raised its front hooves and stomped down to create a massive wave, causing the boat to rock back and forth. Watch it. The group on the boat was shocked and grabbed the railings. Brat, what are you doing? After stabilizing, the princess angrily shouted while glaring at Li Qie. He clearly commanded the elephant to do so, nearly causing their boat to capsize. Just a warning, any more nonsense and I'll bury you all here. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Fool! Some disciples shouted, eager to take him down. Brat, do you not know who I am? I am a regional princess of Sword Grave. Sword Sovereign is my senior brother. Provoke me and not even your seniors will be able to protect you, the princess cried out, borrowing the prestige of others. Splash! The elephant stomped down again and waves assaulted the boat. The princess group was bellowing with a pale expression. The audacity, the princess was frightened. Her entourage didn't dare to say anything else. Boom! The sound of thunder interrupted this squabble. Black clouds filled the sky and turned into a maelstrom. Watch out, the storm is coming, hold on tight. A cultivator shouted at this ominous scene. More thunderous detonations came about. The storm came right away with massive waves and howling winds. No. One expert couldn't hold on to their fish and was lifted up by a wave before falling into the lake. This wasn't ordinary water. He wasn't coming back. Sit tight. The more powerful sat straight on their turtle, seemingly becoming one with the beast. The ravaging waves couldn't blow them away. Don't let go. The princess and her group also shouted. A large wave lifted their boat but it didn't capsize. Brat, I'll deal with you on shore. The princess didn't forget to shout at Li Qie, unable to swallow this anger. Scram! Li Qie gave her the side eye. The elephant stomped again, adding to the torrential onslaught. The boat was blown flying far away and disappeared in the overflowing currents. Their fate was unknown. If the boat went down, they were certainly dead. Shima was shocked at this sudden ruthless move from Li Qie. Oh man, that brat is merciless. The cultivators nearby became jolted as well. They quickly ran far away from Li Qie, not wanting to become victims to his elephant. He ignored them and continued forward. The advantages of riding an elephant became clear during the storm. It was as tough as Mount Tai and continued to ride the waves towards the other shore, completely unaffected. No wonder why it was much more expensive compared to the other animals and even a large boat. Shima was afraid of the storm in the beginning and became nervous, holding tightly to Li Qie. She finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the elephant's capability. It didn't take long before the two of them make it to the shore. The elephant shook its body and the two of them were forced down. It went back to the lake and disappeared. Shima's legs were still trembling despite standing on solid ground now. We're here. Li Qie wiped his wet clothes. She became quite grateful, understanding that she would have died by using a golden fish. Thank you. Li Qiye nodded and began walking away. Shima stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Despite reading many ancient scrolls in her clan and have been taught the way, she only knew about crossing the river, not the exact location. She looked back at the lake, wondering about the princess' fate. She mustered courage out of nowhere and chased after Li Qiye. She felt that following him was the safest option. He wasn't especially fast, so she managed to catch up. He stopped and looked back at her. She lowered her head, not knowing what to do. After all, they weren't acquaintances or friends. Anyone else wouldn't let her tag along. She eventually spoke with a timid tone, "I don't know where to find that place, only that it is on this side. I wonder how far away it is. Follow me, maybe we'll take a look if time permits." He sighed before agreeing. She became ecstatic and bowed, "Thank you again." He continued to walk and ordered, "I will not wait, be ready." Chapter 2299, Li Qiye marched forward with Ling Shimo right behind him. She followed quietly without sparking a conversation. He didn't go all out because she wouldn't be able to keep up. Alas, his slow speed remained a struggle for her to keep up. Nevertheless, she didn't groan at all as beads of sweat dripped all over nor asked to stop for a break. He was aware of her physical limit and would discreetly slow down or stop for her sake. Just like that, they made it to his destination, a place of verdant hills and rolling mountains. Plenty of ancient temples were around, 128 of them for the 128 peaks upon careful examination. Furthermore, these peaks were arranged in an orderly manner, from small to big then back again, resulting in the shape of a fan. The one in the front or the shortest had a palace at the base with a stone pathway leading down. Cultivators sat around waiting in this spot. Some were walking down the path, looking quite unhappy. Others sat on the stairs and bemoaned their lack of success. "What is this place?" Shima asked. "Bewildering Palace." Li Qiye said flatly. "Bewildering Palace?" She was startled. "The legendary palace that is impossible to get through because everyone will be lost?" Li Qiye shook his head. "Not quite, the chance is just low to the point of being negligible. Only progenitors can get through, normal people can't comprehend its mysteries." More and more people gathered in front of this palace. The group hanging their head dispiritedly far outnumbered those with hope and excitement. "Brother Bale, how did it go?" An old cultivator waiting outside saw a friend leaving and asked with concern. "Sigh, let's not talk about it, greed made me lose everything. It was hard enough to enter the third hall, but I got too greedy and wanted to get to the fourth. It's over right then. I should have just left with the item from the third. That's not too bad, I entered 3 times and spent so much money to make it to the 5th hall, aiming for the 6th then stop, but I got chased out anyway." The friend answered. "Come on now, stop talking about this." A gray-haired old man shook his head while walking down. "At least you both still have some money left, I'm done for. I brought 80 million true coins, outside of betting once at a wildland, the rest got thrown away here, so now I have to borrow some money to get back." "Sigh, Brother Mao." The old cultivator earlier shook his head. "If you don't change this habit of yours, you'll be done for. It kicked you out 4 times yet you still didn't give up. Each entry costs 10 times more than the previous, that's just insane. And Brother Yi, heed my warning, Bewildering Palace is not bad, but don't be too greedy. In my opinion, stop at the 3rd hall." He went on, "With our power, we can see through a few things from the first 3 halls, but that's tough enough. But for the rest? Let's stop daydreaming. I think even a progenitor can't reach the 128th hall." "Senior, please don't say that." Back then, one youth made it to the 100th hall in one go and became an amazing character. A youth interjected. "Xian Xiao, who else can be as lucky as him?" More cultivators joined in. "I heard that at the 100th hall, he found a coffin with an immortal woman inside, right? This topic drew the interest of the crowd and a group formed to talk about it without any hesitation. An immortal woman? Do they actually exist? I don't buy it. A youth remained skeptical. It's true, at least the part where Xian Shao made it that far. As for the immortal woman, that's tough to say. He indeed found a coffin though. One older man mused. No, that part is true too. Well, there was an incredible girl inside, but who knows if she is an immortal or not. All I know is Xian Shao ascended to immortal lineage in just a short time because of her. Just imagine, the guy was a nobody beforehand, and he soared so quickly. That's abnormal. One ancestor added. His luck is truly heaven-defying, probably the record holder for this place, at least on paper. Some even believed that he had made it to the 128th hall. If it were me, I would be so content with just the 50th hall and would ask for nothing more in life. A young one started daydreaming. Stop. His senior slapped his head and playfully scolded, 50th? Just the 10th is enough for an amazing treasure. The conversation eventually waned down. Some left while others started coming to the palace for the first time. Meanwhile, Li Qiye stood on a stone step and looked up above, immobile like a statue. Is this place truly that difficult to enter? Shima had a good time listening to all the tales just a while ago. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and chuckled. It's one thing to test your luck, but in order to understand the mysteries within, the more capable will have a better chance. Of course, some actually got lucky, but this number is so few in history, maybe just 1 or 2 people. They said that Xian Shao made it past the 100th hall in one go. Shima quietly spoke. Li Qiye only smiled and looked at the first hall then the last. Bewildering Palace consisted of 128 halls. Anyone could enter the first. In there, they could pay up and have a chance to pick the key. There were a total of 128 keys, and only one is correct. In other words, the person needed to pick the right one before entering the second hall. At the second hall, 2 choices were available. The first was to take an item and leave. The second choice was to repeat the key-picking process again. This would be the same for the third and preceding halls. Naturally, the treasures deeper in the palace were more precious. After reaching a certain level, they were heaven-defying artifacts. Ordinary experts, including true gods, would find it hard to get past the 10th hall. Reaching the 30th or 50th hall meant that they were immensely powerful or got really lucky. Across the ages, the most renowned case was a youth named Xian Shao. Rumor has it that he was a nobody back then upon coming here. He was lucky enough to go past the 100th hall, but the exact number remains unknown. Some records stated that he had made it to the very last one. He found a coffin with an immortal woman inside and she took him to immortal lineage. Thus, his name became analogous with luck later on. Just imagine, many true gods would never be able to reach immortal lineage after trying for a lifetime, yet he was brought along up there. Of course, there were other known lucky cases of humble background, managing to reach the mid-level halls. From then on, they became wealthy and successful. The truth was that these cases were far and few in between. Those who could reach the higher halls were quite powerful, using their abilities to analyze the changes in the palace. That's how they managed to pick the right key. Most youths disagreed with this, believing in fortune as the main decider instead. They came here with true coins to try, only to lose everything, lacking money to even return home. Chapter 2300, We're going in. Li Qiye said before climbing up. Ling Shima regained her wits and gave chase. She didn't have high expectations for Bewildering Palace. First, before even thinking about her own abilities or luck, she didn't have the most crucial requirement, true coins. At the top of the steps was the first hall. All were met with an archaic breath as if they have entered a place battered by time. In fact, bewildering palace was old indeed, existing alongside Moneyfall during the latter's inception. It could accommodate several thousand people. The walls were unadorned with needless decoration outside of stone pillars and a few unknown statues. There were carved portraits and paintings around, some of beasts and birds, people from the past, and the Celestials. This wasn't a treasure hall at all, more like a museum of sorts. These statues and paintings were work of art, seemingly left behind by the great masters. In fact, a few travelers came specifically to look at the arts in this place. Li Qiye seemed to be one of them. He wasn't in a rush to test his luck, only scanning through the statues and paintings. Shima also did the same but didn't gain anything from it outside of astonishment. There were many creatures that she had never seen before. She even wondered if they came from someone's imagination. Li Qiye, on the other hand, took his time appreciating certain ones. They actually contained hidden history due to their age, old beyond imagination. Alas, only a pitiful number of viewers could understand them. Li Qiye was one of them, so he had a better appreciation for these arts compared to the rest. Bewildering Palace wasn't only a place to test one's luck like a gambling hall. It served a different purpose in the past. Other people and Shima simply didn't understand them, so they only gave it a quick glance. Of course, some ancestors spent more time trying to understand them. Meanwhile, the majority had begun to test their luck after entry. The process was very simple, they just needed to pick a statue or a painting. One ancestor stood before a statue and began scattering true coins on the ground. They quickly disappeared. Creak. The chest of the statue actually came apart from the middle like a treasure chest. It exuded strands of light, revealing a line of golden keys. Each key had plenty of ancient runes stacked on top of each other like an old language. This ancestor hesitated for a moment before spreading his palm. Dao laws gathered and gently poured down onto the 128 keys. The glow on the keys also resonated with varying intensity. He was trying to understand the golden key's profundity in order to figure out the real one. This one. He eventually picked one and took it out. Buzz. Contact with his hand made the key turn into powders, scattering into the ground then dispersing into nothingness. Damn, wrong one. The ancestor cursed. Forget it, Brother Lin, you have tried 3 times already today and got something from the 4th hall, that's good enough, what more do you want? His peer suggested, the price will increase tenfold each, so if you keep playing, you might lose everything. Fine, fine. The ancestor smiled wryly and left while shaking his head. In this palace, losing wasn't the end as long as there was still money left. For example, after coming out of the 3rd hall, one could still start again at the 1st hall. However, the price would be 10 times greater than the previous, then another 10 times if they were to try again. Thus, some ancestors brought a monstrous sum here only to lose everything in the end. Pick the immortal sage painting, I heard the probability is better. A senior brought his fellow disciples here to widen their horizon. They came before a portrait of a gray-haired old man, looking just like an immortal. The senior threw plenty of true coins at the painting and the painting also opened up, revealing 128 keys inside. The seniors didn't pick a key right away. He first bowed towards the painting and murmured, Immortal Sage, please give me your blessing. Having said that, he offered more coins to the painting. After a buzzing noise, half of the 128 keys turned into powders, leaving 64 behind. You can do that? The first-timers here were astounded. If you pay double, it will help you eliminate half of the keys. An older cultivator smiled. Damn, you can really do anything with money in this place, even something like that. The first-timers replied. After careful musing, the senior picked out a key. It didn't turn into dust and imprinted into his palm instead, leaving a key mark behind. He picked the right one. The crowd nearby came closer right away. All right, hold my hand, we'll go to the 2nd hall. The senior said. Once his disciples grab his hand, the key mark exuded a golden light encompassing the entire group. They disappeared from sight and have gone to the second hall. Though there was only one chance to grab a treasure, one could still bring along their companions after picking the right key. That guy is quite lucky, picking correctly the first time. An envious spectator said. So strange, I've done it 3 times and still got it wrong. I'm done, spending all of this money for nothing. Another youth furiously shouted before leaving. This was a common occurrence in this place. People would come and waste money, never even getting the chance to see the second hall and needing to leave empty-handed. Luck actually played a very small role in this place. One just needed to be powerful enough to comprehend the secrets behind each key, then pick the right one to go to the next hall. This would become increasingly powerful, so it was amazing for someone to reach just the 10th hall. Despite being aware of the difficulty, the treasures here were too tempting, so people couldn't help spending their gold. Right here. Li Qiye picked the painting of a sun rising from the ocean and spent his coins. Buzz. The picture opened to reveal 128 golden keys. Chapter 2301, Ling Shima looked at the keys and held her breath. She knew that it wouldn't be easy picking the right one from the bunch. Brat, be careful. An old cultivator kindly reminded Li Qiye, this isn't about luck, look carefully since each key is different. Look at the runes and symbols on them, these are text. If you can understand these texts, you will be able to read the keys. Doing so would let you find the right one to the next hall. This experienced old man didn't want Li Qiye to waste money for nothing. Elder he, that's easier said than done. Not to mention little characters like us, even progenitors might not be able to understand these keys' mysteries. They are too profound and bottomless. His friend shook his head and smiled. Li Qiye chuckled at the goodwill and answered, thank you for reminding me, unfortunately, I have no knowledge about these ancient texts and will only be testing my luck. Having said that, he picked a key without even looking. After taking it, the key actually imprinted itself onto his palm. Shit, what kind of luck is this? The old cultivator was in disbelief. Whoa, looks like luck can work too. His friend's eyes widened. Old men like us have been thinking about what makes each key unique and deriving the meanings of the text. Of course, we only saw the bare surface, but now, you picked it right away. This thing is still luck dependent to an extent. Well yeah, otherwise, Xian Xiao wouldn't have been able to do it. Everyone knows about his heaven-defying luck and legendary tales. A different expert laughed. Let's go. Li Qiye grabbed Shima's hand. A buzz came with a golden glow from the seal. The two of them immediately entered the second hall. I'll do it too. Many cultivators here saw his success and tried to replicate it. They didn't bother looking at the set of keys at all and just picked one at random. Unfortunately, these keys turned to gold powders. Why can't I be that lucky? Others felt that the heaven was being too unfair. Luck is not something everyone possesses, otherwise, Xian Xiao wouldn't be the only one truly recorded in history. If everyone was lucky, they would be wealthy already, no need to come here. An ancestor said disapprovingly. The sceneries changed before Li Qiye and Shima. Once everything became clear, they were in the second hall. She immediately looked around and saw the similarities between the first and second hall. The main difference was that these works of art were changed. Moreover, the first hall was filled with people. Some locations were densely packed. This number decreased in the second hall, only a few hundred people. This crowd wasn't in a hurry to live. Some were thinking about how to get to the next one, others thought about picking their treasure here. It wasn't easy for them to come here, so some took their time to enjoy the arts, something they have been looking forward to. Master, do we want to go to the third? Li Qiye saw the group of cultivators that went here before them. No, don't be too greedy, I can only handle this much with my cultivation, so the second hall is the limit. Only true gods can see more at the third hall and above. At the higher levels, such as the 40th hall and up, even true emperors would have problems. This senior knew his own capabilities. Then what treasures should we pick? The disciples became excited since they were going to stop here. Here. This senior clearly had experiences with this place. After a moment of contemplation, he picked a portrait and placed his palm with the key seal on it. Creak. The painting opened, revealing a stone chest inside. It was sealed so no one knew of its content. I wonder what it is. The disciples became rowdy, stretching out their neck for a better look. However, their master was much more cautious. He took the chest and stored it in his fate palace before telling the kids, "Let's go, we'll look after returning home." A portal existed in the center of the second hall. This was absent in the first, allowing people to teleport back to the entrance of the palace. Of course, many didn't want to leave like this. Though the treasures were before them, they still wanted to gamble to make it to the next. "Are we taking it?" someone asked his friend. "No, let's keep going, maybe we'll get lucky and get to the 30th hall. I heard someone got a painting there comparable to an ancestral weapon. The moment this painting is unwrapped, it could take in the heaven and earth and anyone else in the way. This eventually became the defining treasure of a system, so damn magical. If we can get there, we'll be so rich. Becoming an emperor after coming back is a sure thing." His friend spoke with such conviction. He then chose a statue and placed his marked palm on it. His golden key mark moved on to the statue. Creak. The statue opened, revealing the 128 keys inside. The youth hesitated for a while before picking one. "This one will make us rich." Unfortunately, it turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. "Shit." The youth blurted out, full of regrets, "I wasted this goddamn treasure." He didn't need to gamble again and could have left with an item. Now, he lost coins for no reason. "Huh, I got it." Someone else in the corner heartily laughed. He picked the right key to get to the next hall. His hand started glowing and he was taken to the third hall. It didn't take long before the place was filled with waves of laughter and curse. The former naturally found the right key while the latter lost completely. Some also knew their limit and decided to cash out on their treasures instead by exchanging the key, not wanting to reach the third hall. Meanwhile, Li Qiye repeated his observation from the first hall, enjoying all the statues and paintings. After getting his fill of arts, he raised his hand. "Are we exchanging the key or moving on to the third hall?" Shima quietly asked. "We're moving on." Li Qiye smiled and moved his key mark to a painting. It opened to show off its keys and he instantly took one without thinking. This key naturally imprinted itself onto his palm. "Alright, to the third." He held her hand and the duo disappeared inside a golden glow. There were even fewer people in this place but Li Qiye didn't care. He continued to do his own thing, meticulously going through each item. Chapter 2302, Did you guys hear? That ant-feeding brat made it to the 6th hall. People still didn't know Li Qiye's name by now, only his nickname. Some weren't surprised to hear this, so. The guy has enough money to feed ants so he could probably get into the 10th hall without any problem. He should last for a while. Sure enough, another news came about, Li Qiye had entered the 10th hall. Just how rich is he? The youth started to salivate with envy. For many cultivators, just reaching the 5th or the 6th hall was amazing enough. How many redo has he done already to reach the 10th hall? This question came up. In fact, everyone guessed wrong. They assumed that he had failed many times because it took him a while to get from the 5th to the 10th hall. They didn't know that he took his time appreciating the works of art on each level. Shima shared the same confusion, wondering if he was here for the arts instead of treasure. Anyone else would only care for the latter but Li Qiye showed no sign of this. She copied him and also carefully judged these paintings and statues. Alas, she didn't understand the symbolism behind most of them. "Young noble, what's so magical about these items?" She couldn't help but ask. "They are records," he calmly explained, existing in all eras and epochs, such as ceremonies, battle deeds, or just fantastic anecdotes. However, writings would disappear with time, so statues and paintings are the best preservation method. "Do you mind elaborating?" She remained curious. "They are pieces of history that can solve mysteries, far more precious than merit law or treasure. Of course, the prerequisite is being able to understand them." He chuckled. She didn't quite agree with this statement since merit laws and treasures held a great position in her mind. History wasn't worth a single coin in the eyes of many, no one cared enough to waste time and effort recalling the past. He didn't bother explaining why since the gap between the two was too high. They didn't have the same starting perspective. After seeing more of them, he sighed and quietly murmured, "Ancient beyond traceability. Eternal life, desired by all, has certain origins. They are just unaware of the terror within." The ant-feeding brat got to the 15th hall. Someone else brought up Wuxia. "That guy is a badass, just how much did he spend so far?" "Wait, is this even true?" Someone remained skeptical. "Of course it's true, Regal Dusk True God met him there," a knowledgeable person revealed. 15th hall, the guy is going to be rich. Another youth became envious. "He must not be here for wealth cause he doesn't look like he gives a damn about true coins, feeding those ants without batting an eye." One more speculated. News about Wuxia stopped after this. Those who met him at this time were ascenders and ancestors, not people who interact with the public. They also chose their conversation carefully. In fact, after reaching the 20th hall, the crowd thinned out completely. More often than not, only the duo was around. Shima was rightfully astounded by Wuxia's abilities so far. She knew that treading through bewildering palace was challenging, especially later on. This applied to true emperors and eternals as well since only progenitors could derive the mysteries later. However, Wuxia didn't need to do any calculation. Only one glance was required before he picked the correct key for the next hall. No one would believe something like this, but she had a first-hand experience of this surreal event. "Young noble, are these shortcuts?" After moving through dozens of halls, she asked with trepidation. "There is no shortcut in this world." He smiled. "But it looks like you don't need to guess, young noble, you only need a glance to pick the right key, that's so magical," she quietly said. Wuxia smiled, "Use your heart and mind to gauge the boundless grand Tao and endless laws. It is impossible to see the end, and even if you were capable, time is the limiting factor. Only the Tao heart can break through all illusions and maintain one's original goal. Everything starts here." Tao heart. She couldn't understand due to the simplicity of it all, as if just having a strong Tao heart makes everything easy. She hasn't reached the right level just yet. It required pain, time, prosperity and decline. All were required to build an immovable Tao heart. Meanwhile, Moneyfall was lively all over. As time passed, the big shots who came were more influential than the last. All the famous Tao systems had members present. "I heard Sword Sovereign has arrived. If that's the case, maybe Saber Devil Crown Prince will be here too." After all, the rivalry of the sword and saber continues. The Crown Prince will not let the Sovereign steal all the spotlight. Not just him, Coiling Dragon Young Noble and the Martial Goddess are here too. I heard Young Radiance will send someone as well. An older cultivator had a good information network. Another youth came bringing news that would shock many systems. "Isn't that Young Noble Chu?" The moment this fella came to Moneyfall, cultivators crowded around him like the stars circling around the moon. He looked quite smug from this treatment. However, the younger ones didn't know who he was. Plus, his cultivation was mediocre at best, so they became confused, wondering why the older cultivators were treating him so well. "Who is that guy? Look at how smug he looks." One youth snorted while watching from the distance. "Zhou Jikuan, very famous recently." An old expert replied. "Is he strong?" A youth didn't think the guy looks like a genius or master at all. "No, he's just a regular disciple from a tiny sect in longevity system. The guy managed to suck up to a big shot and became a messenger, that's why he can act like this." The old expert revealed. "Young Noble Chu, how is the young lord doing?" An old cultivator greeted Jikuan and also asked about his backer. "The young lord is doing very well, and he's coming here soon too," Jikuan arrogantly said. "Young Lord Mu is coming." A few ancestors shuddered upon hearing this. "That's right, young Lord Mu is coming and he wants to see the ancestors of the big systems. I hope everyone will show up then," Jikuan declared. Just imagine, this was someone who would need to kneel before the elders, let alone the ancestors. But now, after becoming a messenger of young Lord Mu, everything changed for him. Even the ancestors became polite when dealing with him. All this felt impossible to him in the past, so now, his confidence and arrogance soared. He could speak to anyone with his chest arched forward. Chapter 2303, Moneyfall and the depth of bewildering palace contrasted each other, one lively while the other quiet, devoid of people. Even if some have come here, no one outside would know anyway. Buzz. In the final hall, or the 128th one, Li Qiye and Ling Shima appeared after a bright flash. The 128th hall. She became emotional and shuddered. As they traveled across one hall to another, she grew numb to the whole ordeal. Alas, this last one struck harder. There were no words to describe her current feelings. Perhaps no one has ever come this far before, or only existences at the progenitor level. Now, she was standing right here, something that others couldn't dream of. Though she followed Li Qiye and wouldn't be eligible for any treasure, it was still the luckiest and most glorious moment of her life. An insignificant character like her alone would never have the chance to be here. An archaic breath drowned them for a greeting. She felt that she was lost in the old ages. She found this hall to be unique. While looking above, a ceiling was certainly lacking, taken place by a starry sky. This seemed to be a vast galaxy, everyone would feel as if they were a mere speck of dust before its grandeur. After looking around, she noticed that there were no paintings here, only 36 statues of unimaginable size. Each was as large as a mountain. They stood there, seemingly capable of upholding 3,000 worlds. In fact, 3,000 worlds would seem small before them. The most shocking thing was not their size, but rather, their aura. The material was just rock without any blessing, but this aura was still frightening. It crossed through time, older than all creations. Perhaps they were already around even before the initial inception of the world. She dropped to the ground instantly, feeling inferior to an ant, not qualified to look up. Her breathing became ragged. Li Qiye protected her with his own aura, allowing her to breathe. She felt that being close to him was the safest spot in the world. It took a while before she mustered enough strength to look straight at these statues. She didn't recognize the majority of them. "What are those things?" she asked in astonishment. Perhaps a true emperor would feel the same way. Primeval beings. If possible, one could find clues of immortality here. He slowly said. Immortality. She murmured, never having thought about this unreachable topic before. Li Qiye's eyes became incomparably profound as he gazed at the statues. Who is the real mastermind? The true horror? The absolute bringer of darkness? Time seemed to be frozen. Shima didn't dare to breathe loudly. He eventually withdrew his gaze and smiled. "I'll be coming for it as time to end this, not only to find an answer for myself, but also for all the other beings." She had no clue what he was talking about. What answer was he looking for? Are there invincible weapons here? Of the progenitor level? She thought about something else. The mid-level halls were frightening enough with peerless treasures. But now, they were at the 128th hall. Perhaps the treasure here would be at the progenitor level. Progenitor level? Li Qiye laughed. I wouldn't need to come here for just that. You are underestimating this place. Even stronger than ancestral treasure. Her mouth gaped with surprise, unable to imagine something stronger than progenitors. In her eyes, even true emperors were untouchable, let alone progenitors. Materials are not worthy of being in this place. Li Qiye shook his head. Here, what you will get is a single opportunity. Opportunity? She didn't understand. Wasting so much effort for a single opportunity? Li Qiye walked up to a statue and raised his right hand containing the key mark. Now. He smiled and reached forward. Buzz. Strands of light emanated from the statue and gathered in his palm. Eventually, the light disappeared along with the golden key mark, leaving behind a badge. Time-worn beyond recognition and made of unknown material, it had but a single word carved on the surface, decree. It was written from a long-lost language, unknown to modern people. Not bad. Li Qiye nodded while looking at the badge. She was flabbergasted. This was it after coming to the final hall. One badge. Perhaps true emperors and progenitors couldn't make it this far, and all Li Qiye got was this item. Strangely enough, he seemed to be quite pleased with it. That's it. But progenitors themselves might not be able to come here. She asked in a daze. Only 2 or 3 people have been here in history. Li Qiye revealed. Is this badge a treasure? She inquired. No, it is an opportunity. He shook his head, one that could bring about damnation, depending on the choice made. Few could handle it. Is there any other significance behind it? A chance that could bring about damnation? She thought that the trip was not worth it at all for him. In order to truly know immortality, one must find out what had happened in the far past, the circumstances during the start of time. Otherwise, it would only be in theory, a fool's dream. Li Qiye looked at her and said. She only smiled wryly, unqualified to talk about this matter since she was only an ant struggling to survive. Eventually, he opened this hall and the 2 of them were transported back to the first. They left Bewildering Palace and returned to Moneyfall. You're Li Qiye from Longevity System? A cold voice sounded, stopping them from walking down the steps. The chilling tone depicted aggression. This was no greeting. Chapter 2304, The sudden cry attracted the attention of the spectators. They saw a youth climbing the steps with many experts behind him. He looked high and mighty, looking down on all. It's Messenger Zhou. Someone whispered. People found his inquisitive tone quite strange along with the news that Li Qiye came from Longevity System. They didn't know his identity or what happened in that land, unaware of the feud between these 2. Plus, Jikuan was also from Longevity. The 2 were brethren and should be on a friendlier term. What? Li Qiye didn't give a damn about the aggressive youth and only stared nonchalantly at him. You killed my junior brother. Jikuan drew closer with a chilling glare. No idea. Li Qiye became bored. He is Wu Xianyi, another messenger of young Lord Mu. The guy increased his volume. People glanced at each other after hearing this. The big shots were aware that after Jikuan joined the young lord, his junior brother followed suit. Whether Xianyi was a messenger or not, Li Qiye seemed to have antagonized young Lord Mu. Don't know him. Li Qiye waved his sleeve. I've killed too many to count, and who would keep track of how many ants they have killed anyway? Damn. Some gave him a thumbs up after hearing this since they looked down on Jikuan. This was mainly due to his change in attitude after sucking up to young Lord Mu. He even looked down on the ancestors when speaking with them, so people naturally hated him. They just didn't say anything due to his master. Jikuan's face turned red. Everyone has been giving him some face after he became a messenger. Even an ancestor would courteously refer to him as, virtuous nephew Zhou. But now, a junior was looking at him with contempt. Li, you choose the hard way instead of the easy way. Jikuan shouted, killing a messenger is a big crime. Not to mention your insignificant life, when young Master Mu send down his wrath, longevity system won't get off easily, where did this ant come from? Li Qie interrupted him, Mu or Wu or whatever, only a bunch of ants. Don't raise your fangs in front of me because if I get in a bad mood, I'll trample that Mu clan. Scram right now whilst I'm feeling merciful. The rowdy palace became silent right away. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. They all heard him clearly, hence their shock at someone daring to utter such words. They certainly agreed that Zhou Jikuan was an ant but wouldn't say it openly. Even if he managed to suck up to young Lord Mu, he himself was nothing. This wasn't the case for the young lord. His name alone instilled fear because he was someone from above. The ancestors with information on the Mu clan knew even more about this monstrous existence. They had absolute power, far superior to any system in myriad lineage. But now, Li Qie called this young lord an ant and even talked about taking care of the Mu clan. Such a ridiculous notion, a true god wouldn't make this statement. The big shots here exchanged glances, thinking that the guy was insane. Such impudence. One expert next to Jikuan shouted, ignorant brat, young Lord Mu isn't someone you can talk about. Fool, insulting the young lord is a crime worthy of Jikuan bellowed. Boom. He slammed into the wall of the palace before he could finish and got stuck there like a piece of paper. Li Qie simply raised his palm and this was enough to suppress Jikuan there. He slightly closed his fingers and broke some of the youth's bones. Blood immediately stained his robe. Ah! Jikuan screamed in horror. What are you doing? The experts accompanying Jikuan immediately took out their weapons and glared menacingly at Li Qie. Just a single glance from him made them shudder, needing to take one step back. Though they wanted to save the youth, they have lost their courage for some reason, an instinctive fear making their legs weak. After all, they weren't under young Lord Mu's camp and only wanted to befriend Zhou Jikuan. It wasn't at the point where they would risk their lives for the guy. At the same time, the crowd was caught off guard. They didn't expect for Li Qie to attack so fast, not giving a damn about Jikuan's status. What a monster! Some trembled because of his fierceness, doing whatever he wanted. You, what do you want? Jikuan cried out before death. Nothing, just crushing an ant. Li Qie closed his fingers ever so slightly. More bones broke and blood gushed out. I am a messenger from young Lord Mu. Touch a hair of mine and there will be no place for you in the youth shrieked. This ended up with more bones of his being crushed. Blood flowed like a spring all over. He became pale and didn't dare to say anything else. Not speaking anymore. Li Qie sneered. Jikuan knew that he had met a madman and didn't dare to speak. That's better. Li Qie continued, sparing your dog life right now so that you can tell that young Lord Mu to scram back to his place, or I'll hang his head in the sky of myriad lineage. Oh God, the crowd became frozen after hearing this public declaration of war. He must not know young Lord Mu and the Mu clan, because if he did, he wouldn't dare to boast like this. An expert quietly stated. Jikuan was no master so he lost his cool instantly, unable to speak. Are you going or not? Li Qie smirked and increased the pressure, torturing the bones even more. Ah! The youth couldn't handle the sharp pain and conceded, I definitely will. He didn't care about reputation and face, no longer acting as imperious as before. Very good. Li Qie smiled, I'll wring your neck if you don't send the message. With that, he released his grasp. Bang! The youth fell down from the wall, paralyzed on the ground with blood all over. Li Qiye patted his hands and left without looking at the guy. Shima standing nearby didn't say anything either. An inexperienced and weak girl like her had never seen anything of this nature. She quickly followed him down the stairs. Young noble Zhou. After he left, many quickly helped Jikuan up and tried to cure his injuries. Jikuan calmed down and immediately said while gritting his teeth, "Help me find Elder Fan. I will ask him to take action against those who dare to oppose young Lord Mu." "Elder Fan is here too?" Some were startled. "He is nearby, please go invite him." Jikuan repeated. Chapter 2305, Leaving Bewildering Palace left Li Qiye in the desolate region of Moneyfall. "Young noble, where are we going now?" Ling Shima asked timidly. "If time permits, we'll go somewhere that might let you find your sword tomb. But whether you can get it or not is up to you. You must be able to connect with it or it will only be a flower in the dew or the moon in the water." Shima hesitated for a moment before taking out an old box. She handed it to Li Qiye and said, "This is something our forefather left behind. He said it is the key to taking back the tomb, can you use it, young noble?" Li Qiye opened it and was met with a massive sword energy. He took a good look and said, "This is indeed the meaning of the sword, but it won't be that simple. You will need perseverance in order to succeed." "I will try my best." She stared straight at him and said firmly. Despite knowing the difficulties lying ahead, she was ready to pay any price and her eyes showed her determination. "Good." He nodded, then mentally prepare, pain will be unavoidable. Shima left the box with him. It was more important than her life and pertained to their clan's survival, so she shouldn't be handing it to anyone. Moreover, she didn't know Li Qiye for that long, but for some reason, she trusted him more than anyone right now. She felt no anxiety leaving it to him, not worrying that he would take it for his own. It was safer in his possession anyway. Li Qiye didn't say anything and put the box away. "Swords for sale here, 5% off if you buy one, 20% off for two, 40% off for 10, or 100 for a very good price." They didn't get far before hearing a familiar voice. On a beach shore, someone was carrying a large bag and peddling his bamboo swords. Who else would do something like this but Conqueror Young Noble? "My fairy, my bamboo sword will make you even more transcending and graceful." He latched onto a group of young female cultivators and went to work with his bright and sincere smile. "You are the young noble from Conqueror." The girls smiled back at him. The guy was quite famous for many reasons, his status, talents, and looks. Moreover, his amiability made many girls want to befriend him. "I am, pretty ladies such as yourselves should visit our humble sect. It's a tiny location so our citizens will certainly be amazed by your beauty. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes." His words were flowery indeed but didn't sound off-putting. Other passers-by shook their head and smiled. They have grown used to his strange behavior. "Let's buy one each then." His smile won the girls over. The truth was that these bamboo swords weren't worth the listed price. They only bought them in order to make a friend. "Stay safe, pretty ladies. Come to Conqueror when you can." The young noble remained enthusiastic after the successful sale. "Ah, big bro, we meet again. How about buying some of my swords?" Conqueror went over to the duo as they were about to cross the lake. Shima wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. She didn't understand why someone of his status would act as a merchant. "No." Li Qiye refused again. "Big bro, friendship starts upon the first meeting, brotherhood blossoms on the second. This is our second, so we are brothers." Conqueror put on sword into Li Qiye's hand and sincerely said, "Well, consider this a meeting present." Li Qiye chuckled, finding the youth amusing. He then took a look at the sword. It was made entirely of bamboo. Nevertheless, Conqueror meticulously carved and paid attention to the little details. I personally made each one, they have their own aura and are unique. Conqueror said. Not bad. Li Qiye traced the sword's edge with his finger and nodded approvingly. Conqueror's face was beaming after earning the praise. His smile became wider and brighter, 1 sword to own the world, 2 swords to be unique in history, 3 swords for an unstoppable formation. Despite the grandiose and funny rhetoric, Shima still wasn't buying it. She didn't see what was so special about these swords. Big bro, do you want to buy one? Buy one, get 2 free, how about it? Conqueror offered. They are made from our ancestral bamboo, the very foundation of our sect, a great treasure and the symbol of Coiling Dragon system. It once connected to the very veins of the system. He continued bragging. If it wasn't for him bringing Coiling Dragon up, people would have forgotten that he was part of this system, and his sect, Conqueror, was only an old city there. Humph, such a big tone. A snort came about. How can Conqueror represent Coiling Dragon? This interjection drew the attention of the crowd. An old man with a group of experts got off their boat. He didn't give any face to Conqueror young noble at all. He wore an imperial robe, a saber was his weapon of choice. His chilling aura belonged to the true god level. His unforgiven eyes deterred others from staring straight at him. The king of 5 saints. So many experts from that kingdom are here. Many recognized him and talked among themselves. Miao Lei of 5 saints, looks like we'll have quite a show to watch. An elder was ready to have fun. Isn't 5 saints a kingdom of Coiling Dragon system? Conqueror young noble is from there too. Why the animosity? A youth asked his senior. It pertains to the origin of Coiling Dragon. The senior smiled. What, Royal Lord Miao, our conqueror can't speak for Coiling Dragon. Only your kingdom can. Conqueror retorted, still smiling. Coiling Dragon is under the rule of 8-armed dynasty. They are the only one who can represent our system. Miao Lei uttered coldly. Talking about the Premoon sect? They are only parasites of the system. The only reason I'm not demanding sovereignty is that I don't want to bring war to the people. Miao Lei's expression shifted. Some understood what was going on while the young ones were confused. What's happening? One youth asked about this conflict between members of Coiling Dragon. Just a debate about the orthodox branch. His senior said, the current sect in charge, 8-armed dynasty, is not the descendants of Coiling Dragon progenitor. What about Conqueror young noble? The junior inquired again. Who knows? The senior shook his head. Rumor has it that Conqueror was the founding location of Coiling Dragon, but it's still just a rumor. Chapter 2306. It didn't take long before gossiping began in the courtyard. Miao Lei naturally wouldn't like Conqueror young noble due to the political scene of Coiling Dragon. Coiling Dragon was naturally created by the progenitor with the same title. In the past, it was under the rule of his lineage. Later on, this branch weakened and gradually lost control over the system. Then came a sect named Premoon. The progenitor was from the 8-armed tribe, same with many other descendants. This was also the case for the members of Premoon. The main problem was that this sect didn't belong to the system at the beginning since they were nomadic travelers. No one really knew of their true background. They had their own merit laws, but for some reason, they decided to abandon everything to restart using the merit laws of Coiling Dragon. They worked hard and let go of the past to become real disciples of Coiling Dragon. With the decline of the orthodox branch, Premoon defeated the direct descendants of the progenitor and took over. They called themselves the 8-armed dynasty and used this bloodline to connect them with the progenitor. The system had a different master from then on. Premoon successfully carried out what the world would proverbially refer to as a dove stealing the magpie's nest. The main branch disappeared in this land. Some even believed that they have died out completely. Later on, Conqueror and his city broke this belief. Rumor has it that this was the birthplace of the progenitor. Conqueror was a nobody in the beginning. Later on, his talents manifested along with his surging cultivation. The eight-armed dynasty didn't pay any attention to him. After all, there were billions of disciples in the system, who had the time to care about an insignificant youth. As his fame rose, more mouths began to run in the system, topics such as Conqueror being a descendant of coiling dragon progenitor. Moreover, he had never talked about his background, only that he had learned many merit laws from the system. More and more began to believe that he was a true descendant of their progenitor. He didn't bother confirming or denying these rumors. Nevertheless, the dynasty couldn't sit still because they weren't the real descendants, only usurpers. If Conqueror was the real thing, it would be too dangerous to their rule. They tried several times to kill him to no avail. This only served to increase his reputation and fame in Coiling Dragon. Many sects and countries actually had close ties with him. On the other hand, Five Saints was the biggest supporter of Eight-Armed Dynasty. That's why this king had such animosity towards Conqueror during this meeting today. All eyes were on the two of them, especially the older ones. They were especially curious about whether Conqueror was a direct descendant or not. Miao Lei scowled, "Stop spouting such heresy to trick the crowd. Insulting Coiling Dragon's system is unforgivable. The death penalty is warranted in order to uphold the system's prestige. You think you alone can do it?" Conqueror smirked, "I've seen what your kingdom can do already, just a bunch of ambushing tricks. Your sect's existence is the real disgrace to the kingdom." These two had skirmishes before. Five Saints had sent numerous assassins to kill Conqueror under the order of Eight-Armed Dynasty. Unfortunately, it ended with failure and death. The royal lord had plenty of experts with him right now, so he felt the urge to attack Conqueror. Despite being a big shot in Coiling Dragon, the contempt shown today was too much for him to take. "Humph, Junior, you're too arrogant. This is not Coiling Dragon, so I'm afraid your means are limited. We will rid the system of your evil today." Miao Lei shouted and gave the signal. The experts from his kingdom circled around and surrounded Conqueror. The spectators held their breath, wanting to see just how strong this genius was. The three young nobles were famous, but Conqueror was especially enigmatic. Some stated that he could use the various powers of Coiling Dragon's system. This was the reason why the dynasty failed to kill him time and time again. Miao Lei also heard and believed this rumor. However, this was Moneyfall, far away from Coiling Dragon's system. Even if he had the ability to do so, he couldn't use them right now. "Big bro, you might want to leave for a bit. Wait until I'm done with them, then we can talk about the deal." Conqueror smiled at Li Chia. "No need to leave, it's no big deal." Li Chia lazily said with no intention of leaving. "Sir, who are you? Please leave since this is a matter of our Coiling Dragon system, or face the consequences." Miao Lei shouted. Li Chia looked at them and said, "A bunch of frogs under the well, unaware of the immensity of the heaven and earth." He knew that despite the number advantage, this group was no match for Conqueror. This young noble was countless times stronger than Miracle. "Fool, we'll take care of you too then." Miao Lei furiously shouted. "Royal Lord Miao, no need for you to bother, we'll take care of him since we have some unfinished business. His dog life is mine." A cold voice interjected. A girl brought over a powerful group of experts. She was regional Princess Xia, named Xishuan. Her entourage was several times bigger than before. Moreover, several old men were present this time. It was obvious that they were masters. People from Sword Grave are here too. Some listeners whispered, "I heard Sword Sovereign is here too." This princess had met him recently. No wonder why the princess group was stronger this time. She walked with tenacity because she had backup. Princess Xia. Miao Lei was ecstatic after seeing the reinforcement. "Little Ling, you need to stop mingling with outsiders, come back to us." The princess stared at Shima and said. Shima's expression changed, aware that the princess came specifically for her. She inched towards Li Qie and felt much safer. "Humph, don't think you can leave alive just because you found a backer." The princess snorted. Li Qie glared back and said flatly, "I've already spared your lives back at the lake, yet you don't know when to back off. Li, I don't care who you are, you're not leaving this place alive," the princess declared. She hated him to the bones after nearly being killed by the storm on the lake. "You and what army?" Li Qie lazily spoke. The princess' expression turned ugly after being shown such contempt. "You might be strong, but you won't be able to escape from Sword Grave. My first brother will never allow anyone to challenge our authority." People glanced around, thinking that maybe Sword Sovereign was already here. He just hasn't shown himself. Chapter 2307, How Amusing. Conqueror clapped and smiled at Li Qie. "Big bro, looks like it'll be quite a fight tonight. Do you want to work together with me and go big? First of all, I'm not your big bro, secondly, no need to go big over some ants. Just 1 or 2 moves will be plenty." Li Qie glanced at him and casually responded. Everyone gasped after hearing this. The princess and Miao Lei had more than 1,000 experts with them, not a single one was weak. Li Qie's claim was too unreasonable. "Li, you're quite arrogant, but you're not surviving today." Another fierce cry came about. The crowd looked over and saw a youth leading another group of experts, sect masters and elders from the last generation. Zhou Jikuan. Some recognized him. Didn't he got taught a lesson earlier? Someone who was at Bewildering Palace whispered. Not too long ago, many saw Li Qie crushing the guy completely. It didn't take long before he was up and jumping again with such aggression. They didn't understand what made him so fierce. "You don't get it, his backing is here now," an older cultivator replied. "Young Lord Mu." Some experts blurted out. "No." The old cultivator shook his head, a servant of young Lord Mu, Elder Fan. He was the one Jikuan sucked up to in the beginning before becoming a messenger. "I see, no wonder why so many experts are helping him now." One guy glanced at the group behind Jikuan. No one tried to help him earlier outside of the palace, but this wasn't the case now. These experts behind him were holding treasure, ready to get involved. His number advantage made Jikuan quite confident. With the presence of Elder Fan, many great clans were willing to work for him. "Looks like you're really tired of living." Li Qie grinned. The youth felt safe, so he shouted, "Li Qie, you might be the first brother of longevity, but you still deserve death for insulting young Lord Mu." He's the first brother of longevity, the guy that quelled the rebellion. I heard he used the power there to destroy Everlasting Kingdom. A master was surprised to hear this. Many ancestors have heard about the situation at longevity by this point. "Looks like you didn't send my message." Li Qie laughed, "But no problem, I'll kill you and your master will surely come." "I'll take care of him too then." One listener whispered, "Isn't this too much? Who dares to offend young Lord Mu right now?" "It's because you don't know him." An ancestor shook his head, "This Li Qie is a monster. He's not only the first disciple of longevity but is also the current leader of Insane Court. This guy challenged all of Myriad lineage at 1.2, even young Lord Mu wouldn't dare to make this declaration." Ha ha ha. Someone sneered at Li Qie, "Such audacity, my young Lord Mu is beyond your level, I shall make mincemeat out of you because of your outrageous statement." An old man wearing a grey robe appeared on the horizon. The aura of a true god instilled fear into the crowd. Elder Fan, the young lord's trusted servant. One ancestor's expression changed. The crowd quieted down. This was also someone from above. His cultivation might not be that strong, but his status was something else. "Young Lord Mu is a god from above, I will not accept such blasphemy towards him." Time for punishment. Another chilling voice came about. It carried a sword intent piercing at everyone's mind, causing them to shudder. People looked up and saw a tall man, looking around 30 years of age. He held a long sword and wore a violet robe. The sword intents emanating from him were quite impressive. Sword Sovereign. Sword Sovereign, an ancestor narrowed his eyes and became serious. Is he a pseudo-true emperor right now? He was the current leader of Swordgrave, as famous as any of the three young nobles. He wasn't listed among them because he made his debut much earlier. Thus, he was considered alongside Saber Devil as the sword and saber duo. Due to their age, he and Saber Devil could be stronger than the nobles. Brat, how are you going to get out of this? Princess Xia clearly had a crush on her senior brother. Ling Shima turned pale and took several steps back. She was from Swordgrave and knew how strong this guy was. Li, it's not too late to surrender. Jikuan grew bolder as more allies came. Good, this will save some time since all of you are here. Li Qiye chuckled while playing with his bamboo sword. Let's go cut him to pieces. Jikuan ordered his experts. Right, take them down. The princess also shouted at her experts from Swordgrave. Ha, Conqueror, you're done. Miao Lei led his own group. More than 1,000 experts surrounded the three. The atmosphere became tense since a fight could break out at any moment. So fun, big bro, do you want to have a contest to see who can kill more? Conqueror smiled brightly at Li Qiye, completely undaunted. If I kill more, you will have to buy all my swords. Not interested. Li Qiye refused once more. Kill them. Jikuan commanded without attacking himself. Now. The princess and Miao Lei gave the final command. The experts roared and unleashed their attacks. So many weapons aimed at the three: pagoda, spear, saber. The area trembled since they didn't show any mercy, wishing to turn the group into mincemeat. Not good. The spectators nearby were shocked. Good, we'll do it like that, the person with the higher kill count will be the winner. Conqueror ignored Li Qiye's refusal and shamelessly attacked before Li Qiye. He threw his bag and all the swords soared to the sky. Sword energy began to ravage the area with sharp arcs everywhere. They didn't look like bamboo swords but more like divine swords now with strong enough intents to pierce through all. Clank. These swords poured down their energy at the enemies. Ah! Blood gushed along with tormented wails. Conqueror didn't hold back. These swords pierced through the chest and crucified the enemies. Royal Lord Miao, your life is mine. Conqueror also attacked while wielding a sword. The luminous attack crossed through the void and reached Miao Lei with haste. Li Qiye didn't mind that Conqueror had taken the initiative. He casually swung his sword. This slash was simply too fast, no one could see it clearly. In fact, he was the only one who knew. Chapter 2308, The sword robbed the world of sounds and seized the power of time. Everything became frozen. In this split second, so many enemies were stopped in action, some were leaping forward, others jumped up for a better advantage point, some raised their sword to parry. True gods felt a chill and instinctively realized the incoming danger. Alas, it was all too late. Instinct could yell at them all at once, but the slash has already been unleashed to determine everything. Fastest in the world, rendering time to be moving at a snail's pace. Clank. Head started rolling on the ground. The slash had decapitated more than 1,000 enemies. Though they have lost their head, the victims still couldn't feel anything. The bodies were still continuing on the previous trajectory. They got a third-person view of their body as their head was falling to the ground. Next was blood gushing out like a spring from the severed necks, 1,000 of them, quite a shocking scene. No. They wanted to scream but no sound would come out of their agape mouth. Thump. 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 The heads finally made contact with the ground. Their blood stained the ground and gathered into a massive, shallow pool of water. Everything happened so quickly. No one saw the slash at all. This bamboo sword was able to take down experts from Sword Grave, 5 saints, and even the masters from the various sects supporting Zhou. True kings, true saints, and even true gods all faltered before this single slash. The most terrifying fact was that he didn't use a supreme artifact such as an ancestral treasure. The sword was made of bamboo. When people regained their wits, they naturally trembled with fear. Some couldn't help but vomit after smelling the stench of blood. Boom! On the other side, Conqueror managed to take down numerous experts from 5 saints, then nearly subduing its royal lord. Clank! His bamboo sword became luminous and turned into a divine sword with a stately aura. The royal lord roared and created a sacred barrier in order to stop the attack. Alas, this proved to be futile. Boom! The sword thrust through the barrier and pierced the lord's throat. Blood didn't come out until Conqueror pulled back his sword. The royal lord finally fell to the floor with his eyes wide open. Not good, I'm still under. Conqueror looked back and saw Li Qia's slash just now. He was completely amazed because his sword formation failed to do the same damage. He roared and unleashed another sword arc towards regional Princess Xiao. Though she ordered her experts to fight, she was the farthest away from the battlefield. Retreat! Her guards wanted to stop him. Conqueror simply laughed and swept his bamboo sword again, causing the formation to strike once more. Ah! These experts couldn't stop him and only threw their lives away as his swords pierced their throat. The princess quickly fled while calling for help. Senior brother, save me. Clank! Sword Sovereign finally took action with a billowing aura of sword energy even before his sword left its sheath. It turned into a heavenly sword and crossed through the plain, aiming straight for Conqueror. Sword Sovereign, let's see what you can do. Conqueror still had a smile on and tapped on his bag. More than several hundred bamboo swords flew out. Grand Heaven Sword Purification. The bamboo swords made a circular formation. They spun and engulfed the entire area, stopping the sword energy of Sword Sovereign just now. The resulting shockwaves devastated the area. At the same time, he successfully pierced the princess' chest. She couldn't believe that even her senior brother failed to save her. Don't be fooled by Conqueror's bright and friendly smile. This was someone who would never hold back in battle. Conqueror, what have you done? Sword Sovereign furiously shouted. A sword-like flame erupted above the sky and removed the clouds. This torrential sword intent terrorized the whole place. All the spectators retreated in horror. So what? Fight and show me that you are worthy of your fame. Conqueror pointed with his bamboo sword. His strong response left everyone wanting for a fight. This was a contest between a young noble and one of the 2 weapon masters. They wanted to see which group was stronger. So be it. Sword Sovereign shouted and unsheathed his sword. The snow-white rays stopped others from keeping their eyes open. Time to fight then. Conqueror's bamboo sword suddenly dispersed back into Dao runes. He was now holding a Dao sword. Boom! The 2 leaped for the sky and had a direct confrontation, sword against sword. Sparks exploded at a planetary level. Li Qia didn't care too much about this fight. He gently blew away the drops of blood on his bamboo sword and started walking towards Jikuan with a smile on his face. Jikuan was naturally scared out of his mind, having never seen such a monstrous slash before and almost pissed his pants. The pale fella walked backward while screaming, what do you want? For many experts here, Jikuan was completely insignificant. Only his backing was dreadful, and one of them was here, the servant of young Lord Mu, Fan Guixing. Not much. Li Qia walked at a normal pace and smiled, I'm just thinking about flaying you to let you know how cruel I can be. Don't get crazy now, Elder Fan is here. Jikuan continued to scream while retreating. It's useless. No one will be able to save you. Li Qiye smirked. Jikuan ran straight for the elder with all of his might. Elder Fan, please, please save me, kill this devil. In fact, Elder Fan has been watching the entire time, his cold eyes fixated on Li Qiye. He became the center of attention. Compared to a measly messenger, he was actually closely related to young Lord Mu. He descended along with the guy. As a servant of the Mu, he was still a true god. Thus, his status far exceeded Jikuan. He could even represent the young lord, to a certain extent. Others might look down on a Jikuan, a little fox exploiting the tiger's might, but not Fan Guixing. He was truly someone from above, part of the Mu clan. Chapter 2309, Everyone wondered what Fan Guixing would do since they have seen Li Qiye's domineering attitude and power. Guixing spoke with a serious tone, "Friend, it is time to stop here, no need to push it so far. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do?" Li Qiye lazily said while still walking towards Jikuan. Guixing's expression shifted. Ever since he came to Myriad with his master, everyone has been giving him face, including ancestors and ascenders. They still addressed him as Dao Brother Fan even though he had a lower cultivation level. This was also the case in Imperial. The big shots there showed enough courtesy to him since the Mu was one of the three behemoths. But now, a junior dared to speak to him like this, something akin to slapping him in the face. I am a contributing member of the Mu clan for several thousand years now. Fan Guixing uttered, I once served the great ancestor of the Mu and was a study companion to the clan master. Guixing made his prestigious status clear. Despite only being a servant, he has been serving for several generations now. His absolute loyalty earned him respect at the clan, allowing him to speak his opinion before the clan master. Who the hell are the Mu? Li Qiye was still as nonchalant as ever, holding his bamboo sword in a menacing manner. Jikuan was running while looking back at Li Qiye, wanting nothing more than to get as far away from this monster as possible. Guixing grimaced with eyes spewing out flashes of anger. The rest of the crowd took a deep breath. Some naturally found displeasure with young Lord Mu, but no one would dare to say a line like this. Provoking the Mu clan could bring about a disaster to their sect. Junior, this comment alone is enough for us to exterminate your entire clan. Guixing threatened. Oh. Is that so? If your clan isn't smart, I'll be the one to exterminate them all. Li Qiye retorted without care. Is there no end to his madness? Someone blurted out, completely speechless. Not even a true emperor would say this in public since the Mu was unfathomable. Ignorant brat, destroying our clan. You're done for, will surely end you. Fan Guixing snorted. I've heard this line so many times. Those who say this about me are all dead now. Li Qiye picked his ear and said. Eventually, wanton arrogance became respectable due to the required audacity. Some of the crowd certainly admired Li Qiye. Elder Fan. As Jikuan came closer to Fan Guixing, he became ecstatic, save me. Fan Guixing decided to throw an item, pinning it in front of Li Qiye. He needed to save this errand boy in order to maintain his clan's reputation. It was a banner with the word Mu carved on it, written in an ancient and bold style. It clearly came from someone special. The banner of the Mu. The ancestors shuddered, aware of its significance. It represented the authority of that clan. Once seeing it, everyone would need to back down or they would risk antagonizing the clan, a truly serious matter. Not just anyone could have one. Guixing's loyalty earned him this precious banner. Stop or you will truly become an enemy of our clan. Guixing sternly reiterated. Meanwhile, Jikuan saw the banner and was even closer to the elder. He happily said, "Thank you, Elder Fan, for saving Dash," but before he could finish, words suddenly became stuck in his mouth. Blood started oozing out of a hole in his neck. It was a fatal sword thrust. No one could save him due to the immense speed, not even Guixing. Li Qiye blew away the blood on his sword again. Forget it, flaying is too bothersome. I'll just send you off right away. The shocked crowd didn't expect Jikuan to be killed right in front of Guixing. Next, something even more unbelievable happened. Li Qiye stomped on the banner and said, "This piece of crap banner has no uses here." So domineering. The experienced ancestors were stunned all the same. Stomping on this banner was the same as stomping on the Mu's authority, truly courting death. This was a first time for Guixing. In the past, even in imperial lineage, throwing out this banner would solve all of his problems. This didn't work for this guy. Now, Li Qiye was walking straight for him. "What do you want?" Guixing felt fear now, realizing that he had kicked an iron panel. This kid was not to be provoked. So there was still someone in this world who wasn't afraid of the Mu. Li Qiye smiled, "Well, I naturally got to kill you first since you want to exterminate my clan." "Don't be insane." Guixing took a deep breath and said, "Be responsible for your actions or your sect and Dao system will suffer too. I just need to destroy your clan first then." Li Qiye leisurely said. "You." Guixing thought that this guy was insane, not caring about the consequences. Intimidation and threats were useless before a madman. "Well, let's see how far you can run." Li Qiye playfully swung his sword around. The spectators looked at each other after seeing this. Killing Guixing was far different from killing Jikuan. Isn't his sect going to stop him? Opposing the Mu will end with a major disaster. One spectator noted, completely astounded. "He's not messing around, he's really going to kill a servant from the Mu." Another ancestor replied. Buzz. Guixing started to flee. Ripples appeared in the air as he disappeared for the horizon. He gave up caring about appearances, this madman was too scary. Chapter 23:10, Guixing's sudden flee caught everyone off guard since he was the representative of the Mu clan. They thought he would tough it out to the very end, but the guy ran faster than anyone else without bothering to come up with an excuse. Boom! Unfortunately, someone blocked his retreat path. Space became sealed by a majestic power. Guixing leaped backward in order to avoid this force. "Elder Fan, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" A pleasant voice came about. The one stopping Guixing was a heroic and beautiful girl, virtually matchless. Martial goddess. People recognized her right away. This was Wu Bingning, a famous genius in myriad lineage, the choice lover for many men. Virtuous niece, Guixing was shocked too. "Don't leave so soon now," she said with a firm tone as her eyes flashed like the stars. People became confused right away. Some started talking in private, especially the ancestors. "Isn't the martial court very close to young Lord Mu?" A high elder was surprised. The big shots knew that after coming to myriad lineage, the young lord was closest to Vermilion Martial Court. He even stayed there for a long time. It seemed that the martial court was about to become the main base in myriad for the young lord. Rumor has it that a marriage alliance was underway. The martial court didn't comment on this matter, but people certainly believed it. But now, Bingning didn't look like she was helping Fan Guixing but rather trying to stop him from escaping. "Is the marriage alliance not true then?" Someone else whispered. In this particular case, everyone understood that it would be between young Lord Mu and Wu Bingning. So many youths in myriad lineage wouldn't want such a thing to happen, but they knew of the high possibility. Thus, her attitude right now appeared a little strange. In theory, she should be on Guixing's side. Just quietly watch. An older character also didn't understand and shook his head while speaking. "Virtuous niece, what is your intention?" Guixing found the situation to be quite unfavorable. To which Bingning responded, "It's nothing, I just want to see your prowess while raising the banner of the Wu. Are you able to kill young noble Li? This answer was vague enough so people still didn't know her side, but Guixing got the gist of it and took one step back. Hey now, if I want to kill someone, it doesn't matter where he runs off to. Li Qie lazily came over, not giving a damn about the guy trying to escape. Guixing turned around to face Li Qie, but he thought about beaming behind him and was wary of her as well. Thus, he slightly tilted back, creating a triangle of sorts. Will you run like a dog and die to a blade to the back or face me like a man? Li Qie gestured with his bamboo sword. Guixing's fear was justifiable because he knew he wasn't a match for the guy. His slashes were illogically fast. It didn't matter whether Li Qie was actually strong or not. Just the slashes alone were reaching a sure-kill level. People couldn't even see them, let alone trying to dodge. For all the arts and techniques in this world, only speed was unsolvable. Speed could surpass all techniques, the enemies wouldn't be able to react fast enough. Virtuous niece, you need to help me. Guixing told the girl, but his eyes were on Li Qie, afraid of a sudden attack. Why should I? Bingning flatly responded, the Mu is unstoppable and it is just one enemy. You don't need my help, elder fan. Guixing didn't expect to be outright rejected. Virtuous niece, don't forget about the ties between our two houses. If you can help me, you will be prestigious beyond words later, no need to think so highly of yourself. I'm already being kind enough by not killing you myself. You better start praying. She interrupted him. Upon hearing this, the crowd thought that there was more to this story than meets the eye. You. Guixing's old face became uglier. Virtuous nephew, deciding on your own will hurt our friendship, you can't handle the consequences. Old servant, you think I won't kill you and that your clan is #1 in the world? I'd like to see how they will save you today. Her eyes showed a murderous flash. Guixing took note of this and retreated further, realizing that she wasn't playing around. Li Qie chuckled and said, you don't need to bother yourself with this. He then turned towards Guixing, come now, I'll give you a chance. Block one slash and I will spare you. Otherwise, even the old heaven won't be able to save you today. The sheer contempt insulted the old man. Li Qie made it sound as if he was a fish on the chopping board already. Junior, you're too arrogant. You think no one can beat you? He furiously shouted. Pretty much. Li Qie said, at the very least, killing you with one slash won't be a problem. Alright, let's stop wasting time, get ready. It's finally happening. Many took a deep breath, aware of Li Qie's intention to kill Guixing. Are you a man of your words? Despite his rage, Guixing saw hope in the challenge. Always. Li Qie chuckled, get ready to block the slash. This is your only chance to leave. Very well, you said it. Guixing instantly made up his mind. Just one is enough. Li Qie raised his bamboo sword. I highly doubt that. Guixing didn't believe it. After a buzzing noise, he put on a feathered regalia. Boom! This regalia exuded a boundless imperial light as if it was blessed by an emperor. The energy of a true god also permeated the area. The imperial might heralded a symbol on the regalia with a screech. The image of a bird started soaring towards the 9 firmaments. An imperial armor. The majestic scene and aura startled the crowd. Indeed, one blessed by an emperor and carries some considerable power. An ancestor elaborated, it is made from the feathers of a firebird by a true emperor. Quite powerful defensively. Clank. Guixing also took out a shield made from divine metal with a frightening luster, resulting in a second defensive measure. Because of his contribution, Guixing was given this regalia worn by a true emperor. It was tough enough to withstand the weapons of ascenders. The shield came from an ascender, not on the same level as the regalia but still not bad. Incredible, that's someone from the Mu for you. People became envious. He was only a servant, yet he possessed highly coveted treasures. In any other system, he would need to be an ancestor to enjoy this treatment. Chapter 23:11. Alright, I'm ready for your slash. Guixing shouted, feeling confident that his armor and shield would be able to block the incoming attack. The result is obvious. Someone murmured. Just one bamboo sword can't break an imperial armor. Another ancestor felt the same way. Big mistake, Li Chia probably didn't expect for Elder Fan to have an imperial regalia. A high elder shook his head in agreement. The crowd thought that he couldn't kill Elder Fan with a single slash or even break through the armor at all. Good, let's get started. Li Chia slowly raised his sword without gathering any sword energy. In fact, this had nothing to do with the sword Dao. He was performing the physique scripture, the new version. He had opened this scripture once more, so it probably needed a new name from now on. Boom! The shield poured out light as Elder Fan cried out, "Shield against the devils." This shield instantly became massive, capable of separating heaven and earth. It covered him fully. Screech! The firebird above closed its wings and let out a scorching flame to seal the myriad worlds, protecting the old man inside. Rumble! The imperial aura erupted with blinding light. You are under my protection. A grand figure lowered its palm, wishing to destroy everything. The ground started to crack. This move possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. Pluff! Li Chia finally unleashed his slash. It exceeded the temporal limit and reversed its flow. No one could see the slash, but they were affected and felt an illusion of becoming younger. Bam! The moves collided. When the spectators calmed down, they saw the gigantic shield still standing, the regalia was still radiant, and the majestic figure remained strong. Guixing also stood there, seemingly unharmed. That's it? Someone wondered. Crack! Li Chia's bamboo sword had lines all over before collapsing into pieces. He lost. Everyone believed that the slash failed to break the imperial defense. It's still an imperial armor from a true emperor. Such power can't be touched even by an ordinary ascender. An ancestor commented, aware of the difference in power levels. Li Chia was too careless, using just a bamboo sword against an imperial armor, that's impossible. He's slapping himself in the face now. One cultivator gloated. Boom! Suddenly, the massive shield collapsed, the majestic figure shattered, the firebird uttered a miserable cry before disintegrating. Guixing's armor turned into powder and scattered away with the wind. His eyes were wide open, same with his twitching mouth. He tried to say something but nothing would come out. They finally saw blood oozing out of his throat. A tiny gash gradually became a bloody hole. The guy finally fell on the ground, causing specks of dust to go flying. He couldn't believe that his defensive measures have failed to a bamboo sword. In fact, everyone else shared the same astonishment. The ones who thought Li Chia have lost earlier felt their face becoming red and hot as if he had just slapped them. No one would believe such an outrageous story. Just one slash, all about speed exceeding everything to return to the origin. Li Chia casually said. This slash had jumped out of the boundary of the sword Dao. This imperial armor couldn't block it. The only way was to slow down the slash. A while later, time finally began to flow normally in the area again. Rumble. Explosions in the sky attracted the crowd's attention. They looked up and saw the battle waging between Conqueror and Sword Sovereign. Sword Sovereign looked unbeatable with his sword, but Conqueror had countless bamboo blades. Though one by one, they were destroyed by the Sovereign, more and more came out. Who knows how many bamboo swords he actually had? Li Chia looked up and said, "So slow, do you need my help?" "Crap, he wants to steal my opponent." Conqueror was shocked. He was distracted for just a second, but this was enough for Sword Sovereign to fly away like a meteor towards the horizon. Such decisiveness and agility. The guy was certainly afraid of being double-teamed by Li Qiye and Conqueror. Defeat would be imminent in that case, so he decided to run away. Survival was the first priority. Sigh, he ran away so fast. Sword Sovereign, let's play again later. Conqueror shouted. But the guy was already long gone. Who knows if he could hear Conqueror at all. You scared my opponent away. It's not easy for me to find someone at the same level. Who am I going to play with now? Big bro, you need to buy 500 swords to make up for this pain. Conqueror said, feeling quite wronged. Not interested. Li Qiye ignored him and told Bingning and Shima, let's go. Big bro, don't leave. Just buy one more, I'll take 20 off, no. 30 then, fine, even 50. That's the best I can do. Conqueror didn't give up. Alas, the trio also left him behind just like Sword Sovereign. He turned his focus towards an elder from a great power. Senior, how about it? Look at this beautiful sword, didn't you see earlier? Young noble Li used it to destroy an imperial regalia. With this sword, you can go wherever you want in the world. Alright, just one. This old man smiled and bought one. Don't miss it, bamboo swords that can take down an imperial armor. Don't miss it, you can't buy them anywhere else, especially not for this cheap price. Conqueror took advantage of Li Qiye's display of prowess earlier. He even guaranteed to others that his swords were this amazing. People couldn't do anything but shake their head. Some bought swords from him in order to build a friendship. Everyone could see that Conqueror wasn't weaker than Sword Sovereign after the battle. Keep in mind that the sword and saber duo made their debut much earlier than the three young nobles. They thought that the former would be stronger, but after today, they were certainly proven wrong. Chapter 23:12, Li Qiye brought Wu Bingning and Ling Shima out of the lake to another area. Shima had so many questions in her mind but couldn't actually ask. Vermilion Martial Goddess, a rare genius in Myriad, the goddess beloved by all, Shima was also a fan of her. She once thought that this goddess was unreachable, but now, they were in the same place. This felt like a surreal dream, but the truth was that the goddess was mere inches away from her. Little girl, looks like you have made up your mind. Li Qiye smiled at Bingning. She stared at the horizon in a trance, but her eyes were focused. She looked mature and determined. One must take charge of their own life. Success or failure doesn't matter, it is still better than just going with the flow. She said. True, but making a choice can cause pain. Li Qiye said, only time can tell whether a decision is right or wrong. Bingning sighed and didn't wish to talk about this topic. She looked at him and said, our ancestors don't believe you have the 12 variations. I don't need their validation. Li Qiye smiled, that's their loss. It's enough that you do. Bingning felt worse again. She had tried to convince her Tao system and changed their ways. Unfortunately, the ancestors in charge didn't believe her, so she had to take the initiative. It's fine. She showed a carefree expression as if she had thought it through and smiled, since I have chosen your side, then you need to be ready. After all, it is a big crime to kidnap the successor of the martial court. Many experts will be attacking you then. You think I'm afraid of having more enemies? Li Qiye chuckled, come one, kill one, come two, kill two, come 10,000, kill 10,000, she didn't respond to this particular comment. But out of consideration for you, I won't destroy your system. He chuckled. She smiled wryly upon hearing this. Their system was in the top 3 of Myriad, so others didn't dare to oppose them. Li Qiye, on the other hand, just made it sound so easy. Ultimately, she believed him too. Shima only quietly listened in the back, being exposed to things she couldn't touch before. Thump. 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 Suddenly, drum-like noises filled the area. Li Qiye stopped to listen. Shima asked, "What's going on?" "Coin Beast City." He answered while his gaze was off to the distance. "Looks like we need to take a trip there for some business before finding your sword tomb," Li Qiye said. Shima nodded since it wasn't up to her. She alone couldn't obtain the tomb in the first place. Li Qiye wasn't the only one who heard the drumming noises. It seemed as if they have spread across Moneyfall. "What is this sound?" An unaware cultivator carefully listened. "Coin Beast City." An older expert instantly answered. "Let's go take a look." People dropped their current tasks and headed for the origin of the noise. "Coin Beast is opening." This information swept across the areas. Really? More and more became interested. "What's Coin Beast?" Some juniors asked with curiosity. Their senior answered, "A very special place. The people lucky enough to enter will find it worth their while." It didn't take long before people headed there in droves. The ones who didn't know about the city followed the mass anyway. The first to arrive saw a mountain of paramount size. It reached the deepest crevice of the sky. At the base was an old city. Only the front part of it stuck out, the rest seemed to be hidden within the mountain itself. The gate, part of the walls, and sections of the roof were visible. The shade was gray from being ravaged by time. People noticed that the stone gate has finally opened. Inside was a black expanse just like the jaw of a great beast. They felt as if this could take them to the deepest part of the mountain, way underground. Two ancient words were carved on top of a rocky plaque above the gate. Though the lines were faint, they carried a tough presence as if the carver was an incredible person. Alas, their age prevented others from recognizing the meanings. A flat valley surrounded by massive mountain ranges presided in front of the gate. It spanned for thousands of miles leading to an ocean. The valley was most likely a paved path once, enough for dozens of carriages to go side by side. As time passed, nature took over and turned it into a valley. "Are we entering?" People outside of the gate wondered. "It's useless." An older gentleman explained, "You won't be entering the real thing because entry requires a coin beast." "What kind of beast is that?" a junior asked. "You'll see." The guy answered while staring at the ocean far away. Nothing was happening on that side. "What treasures are in this place?" "We left Bewildering Palace for it." Small talks happened to break the boredom. An elder replied, "Quite a bit, such as beast springs, Dao bones, but most importantly, eggs." "Eggs?" A disciple said, "Are they very precious?" "That's up to your own fortune. If you are lucky, they'll be amazing." Rumor has it that Elucidation True Emperor once found an egg. A Bayan eventually hatched from it, it's still there right now in Resting Bull, acting as a guardian beast. The thing is insanely powerful. The elder elaborate. A peer next to him added, "Not just that, some said that he got a Dao bone too, hence his title Elucidation." This was one of the most amazing emperors in Myriad. He came from Insane Court but found the Resting Bull scripture. This paved his path towards the throne. Though he didn't create his own Dao system, he revitalized the dying Resting Bull so he became a new progenitor, despite not having this title. The chance of success here is far better than Bewildering Palace. Another chimed in. Highly coveted rewards awaited those who could enter, beast springs, Dao bones, and especially precious eggs. Finding a heaven-defying egg could lead to owning a divine beast in the future just like Elucidation True Emperor. This was the reason why so many elders and ancestors gathered here. Chapter 23:13, Li Qiye's group was not the first to come here. The early birds have already picked the best locations in the valley and the mountains nearby. The trio also climbed up a peak and claimed it for their own. "Look, that monster is over there now," someone whispered. "I think he calls himself fiercest," not only is he the first disciple of longevity but also the current leader of Insane Court. No wonder why he can do whatever he wants. An intelligent expert knew everything. That's pretty cool. He helped Longevity Sage destroy Everlasting Kingdom completely, and back in Insane Court, he fought off the Alliance. Yeah, the guy is powerful. Miracle Young Noble was killed by him too. That's why some is putting him in Miracle's spot. In my opinion, he's far stronger than the other two. Think about it, he dared to challenge young Lord Mu and even killed Elder Fan. That's as badass as one can get. Another interjected. Shoo, watch your mouth. Don't bring that up unless you hate your sect. Young Lord Mu is not a forgiving person. If he finds out, you better start praying. His friend immediately warned. Wait a minute, isn't Insane Court a heretical sect? An unaware junior asked, our systems are all against these sects, so someone like him should be everyone's enemy. How did he become a first disciple? That's in the past. However, the Alliance has reached an agreement with Insane Court. Plus, any maneuver like that will be led by Young Radiance or Vermilion Court. Ordinary sects aren't qualified to start a war. A High Elder shook his head. Why is the goddess with him? Wasn't she part of the attacking alliance too? One jealous youth inquired. Who knows, I heard Vermilion wants to have a marriage alliance with the Mu too. How strange. A gossiper was very interested. Li Qiye ignored the chatting and sat quietly on the peak with his eyes closed. The two girls were next to him. As for Bingning, she was ready for these talks the moment she made her choice. Rumble. One chariot crushed the sky and arrived with incredible speed. It exuded divine lights, visible from very far away. 6 azure birds pulled it, showing off the status of the person inside. Disciples followed the carriage with no lack of true saints and even true gods. This was quite a group. Everyone looked over and saw the symbol on top of the carriage, Vermilion Martial Court. People shuddered because only big shots from that system could enjoy this treatment. It was considered one of the 2 strongest sects in Myriad, so a big shot from there was definitely a big deal. The carriage stopped and an old woman got down with the help of the disciples. Her hair was as white as snow, the wrinkles on her face indicated her old age, but her eyes were still frightening. She had a walking stick with a dragon-decorated handle. Each step seemed to be a struggle. Nevertheless, her true god aura could blow people away like a great gale. So strong, an ascender. People were startled after sensing this aura. Wind Chaser Matron. An ancestor's expression changed. Many strong characters here recognized her identity. She's not just an ascender, that's an 8th level true god. The seniors came up to greet her. Even the ancestors didn't dare to show any slight. One of them politely asked, it has been 3,000 years since our previous meeting, Senior Matron. How is Senior Martial God doing? I appreciate everyone's blessing, my master is doing well. She nodded and said naturally even when crowded by so many important figures. Her demeanor didn't come from arrogance, her status was indeed prestigious. She's quite cocky. One junior didn't have a full grasp on who she was. No more stupid comments or I'll punish you once we get back. His senior immediately scolded. The junior got jolted and no longer dared to run his mouth. He only asked quietly, Is she that strong? Not just strong, very important too. The senior stared at the matron and said, this is an influential ancestor, virtually peerless in the martial court. Most importantly, her master is Dracoform martial god. The disciple became astounded, that Dracoform martial god? How many Dracoform martial god do you think there are in Myriad lineage? There's only one. The disciple continued on, the person that had suppressed a true emperor. That's him. The senior spoke with a tinge of reverence. I guess his disciple can act proud like that. The disciple took a deep breath and no longer felt that the matron was being arrogant. Her attitude became natural now. The youths here didn't know the title, Windchaser, or her tales. However, everyone knew about Dracoform. This was a terrorizing existence, the strongest ancestor in the martial court. He was a real eternal, one that is known to still be here in Myriad. The most shocking thing about him was a story about how he suppressed Chillwater, true emperor of Cloud Crossing system. This emperor had 12 fate palaces, yet he still got overwhelmed. Because of this, the ancestor enjoyed a supreme position in Myriad. True emperors found it hard to be haughty before him. Some even believed that when not counting those who have left Myriad, Dracoform might be the strongest master in this world. Thus, his name instilled awe and fear. At the same time, an 8th-level true god was also impressive. Alas, this alone wasn't enough for other ancestors to be so respectful before the matron. Her being Dracoform's disciple played a larger role. After the greetings were over, her eyes flashed like lightning and stopped on Wu Bingning. The old woman began making her way over. Bingning courteously tidied up her dress before standing up to greet the matron. All eyes were on this scene since everyone realized why the matron came here. "Little one, you have snuck away again," the matron said. Bingning bowed once before standing up straight. She spoke calmly and clearly, "Ancestor, I'm merely taking a stroll." "Is that so?" The matron narrowed her eyes, resulting in an imposing and dignified appearance. Chapter 23:14, Yes. Bingning replied to the inquisitive matron. "Taking a stroll can be good, but if you are finished, it is time to come back. Everyone is worried about you." The matron didn't care about the validity of the excuse. "I have no intention of returning right now." Bingning maintained her ground. "The martial court needs you." The matron continued, "As the successor, you have tasks to do and disciples to lead. Master and the elders can handle everything, my absence is inessential to the prosperity of the martial court." She shook her head. The matron's eyes became serious after hearing this. Everyone was watching and could sense the change in mood. "I'm not asking, this is an order from the sect, you must return to the court right now." Her eyes turned cold as she emitted her aura. "I'm sorry, ancestor, I won't be returning right now." Bingning remained steadfast. Such impudence. The matron's divinity was frightening. Disobeying a direct order is a great crime, not even a successor is above the law. "I'm aware of the gravity of this crime." Bingning responded seriously. "You should know that a light punishment consists of expulsion, a heavy one is crippling their cultivation. It's not too late to go back with me now." The matron uttered coldly. The crowd was shaken. Disobedience was indeed a serious issue. Once expelled, the person would have nowhere to go in Myriad lineage. As for the worst-case scenario, they would become immortal again. The goddess was the successor with limitless potential and prestigious status. She was also considered by some to be more talented than the 3 young nobles. It's just that she had a late debut versus them. She was a promising imperial candidate, and anyone else in her shoes would be appreciative of their circumstances. Being kicked out of Vermilion was akin to falling down from the clouds to an abyss, no chance to climb back out. Bingning took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for your reminder, ancestor, and for everything the court has done for me, but I still won't be coming back." She couldn't make her stance any clearer. The crowd gasped in response. This was a betrayal of sorts. How could she dare to do such an unfilial and rebellious act? "Traitor! Do you think your wings are tough now?" The matron became furious. "The court has expended countless effort to groom you, yet you dare to be so stubborn? The court won't stand for this. As I have said, I'm appreciative of what the court has done for me. As a disciple of Vermilion, I will repay the court with my life when it needs me. But that is limited to upholding my responsibility to protect the court. However, each disciple of the system is family, not an item to be traded. That's all I have to say." Fool. The ancestors only want what's best for you, so they chose the easiest path. You can't understand their wise intent. I will pick my own path, she said firmly. Have you no shame? I will not allow you to do as you please today and will take you back for re-education. The matron declared. Return from whence you came. A leisure voice suddenly jumped in, don't needlessly cause trouble and humiliate yourself. Everyone looked over at the speaker, Li Qie. The matron's sharp eyes fell on him as well, they flashed with murderous intent. You're that Li Qie? She uttered. That's me. He seemed nonchalant and dismissive of the matron. You're the one egging our disciple to, she scowled. Incorrect. Everyone makes their own choice. I simply appreciate her talents. He interrupted again. Junior, no need to be arrogant, for this is not insane court, but so what even if it was? It's only a fallen Tao system, can't reach the apex. Be smart and scram or it won't end well for you. The harshness of her words had a strong effect on the crowd. Her master was Dracoform martial god, the #1 expert of Myriad. Thus, her words carried immense weight. All systems and ancestors would feel trepidation right now. This is a big deal. One ancestor murmured. Though the Mu clan was frightening indeed, they were still not in Myriad lineage. This was a threat looming in the mind, different from the threat posed by Stormchaser Matron and Dracoform martial god. This threat was right here in Myriad lineage. Dracoform himself could flatten any sect or even an entire system in just a short time. In fact, people would bet on Dracoform over most true emperors. Is that so? Li Qie ignored the threat. Junior, you aren't qualified to pair with our successor. The matron continued, insane court is in ruination, so stop dreaming about marrying the successor of Vermilion martial court like a frog wanting to eat the swan. Scram now or you won't be able to keep your life, and your court will turn to ashes. The crowd took a deep breath. If Dracoform were to join, all of this could happen. After all, he was an invincible eternal. You think too highly of yourself and your system. Just one system alone is no different from a dog to me, can't reach the apex. Li Qie retorted. The blatant provocation to both Vermilion and Dracoform stunned the crowd. These words would never come out from anyone else in Myriad lineage. Some ancestors who have met him before smiled wryly, for they have experienced fiercest before. This madman didn't care about anyone, whether it be the strongest in Myriad or the Mu clan from Imperial. No one knew why he was so confident. The matron was ready to kill. She said with a threatening inflection, I will let you know now that only young Lord Mu is worthy of our successor. We will never spare anyone who tries to break this marriage. This was the first time the martial court had confirmed this marriage alliance despite the previous rumors. It seemed to certain now since it came from the matron. Moreover, this wasn't only for Li Qie to hear, but also for the rest of the crowd, telling all of her fans to drop this idea. Thus, the youths who liked her were shocked and unwilling to see this development. Everyone also understood why she chose to disobey the sect. So it turned out that she didn't want this particular marriage. Alas, a single disciple like her couldn't refuse. It seemed like Dracoform himself had decided, so no one could change it. Chapter 23:15, Bingning became alarmed, realizing that the matron would only make this public with permission from Dracoform martial god. Keep in mind that no one had more authority than Dracoform in all of Vermilion. This supreme existence had the final say. In the past, she could complain to her master and the other ancestors. Out of their love for her, they would hesitate and think about it. But Dracoform's words were an unquestionable decree. Even her master wasn't qualified to question it. Her resistance seemed futile before absolute power. Nevertheless, she still denied, no, I will not marry into the Mu, and definitely not to that young lord. The youths who liked her heaved a sigh of relief. Though this marriage was inevitable, her rejection still made them feel better. It's not up to you. The matron uttered coldly, a marriage is a serious matter, it is not your place to decide. Men, ask your successor to return. After hearing this, her group slowly surrounded Bingning. Please come back or you will have to excuse us. Several old true gods had no choice but to use force. Elder Chen, your group isn't enough. Bingning scowled and raised her spear forward. Her battle intent surged, showing everyone that her title of a martial goddess wasn't all talk. The old men hesitated but still decided to use a formation. This was the only way for them to capture her alive. The crowd was in awe. She had completely gone against her own Tao system, a traitorous act. This was a difficult and painful choice for any cultivator since they would have nowhere to go, especially when the sect was a top one like Vermilion. No one would dare to help or take her unless they risk antagonizing Dracoform. A bunch of old fools. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head after hearing this. The matron slammed her walking stick on the ground, causing the mountains nearby to tremble. She uttered, "You have an exaggerated opinion of your own abilities, your deception warrants death, and I shall be the one to carry out the punishment, ridding myriad of a vermin like you. I'd like to see you try." Li Qiye didn't bother standing up. "Brat, this isn't insane court or longevity, it will be too easy to capture you." The matron continued. Everyone took a deep breath. It seemed that Vermilion has made up its mind about eliminating Li Qiye. Buzz, the old man finally activated their formation. Multiple pillars descended from the sky and sealed the area, stopping Bingning from escaping. "Break!" She roared and thrust upward with her spear with impeccable ferocity, capable of penetrating the sun and moon. The old men summoned a golden bell in order to capture her alive. Bang! Unfortunately, it shattered before her sweeping spear. She leaped in the air and gathered more power in order to break the formation. The old men roared and created a huge palm with the formation to stop her next thrust and prevented her from escaping. In this split second, an invisible and soundless palm strike slammed on her back. She looked as if struck by thunder and vomited a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation was sealed, so she started free-falling towards the ground. "Take her away." The matron's cold voice sounded. Everyone thought that she was about to fight Li Qiye, but she actually chose to ambush Bingning instead. As an 8th level true god, she shouldn't have performed a sneak attack on her own junior. That's why everyone was caught off guard. As the old men drew closer to pick Bingning up, a shadow suddenly flashed and slammed into them, causing them to go flying with broken bones and blood gushing from the mouth. The shadow then caught Bingning with imperceivable speed. This was naturally Li Qiye. He then removed her seal and said, "Stand back, leave this to me." Bingning hesitated for a moment before moving behind him and started recovering. The matron was naturally furious and bellowed, "Little animal, you want to die? That's my line." Li Qiye lazily looked at her, "Scram before I make a toilet out of your skull." Ha ha ha. She laughed from being overwhelmed with rage before telling Bingning, "Girl, it is not too late to give up or your sin will be unforgivable." Bingning looked straight at the matron before choosing to close her eyes to meditate once more. Her attitude made everyone understand her resolute will to rebel against Vermilion. The crowd was astonished, the successor of Vermilion was going against her own sect. "I'll kill this little animal before dealing with an idiot like you." The matron was ready for blood. "I'll make mincemeat out of you." Her eyes exuded terrible rays, as sharp as blades. "Let's go. I don't like bullying old people with one foot in the grave, but since you are courting death, I'll entertain you." Li Qiye retorted. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An 8th level true god was someone with one foot in the grave. The matron felt humiliated as rage filled her head, causing her to tremble. She pinned her walking stick on the ground and began her attack. People were naturally frightened. A being of this level was no joke. Plus, because of her master, she was far stronger than another true god of similar cultivation. Boom! Her energy erupted with halos appearing. They could create a new world and raise the sun and moon. She looked like an almighty god standing in the middle of the halos. The spectators held their breath, ready to watch her first blow. Some wanted to use her in order to have a better idea of Dracoform's power. Chapter 23:16, Splash. A tsunami appeared out of nowhere above the sky. It instantly engulfed everything. Just one bubble alone could destroy a star. This seemed to be the river in the world, impossible for anyone to cross. All would feel insignificant before its immensity. Just a tiny wave would drown people instantly, no, even their world would succumb. Resistance was futile, true gods were no exception, for they would drown instantly. What is that? The crowd rightfully became afraid of the currents. Ra! A beast roar echoed across the realms. The stars trembled from the sound waves and could fall down at any moment. A gigantic figure appeared above the river, causing splashes to go everywhere. It was an elephant, as white as ivory and shrouded with a sacred light. Scintillating runes blessed the beast, making it look like it was made from a heavenly star. Though the river could drown the world and wash away the sun, this elephant was unaffected during the crossing. Each step was firm and loud, seemingly carrying massive weight, more than enough to crush everything in the world. River crossing elephant, one of the 12 variations of the martial ancestor. An elder shouted. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this, albeit with difficulty due to the immense pressure of the absolute weight. They felt numerous mountains pressing down on them, wishing to break their spine in half. Those who were familiar with Vermilion have heard of the 12 variations. This was the strongest merit law of this system, created by the martial ancestor. Rumor has it that this was the top technique of his life. In the distant past, this technique swept through the world. People couldn't handle half of a variation, let alone the whole thing. Later on, Vermilion only had 5 left, losing 7. Few in the system were eligible to learn these 5 techniques, the matron was one of them. This was the first time some ancestors here have seen this technique. It was indeed worthy of its fame, especially when it came from such a powerful being. Boom! The stomp of the elephant resembled the stomp of a peerless master. The ground cracked, seemingly so fragile. Even a true god would instantly turn into meat paste. People looked over at Wuxia and thought that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Unfortunately, you only learned the bare minimum. Wuxia smiled, his eyes became resplendent, more than enough to illuminate the endless space. Supreme. He uttered a mantra. Everyone suddenly heard a thump, a Tao heart seemed to have fluttered. This tiny movement was more than enough. Just one thump rendered everything into non-existence. An entirely new world appeared, or just an emulation of one. A heaven and earth appeared, then living creatures. A supreme figure walked out from the depth of this world. Peerlessly mighty, each of his gestures carried a martial intent. Just one simple step encompassed the essences of martial arts. Every fiber of his being breathed fighting. Martial ancestor. The matron cried out. The crowd was astounded. How could this amazing existence appear in this place? What, it's really him, another ancestor lost his cool and bellowed. Though he has never seen the real person, this being looked exactly the same as the pictures and portraits back in Vermilion. The matron had seen these artworks before, so she became horrified. Boom! This figure took action, sweeping away the world with one palm and creating a tsunami in the process. This force could destroy 3,000 worlds. Windchaser Matron's river was massive enough, but it looked like a tiny stream versus this one. Boom! An even bigger elephant showed up and stomped down, annihilating the Celestials. One was a mature elephant while the former was a mere baby, too weak to handle a single blow. The same move, the crowd didn't know what was going on. Martial Ancestor showed up and unleashed the same technique, just superior in every way and 1,000 times stronger and more complex. The matron herself had no clue whether this was real or not. Is it just an illusion? One ancestor murmured because Martial Ancestor has been gone for a long time. Wu Bingning thought she was seeing things as well. How could this be happening? The elephant of Martial Ancestor crushed the matron's river into nothingness. Her elephant cried out pitifully and became meat paste. It's real. The result showed everyone that this was real indeed. The elephant then turned its focus at the matron and stomped down. The matron couldn't handle such a massive force. Please show mercy. Bingning cried out in horror. Though she didn't like Windchaser Matron, the old woman was still a member of Vermilion. Bam! The matron was stomped on and started vomiting blood. She couldn't move at all. Buzz! Martial Ancestor and the technique disappeared, replaced by Li Chia. The aura around him was also gone. Not one in the crowd could comprehend this development. If it wasn't for the matron being suppressed on the ground, people who would have thought that this was all an illusory trick from Li Chia. That wasn't the case, so what the hell happened? It didn't look like a merit law or a technique. It was mysterious and bizarre. Chapter 23:17, Supreme was the name of the merit law earlier, but to be more exact, it was one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. After Li Chia created a new cultivation system and opened a new page, the thought scripture became something new. This merit law could utilize aspects from the user or the enemies. In the blink of an eye, he used what is considered supreme in the matron's mind, which was Martial Ancestor. Because of this particular thought in her mind, Martial Ancestor came into being and performed River Crossing Elephant. It utilized the ancestor's prime state, resulting in a superior version. If it wasn't for Bingning, just this one thought alone could have crushed the matron earlier. Of course, he could also create what his mind considers to be supreme. However, the result would be horrifying beyond words. This matter was not worthy of him doing so. A prerequisite was having a tough Tao heart. For example, if Li Chia's heart couldn't handle the creation of Martial Ancestor, he would be the victim to this summon instead. Naturally, this was impossible. His Tao heart was tougher than anything else. Emulating a progenitor was insignificant as a burden. Supreme was now the name of the heavenly scripture previously known as thought. He used it to defeat the matron without lifting a single finger. People knew that this was no illusion, but it couldn't be considered a merit law either. What merit law in this world could summon Martial Ancestor and his techniques? The crowd was justifiably shaken. Some dropped to the ground, others soiled their pants. This supreme power was beyond them until death. It has to be magic, an ancestor thought. To add on to the confusion, Li Chia was not a disciple of Vermilion. If he was actually someone who trained in this system's merit laws, then after reaching a certain level, perhaps he could summon an intent or will of the ancestor. This wasn't the case in reality. They didn't know that the scene earlier actually stemmed from the matron's mind. Wu Bingning heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the matron was still alive. Nevertheless, this old woman's mind was in disarray. She and her group thought that an outsider had just summoned an intent of their progenitor. The big question was, how? Li Chia casually uprooted a tree and broke its branches. He looked at the matron and said, "If I see you one more time, no one will be able to beseech for your life. I'll decapitate you then." Having said that, he swung the tree and blew the matron flying towards the horizon like a shooting star. "Don't dawdle around, go find her or some beasts will have a nice meal." He smirked at the remaining experts from Vermilion. They woke up from their stupor and immediately ran towards the same direction as the matron. They were scared out of their mind, thinking about her becoming the victim of some beasts. How could they go back and answer to their sect in that case? Bingning had conflicted feelings. From now on, she had cut all ties with her system. Like the matron had said, this was a traitorous act. Despite her determination, it was still her home. Leaving all of a sudden resulted in a void in her heart. You have trained in our merit laws? She thought about something else and asked Wuxia. She shared the same sentiment as the other ancestors, that he summoned the progenitor from the knowledge of their merit laws. She believed this even more than the other due to his previous claim of knowing the 12 variations. The summoning wasn't an impossibility if he actually knew all 12. You're overthinking it. He smiled. She started contemplating. Wuxia didn't need to lie, but then how did he summon their progenitor? Where did he get the 12 variations? The answers continued to elude her. Meanwhile, those who knew about his past exploits were greatly affected. He's a monster, the leader of Insane Court and first disciple of Longevity Valley. How he can summon something from Vermilion too, don't tell me he knows all merit laws in this world. An elder speculated. One person knowing the merit laws of 3 systems was too much to take. Few in this world could actually do so. I heard something fun was going on here. Is it over? A smile as bright as the sun appeared. The speaker had a straightforward and friendly tone. Who else could it be but Conqueror Young Noble? Sigh, looks like I'm late. He said with regrets. Don't worry, it'll get fun. A cold voice sounded from the top of a peak. Sword Sovereign. People recognized him right away. Not long ago, these two had a big fight and Sword Sovereign ran away. Thus, his appearance here was unexpected. It'll be fun for sure. People whispered after seeing these two together. You want a rematch? Conqueror smiled, not surprised. Brother Conqueror, no need to be so hasty for a fight. Another powerful voice came about from a different peak. It was a youth with hair fluttering to the wind, handsome and gallant with a majestic aura. The most notable thing was his 8 hands. They were bright, seemingly cast from gold. Coiling Dragon Young Noble. A spectator shouted right away. 2 of the 3 young nobles are here. A high elder was caught off guard. All eyes were on these youths, waiting for the inevitable fun show. Coiling Dragon was rumored to be a pseudo-true emperor. He was also the successor of Coiling Dragon system. This was a great genius from the 8-armed tribe. His arms have been trained enough to have this golden glow, quite mighty in combat. You want to fight too? Conqueror's attitude didn't change, still as jolly as ever. Both of them came from Coiling Dragon. Some said that Miracle was no match for these two in terms of cultivation and battle potential. It was his alchemy that earned him a spot as one of the 3 young nobles, just barely. Due to the animosity between the 8-armed dynasty and Conqueror Young Noble, a fight should be inevitable. Chapter 23:18, Coiling Dragon's eyes flashed like a heavenly lamp. He said, Brother Conqueror, you have killed thousands of disciples on top of the Emperor of 5 Saints. This had ruined the orders of the system. You need to give a reasonable answer. No need for this unctuous act. Conqueror shook his head, if you want to fight me, just do it. Be a man instead of looking for excuses and justification. It's very simple to say that you want to kill me, but if you don't even have the courage to do so, you won't be able to accomplish anything. Conqueror directly broke the false pretense without any hesitation. The crowd certainly knew about this matter. 8-armed dynasty and Coiling Dragon Young Noble would only have peace of mind after eliminating Conqueror. As long as he was around, he would always be a ticking calamity. The problem was the main branch of the progenitor. His descendant could appear and retake the authority of the system. After all, Prey Moon didn't have strong claims to the system. Once Conqueror could prove his legitimacy, it would be a great blow to their sovereignty. Under this assumption, Conqueror should be the next leader of Coiling Dragon system, not Coiling Dragon Young Noble. If such a day were to come, Conqueror would garner many followers. Thus, before he could become a true emperor, they would come up with ways to eliminate him. Otherwise, his ascension would also shut the door on their dynasty. In fact, they have tried repeatedly to end him, albeit not out in the open. Ambushes were done in secrecy, but this only resulted in failure and death. Because of this, the dynasty became increasingly nervous. Some members thought that he could use the power of their system, or that he had some great masters protecting him. The latter would be preferable because in the former case, it would mean that he could actually be a true descendant of the progenitor. Speak as you please, but I'm the successor of Coiling Dragon with responsibilities to uphold order. It is undeniable that you have slain many disciples of our system, and you must answer to the great powers. That's what I am here for. Coiling Dragon slowly said. His stance erred on the side of justice and logic, since Conqueror did indeed slain his fellow cultivators. Feel free to try, but you alone won't do. Even your 7 murder has been put down by me. You think you are stronger than him? How far away are you from becoming a true emperor? Conqueror didn't lose his smile. 7 murder true god. The astonished crowd knew this name. A while back, news regarding the untimely death of General 7 murder from 8-armed dynasty became public. Everyone found it surprising that such a being would die from an illness. But now, they finally found out that Conqueror was the culprit. During the previous conquests, this general was already a 2nd-level true god, an ascender. Some believed that he could even be at the 3rd level. Did this mean that Conqueror was a true emperor? People found this impossible because the commotion of an ascension would be great, impossible to keep under wraps. But if he was only a pseudo-true emperor, killing a 3rd-level true god would be prohibitively difficult. Brother Conqueror, you're forgetting that this place is not our system. You have no advantages to speak of here. Coiling Dragon spoke with grace. He tried to pry into Conqueror's power with this statement. Everyone else was also eager to find out whether Conqueror could use the system's power or not. Though impressive if he could, it would be unwise to fight here since this wasn't Coiling Dragon's system. I can still take you down all the same. Conqueror replied without any hesitation. Coiling Dragon's eyes became serious with cold, murderous intent. Though they were in the same classification, his status far exceeded Conqueror, so he wouldn't stand for such blatant disdain. Nevertheless, the crowd focused on the revelation. Conqueror had just admitted that he could use the system's power. This was a big deal. Looks like you're quite confident, Brother Conqueror. Coiling Dragon's inflection turned aggressive. Conqueror shook his head. It's not that I'm confident, but rather your Premoon sect is weak from birth. Your merit laws consist of the inessential branches from Coiling Dragon, possessing no real grasp on the orthodox Grand Tao and the true secrets of the progenitor. If it wasn't for the excellent Coiling Dragon true emperor, your sect wouldn't have been able to take over the Tao source. Coiling Dragon's expression soured as he struggled to breathe, feeling as if someone had punched him right in the heart. The comment pointed out the flaws of the current dynasty. More and more felt that Conqueror was indeed a descendant of the progenitor, or he wouldn't speak with such certainty. After taking over Coiling Dragon system, 8-armed dynasty found many merit laws and added to their collection over the long years. Plus, they have produced many true emperors. Their merit laws weren't weaker than the other great powers. Alas, one must admit that they had very few arts from the actual progenitor. Perhaps only his descendants could truly have the complete versions. However, these descendants disappeared along with the arts. The dynasty had tried to find them for generations now. I want to see how many merit laws of the progenitor you have learned. Coiling Dragon challenged. Conqueror remained dismissive of his foe. I don't think you're my match, so you won't be able to figure out anything. If some of your ancestors are here, come together, then maybe there's a chance. Humph. Coiling Dragon became dissatisfied. What if I join too? Sword Sovereign finally spoke, our feud is not over. Let's settle it today. Coiling Dragon looked over at him and didn't refuse. The crowd believed that if these two were to team up, Conqueror would be at a great disadvantage. However, he laughed and accepted right away, "Sure, come together. I also want to see how much you have learned from Sword Grave." Some took a deep breath after hearing this. Conqueror was fierce indeed, wanting to go 1 versus 2. "You speak as if you have learned everything from your system's progenitor." Sword Sovereign shared the same dissatisfaction as Coiling Dragon. Coincidentally enough, Sword Sovereign's branch was also not the direct one in Sword Grave despite being in charge right now. Chapter 23:19, Of course not, just scratching the surface, but that's more than enough to take on the two of you alone. Conqueror smiled. The other two naturally didn't take this in stride. They were famous on the same level, and the strongest among them has yet to be known. But now, Conqueror wanted to fight alone on top of boasting like this. How could they take this sitting down? A few spectators were shocked too. They thought that these three were evenly matched, but this didn't seem to be the case today. Was Conqueror really much stronger? "I hope you have an ancestral treasure with you, or this place will be your grave." Sword Sovereign's eyes became as sharp as a divine sword, representing his fury. Clank! He unsheathed his sword and illuminated the entire area, pouring all of his energy into it. A majestic figure appeared behind him with rays of imperial power oozing out. A pseudo-emperor. Everyone could sense this aura. At this moment, the sovereign didn't hold back at all and revealed his true strength. "I will overestimate myself and see what you can do then, brother Conqueror." Coiling Dragon Young Noble coldly said. With that, he raised his 8 arms as they became dazzling, seemingly capable of shouldering a falling sky. Most importantly, each hand was performing a different seal before holding a weapon. These 8 weapons were mighty, pagoda, spear, halberd, divine bell. They belonged to the imperial and eternal classification. The hands themselves poured out endless strength, resembling 8 gigantic dragons with a terrifying presence. What about Conqueror? Everyone looked over at Conqueror, wondering which race he was from. They speculated that he could be from the 8-armed tribe as well because their progenitor was also one. If he was a true descendant, he should be from this race. He still only had 2 arms at this moment, but this didn't mean that he wasn't from this race. This particular physical characteristic wasn't an absolute requirement. This tribe had numerous cultivation methods. They could have 8 arms at birth, but through training, 1,000 or 10,000 arms would be possible, as well as just 2. "Let's go, we'll see who will be the last man standing." Conqueror also unsheathed his sword. In the past, he only used his bamboo sword but no more. This showed how serious he was against these two. A golden glow shimmered on the blade with a hint of rippling waves under the sunlight. It looked like a soaring dragon. Roaming dragon. Coiling Dragon blurted out in astonishment after seeing this sword. "It really is Roaming Dragon." A few ancestors took a careful look and confirmed it. "That's a divine sword from Coiling Dragon." Another spectator revealed. This wasn't an ancestral treasure but it enjoyed plentiful fame. Later on, it disappeared along with the descendants of the progenitor. This seemed to be proof of Conqueror's identity. People didn't find this particularly surprising due to the rumors. Coiling Dragon Young Noble was affected the most, for this was the last thing he wanted to see. His dynasty felt the same way. The consequence of this wouldn't be pretty. "Let's go all out." Conqueror roared. "R.A." A large dragon coiled around the youth, seemingly capable of tearing out the sky vault. Coiling Dragon Blessing. Coiling Dragon Young Noble's expression became unsightly. This was a top technique of the progenitor, they didn't have this one either. "He's the real thing." Someone murmured. Conqueror's identity seemed to have been confirmed. Buzz. Suddenly, the back of his neck exuded a Buddhist radiance and endless chanting. Impossible. Numerous elders and ancestors couldn't believe their eyes. Even his two foes were caught by surprise and had a strange expression. Heavenly Buddha tribe. Just when people thought they have figured it out, Conqueror revealed his race. Heavenly Buddha was also another big tribe in Myriad. Their members were born with a Buddhist light behind their head, showing that Conqueror was not an 8-armed member. He couldn't be the descendant of Coiling Dragon progenitor. Didn't expect this, did you? Conqueror smiled deviously, seemingly quite pleased with the reactions. The crowd realized that Conqueror had just taken them for a ride since the beginning. Who cares if he's a descendant or not, kill him. Sword Sovereign unleashed a technique filled with sword intent. 8 Planes Sword God. In the blink of an eye, he split into 8 identical copies and slashed at the same time. Each slash could rend the world. A technique from Sword Saint. A keen-eyed ancestor recognized the move. Ling Shima stared intensely at this move, a supreme art from her progenitor. She hasn't trained it yet. Die. Coiling Dragon attacked with his 8 treasures, causing loud detonations as they flew towards Conqueror. Break. Conqueror ordered. The Coiling Dragon became his line of defense versus the other young noble. At the same time, his sword soared to the sky, full of spirituality. It dragged the spatial fabrics near it upward along with the 8 sword sovereigns. Dragon roams the sky. It successfully pulled and nullified the 8 slashes. Wind of the depth. Coiling Dragon young noble tried again with a roar. His 8 hands formed the same seal. The 8 treasures combined into an explosive palm, heading straight for Conqueror. Sword Sovereign raised his sword and created a rain of divine blades. Their only target was Conqueror. Conqueror retaliated by swinging his roaming dragon in a circular pattern. Curtains of swords appeared to stop the incoming attacks. Rumble. Though this particular stance was incredible, these barriers were collapsing one by one under the relentless onslaught. Sparks were beautiful just like fireworks in the night sky. Despite his prowess, Conqueror was at a disadvantage against the 2 powerful foes. Nevertheless, he managed to hold on without losing just yet. Chapter 23:20, Boom. Conqueror, Coiling Dragon, and Sword Sovereign punished the sky. Their attacks destroyed the stars and made the earth tremble. Conqueror was being repeatedly pushed back by the combined effort of Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. There was no doubt that he was at a disadvantage despite holding on. Brother Conqueror, you won't be able to survive today without an ancestral treasure. Coiling Dragon paced forward while using all 8 treasures. It's fine. Conqueror was still all smiles and casually responded in the face of danger, truly an admirable showing from him. I'm taking you down. Sword Sovereign let his sword intent and Tao roam free, showing zero mercy with one fatal slash after another. On the other hand, Coiling Dragon didn't wish to kill Conqueror just yet because he wanted to see the guy potentially taking out an ancestral treasure. He had allies here, and if such a thing were to happen, they would pay any price to seize it out of necessity. Possessing such a weapon would bolster their foundation and claim to the system. Rumble. The fight maintained the same course with Conqueror on the back foot, injured. Nevertheless, he didn't take out a stronger weapon. Everyone could tell that in a one-on-one fight, Conqueror would definitely win against either of these two. Even if he isn't a descendant, he should be closely related to Coiling Dragon progenitor in some other ways. He had inherited some skills. This is enough to affect the 8-armed dynasty. An ancestor murmured after seeing Conqueror using multiple arts from that system's progenitor. In fact, Coiling Dragon was both furious and jealous since his dynasty didn't have any of them. Once Conqueror's wings grew strong enough, it would be a great blow to the dynasty. Boom! A combination attack finally blew Conqueror flying while vomiting blood. Right when Conqueror lost his guard, a saber's cold glint flashed. This saber intent appeared with the shade and flow of Mercury. This culminated in a blade appearing next to Conqueror's neck. This ambush came too quickly, wanting to put an end to Conqueror. Inches before death, Conqueror's body became ethereal and extended almost like a shadow, just like a dragon breaking the shackles of space. World-leaping dragon. Coiling dragon shouted after seeing this movement technique. Splush. Despite the ability to leap through time, Conqueror didn't fully evade the slash. It cut his chest and left behind a wound deep enough to see the bones. Blood stained the front of his robe. Everyone gasped after seeing the deadly ambush. They looked over and saw a youth materializing in the air. He wore a long robe, quite tall in stature yet curved like a peeling knife. He looked cold and tough while emitting a dark saber energy, the appearance of a messenger from the underworld. Saber Devil Crown Prince. Someone bellowed. Upon hearing this title, another commented, "He's here too?" All three young nobles and the sword-saber duo are present today then. Of course, this was not counting the late miracle. Sunny Chen. Those who have fought against him before staggered backward with fear. The Crown Prince of Heaven's Start system, Sunny Chen, was famous alongside Sword Sovereign. He was different from his peers. Despite being from an official system, his conducts were more questionable in nature. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign always put up a good act regardless of what they have done in secrecy. This wasn't the case for Saber Devil. He was morally ambiguous on top of being an assassin. The other two have done so as well, but they would never let their identity be exposed during the act. Meanwhile, Saber Devil had just publicly tried to ambush Conqueror. Thus, one couldn't really treat him as a system successor. His style and ambushes instilled fear, hence his title. And here I thought it was someone else. Conqueror laughed at Saber Devil instead of looking at his wound. Don't blame me for this, someone else paid for your dog life. The Crown Prince's voice was both chilling and nefarious. The price must have been something. I guess I should be happy that my life is worth so much. Conqueror nonchalantly said. The truth was that many didn't understand this Crown Prince at all. Heavenstart was already very powerful with a progenitor who eventually ascended to the imperial level. In Myriad, they were a first-rate system, albeit not on the same level as Vermilion. Someone with such a prestigious upbringing shouldn't lack money. Alas, he became a saber for hire, confusing everyone else in the process. Coiling Dragon's group had an implicit understanding. He and Sword Sovereign attacked from the left and right, creating a massive flame wave. Earthrending Dragon. Conqueror crazily shouted and turned into a massive dragon. It tore apart the flame wave, suffering damages in the process. Right at this second, another undetectable slash came from Saber Devil. Though Conqueror was using his elusive movement technique, his back still got cut with blood gushing out. There was no doubt that Saber Devil's techniques were more vicious and terrifying compared to the other two. Again. Conqueror fearlessly rushed forward once more. Boom! He collided with Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign, but Saber Devil continued to loom in the background. Each ambush was a vicious and fatal slash. That Crown Prince is too cruel. A big shot from the last generation shook his head and said. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't as strong as his current allies. However, these other two didn't have the real legacies from their system and had few merit laws from the progenitors. This wasn't the case for him. He possessed the legacy of Heavenstart Saber Ancestor. Each slash contained this progenitor's Tao, boosting their effectiveness. His merit laws were superior to the other two. Conqueror could handle the other two for a while, but once the Crown Prince joined the mix, more and more injuries added up. I don't think Conqueror can last for much longer. Everyone felt that his defeat was inevitable. Chapter 23-21, It didn't take long before he was full of wounds and bloodstains ruining his robe. The majority were cut marks. There was no chance for him to win now once the Crown Prince joined in. It was too difficult to predict and react to the ambushing attacks, so he was left with dozens of gashes. Whoosh! Another successful ambush resulted in a deep wound on Conqueror's legs. This slash nearly severed them. Nevertheless, Conqueror became fiercer like a desperate dog. Explosions detonated. It didn't take long before another severe injury, one slash nearly decapitated him, leaving a cut on his neck. Clank! Next, Conqueror stopped Sword Sovereign's thrust, but the Crown Prince successfully pierced through him. Boom! Coiling Dragon took advantage of this and made him go flying with battered flesh. Conqueror took a long time before getting up. His wounds made it hard for him to stand, requiring using his roaming dragon as a prop. The speechless crowd glanced at each other, realizing that he alone couldn't handle the other three and would die here. Alas, no one was willing to save him. Some knew him, but they were strictly acquaintances. Plus, even his friends couldn't save him from these three. No one else in the young generation was their match. Furthermore, they represented three systems. Assisting now meant antagonizing these systems. Not even good friends would try to do something so foolish. He just lacks a strong backing. An old master gently sighed. If Conqueror had the same background as the other three, his ancestors would have helped him right now. The fate of a lone wolf was unfortunate. Looks like Saber Devil Crown Prince is worthy of his reputation. The bright smile didn't disappear from Conqueror's face. I also admire your courage, it's a shame that the price was too high. The Crown Prince uttered coldly. It's fine, this isn't decided just yet. Conqueror, bloodied yet still leisure, struggling to stand yet still smiling in such a charismatic and charming manner. What's unfortunate is that you don't have all the merit laws and an ancestral treasure. Coiling Dragon shook his head. Your plan is too obvious. I won't let you have what you want. Conqueror laughed and shook his head. Then I will send you off. Coiling Dragon's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Don't worry, just one blade from me. It won't be painful. The Crown Prince added. The trio circled around their prey with an ultimate move ready in order to kill him. I suppose having so many wanting to kill me is an honor of sorts. Conqueror said. Clank. The Crown Prince unsheathed and pointed his saber at Conqueror, no longer attacking from the shadows. The atmosphere became tense since it could be Conqueror's last moments. The party's over. Suddenly, a lazy voice broke the solemn air. Everyone looked over and saw Li Qie lying on a different peak. Ling Shima had found a reclining chair since who knows when. He seemed to be sunbathing in that spot and didn't even bother looking at the group while speaking, still half asleep. The trio froze for a bit before staring back at him. In the past, they wouldn't give a damn, but remember, he had just suppressed Windchaser Matron, an 8th level true god. His words carried a lot of weight now. Even if they went all out, they wouldn't compare to her. This was an existence that could challenge a low-level true emperor, and they weren't at this level just yet. Brotherly, this is our personal feud. I hope you won't interfere. Coiling Dragon said with a serious glare. Sword Sovereign couldn't say anything either. His target, Shima, was standing right there. She possessed the keys in finding the sword tomb, but he pretended to not see her. After all, he wouldn't dare to mess with Li Qie before being absolutely confident in victory. So what? If I tell you to leave, do it. Li Qie replied. The crowd smiled wryly at this domineering attitude. He seemed to be treating the trio as insignificant beings, not something many could do. Of course, this guy challenged the #1 expert of Myriad. These three young nobles and sword-saber duo weren't enough to deter him. Brotherly, aren't you being too unreasonable? Coiling Dragon became annoyed. Killing Conqueror now would let them rest easy. Indeed, that's my style. Li Qie answered plainly. The Crown Prince furiously responded, You think you can handle antagonizing our 3 systems? Just 3 systems. Li Qie slowly turned his gaze towards the Crown Prince, intimidation is useless since I wouldn't bat an eye going against all of Myriad. The speechless crowd didn't find this too surprising since he had done so back in Insane Court as well. The alliance virtually represented all of Myriad. "Brotherly, your interference in our business is truly," Coiling Dragon blurted out. In this blink of an eye, the glint of a sword flashed, then came a clunking noise. Li Qiye casually unsheathed the iron sword on Shima's back, but with such speed that no one could see how he did it or what happened next. In fact, the true order was actually a clank before the flash of the blade. His speed broke the order of time itself. Upon seeing the flash, the trio became tense and wanted to retaliate. It was already too late. They felt pain on their shoulder. Blood oozed out of their wound and stained their robe red. Li Qiye had cut them and returned the sword back to the sheath before they could even think about retaliating. He sat there, looking slothful as ever. The trio was scared out of their mind and instinctively took several steps back, a useless action. Once the outcome became clear, the spectators gasped in response while feeling tingling on their head. Even the trio didn't have a chance to defend themselves before Li Qiye. It had nothing to do with his cultivation and power, his speed was simply insurmountable. Chapter 23-22, The Unbeatable / had nothing to do with cultivation and Dao profundity, and especially not reliant on the quality of the treasure, or the sword in this case. Speed was the main and only focus. Exceeding speed itself allowed him to break the shackles. Techniques and merit laws became useless, just one swing alone could take care of the enemies. This paragon / gave everyone goosebumps since it had nearly surpassed all boundaries. In a direct confrontation, even an ascender wouldn't think they could stop it. All are meaningless before understanding the creations, fortunes, and profundities of the Grand Tao. Li Qiye said plainly. The trio all had an austere expression. Even the crown prince who had cultivated his progenitor's arts became serious with a touch of confusion. They lost all confidence after seeing that slash. There was no sure way of stopping it, and failure also meant death. "Leave, I won't repeat this again, the next slash will kill," Li Qiye casually stated. All eyes turned towards the trio of top geniuses in Myriad. They were qualified to become true emperors, but a choice must be made right now. Either to give up or to die. They glanced at each other, unwilling to spare Conqueror just like that. After all, he was a fish on the platter now. A chance like this might not present itself again in the future. Worst of all, they were famous experts. Calling themselves unbeatable might be too much, but they were still the top existences of the young generation. If they were to concede to Li Qiye's threat just now before everyone, their reputation would go down the drain, something quite hard to swallow. After all, it was humiliating for successors and even leaders of a system to be treated like this. Eventually, Sword Sovereign coldly said, "There is always tomorrow." He had the urge to back off since he wasn't sure of receiving an attack from Li Qiye without suffering damage. He didn't wish to die in this place before enjoying his life as the leader of Sword Grave. There would be other chances at taking Conqueror down as long as they were alive. "Brother Conqueror, consider yourself lucky today. It won't happen again in the future." Coiling Dragon also begrudgingly backed off. The Crown Prince glared at Li Qiye before leaping forward and disappearing into the horizon. Sword Sovereign returned his sword to its scabbard and scowled at Conqueror. He didn't wish to linger around and returned back to his peak. Uttering some strong rhetoric was useless at this moment. It couldn't reverse the tide, so keeping quiet was the better course of action. This meant that Conqueror was saved. Most didn't find this surprising because Li Qiye's slash was horrifically strong. This person was unfathomable. Opposing him right now was quite unwise. Nevertheless, a few still found this strange because these geniuses have been unstoppable. Older true gods still needed to be polite towards them, not to mention their powerful backings. Strong and domineering enough to be matchless among the young. An old expert was lost in admiration. Not necessarily, young Lord Mu is still around. A good friend of the trio snorted and countered. That's true. Another expert shuddered after hearing this name. I've heard about his numerous abilities and matchless talents. I'm sure he has some heaven-defying items too since he comes from above. One ancestor commented with a contemplative stare. A copious number of people feared him. Powerful systems also felt the same way. Conqueror could finally breathe easy, so his wounds recovered quite a bit. He bowed towards Li Qie and said, "Thank you for your assistance during perilous moments. I owe you my life and will pay you back in the future, brother Li." Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively as if it was no big deal. Conqueror stood up and soared to the horizon. The situation here was unfavorable, so he needed to leave. The atmosphere calmed down after his departure. Though Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign were still around, they played nice on their respective peak and didn't say anything. Though they had ancestors around, this wasn't the time for them to show off their real strength. The main goal was still Coin Beast City, so saving their strength was crucial. All eyes turned towards the distant ocean. People finally remembered why they were here. Faster, faster, the beast should be coming out any time now. An experienced ancestor claimed. He took out a bunch of coins at the true god level and scattered them in front. Ancestor, why are we doing that? A junior was perplexed. Don't forget we're in Moneyfall. It's impossible to enter Coin Beast City without money. The ancestor smiled. Take out coins and split up for a better chance. Third elder, you lead one group, same with you sixth elder. Remember, after entering the city, all disciples must obey the elder's command. The ancestor warned his fellow disciples. The elders also took out true coins and piled them up in front. In just a short time, experts prepared and made a pile of coins, some offered more, others fewer. Of course, others preferred to just watch from a high vantage point. Master, what are we doing? One disciple asked his teacher. The only way to enter is to ride the beast, or so I've heard. Brute strength is impossible. The master said, an ancestor told me that we just need to present our coins. The beasts will pick the coins, the stronger ones will require more. How are they different? The disciple asked for elaboration. I'm not sure, but that ancestor told me that the powerful beasts can take you deeper into the city, so better chance at good eggs and Dao bones. Of course, it'll be safer too, so consider this as a protection payment. More and more people dropped coins down on the ground, waiting for the beasts to come. A few ancestors went all out. Their pile of true coins was blinding, making everyone else envious and jealous. Of course, the ones who could afford to do so were no slouches. They were either true gods or came from powerful systems. No one dared to try and rob them. Chapter 23:23, Coiling Dragon. Young Noble and Sword Sovereign also spent their coins in an extravagant manner. The pile of imperial coins certainly represented a monstrous sum. What a showing! People took a deep breath after seeing this. They surpassed many ancestors with this enviable move. But this didn't come as a surprise after a moment of reflection. Coiling Dragon was a successor while Sword Sovereign was directly in charge. They had the power of a pseudo-true emperor, the pillars of their systems. Coiling Dragon's system is truly wealthy. A few people voiced their admiration. Though the two put on an aloof expression, they were enjoying these comments. Such vanity was comforting since it represented their prestigious status and wealth. The shock and awe only added to it. Coiling Dragon was still young and competitive. After showing off his imperial coins, he looked at Li Qie with contempt. They still didn't get over the humiliating defeat earlier, so now, he felt superior on the wealth front, enough to sneer at Li Qie. Others noticed his expression and turned to look at Li Qie. It was clearly a challenge, letting the guy know that he was rich and influential. People naturally became interested. They wondered to see how much Li Qiye can handle. This venting quarrel will be quite a show, we'll see who can pile up the most coins. One expert murmured. Everyone knew that the two weren't a match for Li Qiye in terms of power. Perhaps competing in wealth could yield a different result. Thus, the atmosphere became intense again. Sword Sovereign also noticed this. He didn't have that many imperial coins on the ground, so he decided to add more. Coiling Dragon didn't back off either and did the same. It didn't take long before a wall of coins was formed in front of them. This naturally impressed the crowd, no different from throwing gold away. It's nice being rich. A few systems can't even produce that amount. Another commented. Both Sword Sovereign and Coiling Dragon stared at Li Qiye in unison. They had no competitive drive in the beginning, but the change in atmosphere turned this event into something beyond gaining entry to the city. They wanted to get some face back after losing to Li Qiye earlier by suppressing him with money, letting him know that he couldn't compare to them in other aspects. Li Qiye seemed immune from the stares. His eyes were closed, seemingly asleep on his chair. Shima didn't dare to say anything, this amount was already sky-high to her. Meanwhile, Binjing only chuckled and remained quiet. The two didn't shout at Li Qiye but only snorted in an arrogant manner, clearly displaying their thoughts. Humph, pretending to be asleep because he has no money. A few youths who were fans of the duo didn't like Li Qiye. Just be real, no need for this. Another sneered. You're both wrong, he's the ant feeder guy who spent a lot of coins for those ants. An older cultivator reminded them. Those are only low-level coins, can't reach the apex. Coiling Dragon, Young Noble and Sword Sovereign are using imperial coins right now, one is worth 1 million of his. Plus, it's not like he can compete with the soaring Coiling Dragon system. Another supporter laughed. In fact, people were eager to see what Li Qiye would do. A concede from the start would be quite boring. Will he go big? The crowd eagerly awaited. Judging by his ant-feeding antics and bewildering palace, he shouldn't lack money, but I don't know if he can take out imperial coins. An old man analyzed, after all, imperial coins are too precious. He might be the leader of Insane Court, but that system has been in a long decline. They haven't produced a true emperor in a long time, maybe they have spent all of their imperial coins, as for him being the first disciple of longevity. That's hard to say too, his roles seem to be in name only, more of an advisor. The valley can't give him that many imperial coins. Of course, the other two's imperial coins aren't the best type, but nevertheless, few in Myriad can take out that much. Even if he can take out some coins, I think both the quality and quantity will be limited. This analysis was both logical and well-informed. You're right, that's why he's pretending to be dead right now. A contemptuous response sounded. Everyone felt that Li Qiye wasn't as rich as Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. They could still sympathize because of the difference in background. At this moment, Li Qiye finally opened his eyes, still looking quite drowsy. He looked at the sky and said, "Not much time is left, the beasts are coming on shore." He then took out a little spatial pouch and tossed it at Shima. "Little girl, I have some pocket money here, scatter them on the ground as payment for the beasts." Everyone stared at Shima and the pouch in her hand. This was the first time experiencing something like this for her, so her hands were trembling while holding the pouch. She opened it and took out everything, amounting to about a dozen coin in her palm. That's it. Even if they're at the imperial level, that can't compare with the young noble and sovereign. Someone said with disdain while watching from far away. Indeed, lacking quite, wait a minute. A sect elder felt the same way, but something told him otherwise. That's not imperial coins. Those are progenitorial coins. Say what? Everyone became startled upon hearing this. They stretched their neck forward to get a better look. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, each coin in Shima's palm was filled with true energy and an aura capable of crushing the firmaments. Chapter 23-24, The progenitorial coins astounded everyone. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the ancestors from the great powers never got the chance to see them. The lucky ones only got to look, never actually touching one. Though Ling Shima was only holding 10 or so coins, this was more than enough. Unless one could take out the highest grade of imperial coins, a pile was still worth less. Her hand was shaking. This was her first time seeing and holding them. She could sense the power emanating from them, as if each coin was a separate world with boundless power, more than enough to crush the heavens and suppress the gods. They have been refined by progenitors and wrapped by true energy. Otherwise, someone as weak as her wouldn't be able to hold one. The girl carefully laid down each one on top of a large rock, not daring to show any slight as if that would mean being disrespectful to the progenitors. No one would make fun of her slow actions because they would definitely do the same, afraid of breaking them. These several coins were enough to grant a lifetime of benefits and wealth. Who wouldn't be careful around these peerless pieces? Even Wu Bingning, who was mentally prepared, was shaken. She thought that Li Qiye would take out a large number of imperial coins, perhaps even those from 12 palace emperors. The extravagant nature of this act surpassed her expectations. People held their breath, palpitating while watching the scintillating coins gestating 1,000 stars within. The ancestors salivated with greed. Myriad had 10,000s of system, but few actually had progenitorial coins. The ones that did would treat them as precious ancestors. The low-ranked ancestors never had access to them. After all, these systems have been passed down for so long. Even if their progenitors have left some coins behind, most would have been expended already. Moreover, time kept on changing, same with the ruling parties. The descendants of the progenitors might no longer be the ones in charge of their systems. Thus, the chance of these systems possessing the coins was even less. In the case of Coiling Dragon System and Sword Grave, they weren't the descendants of their system's progenitor. Taking out imperial coins for transactions was one thing, but using progenitorial coins was a different story. Their treasuries might have some, but they weren't qualified to use them and could only dream about it. Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign turned black. They were bragging about their imperial coins earlier to the point of provocation. Meanwhile, Ling Shima took her time displaying each one in an orderly manner, but it wasn't to show off. She was simply showing respect. Alas, in the duo's eyes, it looked like she was bragging and slapping them on the face. Li Qiye just needed to throw some coins down and immediately took them down a notch in a ruthless manner. Each coin laid down by her was a resounding slap on their face. The longer she took, the more the two became more awkward and embarrassed. Once all of them were lined up, the duo looked away, not wanting to see the dazzling coins. Bingning couldn't help but smile. Shima didn't do it on purpose, but this was a great blow to the other two. At the same time, the cultivators who laughed at Li Qiye earlier didn't dare to say a single word, feeling the same way as Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. Just spending money? An ancestor bitterly smiled. I could try my whole life and wouldn't be able to get this much spending money, not even a single coin. His domination was out of control right now, robbing everyone of their breath. Acting tough in front of him now was asking for trouble. This move from him concluded the wealth competition. Who else would dare to try right now? Boom! In the faraway ocean, the wind and waves roared. Gigantic tidal waves appeared, signaling the coming of a storm. It was as if the entire ocean was being lifted up. They're here. One ancestor spotted with his heavenly gaze. Rumble. More detonations came from the distant, seemingly taking a long time for the sound to arrive. Finally, the ocean was being lifted like a carpet. The dark expanse at the bottom was rushing towards shore and engulfing the sky. The coin beasts are coming. An ancestor could see 10 million miles away with his gaze and saw the dark tides. Others followed suit, and sure enough, countless coin beasts got on shore and began running like crazy for this city. Some spread their wings and started flying. There were too many of them, so they looked like a land tsunami. Plus, more and more were still leaving the ocean with no end in sight. Who knows how many beasts were actually living under the sea, but it looked like doomsday right now. Rumble. The entire area was quaking. The terrifying tide of beasts rushed through everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. The towering trees and lush thickets were green once, but not for long. Moreover, the large beasts slammed through the mountains. Debris went flying, resulting in a magnificent scene. People gasped and finally understood the flat pathway before the city connecting straight to the ocean. It wasn't man-made, the tides of beasts were the culprit. Chapter 23-25, Rumble. Even when the beasts were quite far from the city, a storm of dust formed due to their massive number. Oh Lord, the crowd realized how horrifying this was and quickly left the main path, afraid of being drawn in. As the tide grew closer, people finally saw them clearly. In fact, they weren't different from other beasts, relatively similar in appearance. Some had strange and unfamiliar forms, but they were fewer in number. One impertinent bull was entirely red, around 3 meters long. It ran like crazy and left behind 4 large hoof marks. Another one resembled a snow leopard, not as impressive in size, but it was as fast as lightning, leading at the front. Mist and frost formed on its path. One more looked like a monkey and rode a beast. Its mount followed all of the orders. The diversity of beasts astonished the crowd. However, they all had one similar characteristic, a particular rune on their head. The mark was a golden coin, hence their name, Coin Beast. The colossal ones were unbelievably strong. An ape taller than the highest mountain traveled 1,000 miles with each step, leaving gigantic footprints behind. Geographic barriers didn't deter it at all. The real victims were the other beasts, trampled and crushed into mincemeat. Nevertheless, the horde continued on its path. Another lightning-fast serpent stretched for 1,000 miles and easily decimated a hill with its tongue. It destroyed peaks and trees just like the large ape, leaving a long scar on the ground. Rumble. The world was seemingly rocked by a major disaster. We're too close. The cultivators who chose the nearest peak to the main path faced the most pressure. Some got overran instantly. Ah! Their screaming stopped after their body became pieces. Some were fast enough to jump to the sky, but unfortunately, large birds flew by and dismembered them, resulting in an explosion of blood. A few lucky ones have prepared their coins. The front-running beasts opened their mouth and took in these coins. After seeing this, the cultivators jumped on the beasts and made their way towards the city. Misfortune tagged along with luck, so after getting on the beasts, the sky suddenly turned dark. They looked up and the bottom of a massive foot became the last thing they saw before death. Their mounts were affected too, but some were resilient enough to get back up and moved on, despite the fleshy mess on their back. It's a good thing we weren't that close. The cultivators standing far away celebrated. Not being able to take the good spots earlier became a good thing. A few beasts wandered away from the main path and ate coins a bit farther away. The owners of the coins naturally jumped and rode the beasts. Another group wanted to ride without paying, so after seeing the ones they like, they immediately rushed forward and tried to get on top. Boom! The beasts didn't hold back at all and rocked back and forth until they got these people off. The majority of these non-payers died to the incoming waves. This was a lesson to the spectators, so no one else tried to be stingy. Roar! The howls of the beasts were truly shocking. Strange enough, the gate of the city might be incredible in size, but it wasn't as big as the horde. Some beasts were countless times larger by themselves. However, when they made it to the gate, they shrank right away, like a planet turning into a pebble. This wasn't a physical change, but rather, they were stepping into a different and limitless dimension. Boom! The large ape mentioned earlier opened its mouth and sucked in Coiling Dragon's imperial coins from the distance. It then shouted at the young noble. No doubt that it was willing to be Coiling Dragon's mount. The man became excited and leaped over, landing on the ape's shoulder and looking just like a tiny dot in comparison to the creature. The other colossal serpent coiled around a mountain and pulverized it without any problem. It swallowed Sword Sovereign's coins, so he jumped on its back without any hesitation. The other beasts were aware of these two's might, so they stay far away, not wanting to be crushed. Right before the ape and serpent were about to start again, a detonation in the ocean created a tsunami of unprecedented size. A beast jumped out of the expanse and braved the waves. Bam! The very next second, all the beasts stopped like braking carriages. The explosion earlier nearly ruptured everyone's eardrums and the world became strangely quiet. Before they could react, the horde of beasts got down on the ground. Even the large ape and serpent didn't dare to get up. This sudden change naturally shocked everyone. They quickly looked towards the ocean and noticed the incoming beast. It had the body of an ox with just a single leg, one horn on its head. One could hear the thunder crackles accompanying it along with surging lightning currents flowing around. Despite possessing only one leg, it wasn't hopping. Each step was stable, fast, and even soundless. It was much smaller in size compared to that ape and didn't emit a frightening presence. However, one could sense a matchless aura, though the beast didn't try to be imperious and threatening. This aura was simply flowing within its very flesh and blood. This meant that the thing was born to be supreme, possessing the strongest of bloodlines. Chapter 23-26, The One-Legged, One-Horned Beast seemed to be of the Thunder affinity and had a highly prestigious bloodline. All the other beasts kneeled down before this overlord. An ancestor could sense its bloodline. Is this a Kuei from the myths? A divine beast? Kuei. Many were shocked. This was a true divine beast, not a self-proclaimed one like many others. This level of beings only existed in the legends, fewer than few were actually spotted. One keen ancestor noticed a minute disparity with its tail. It looked like a snake's tail and kept on wiggling around, instilling a sinister atmosphere as if it was a lethal weapon. I don't think it's a full Kuei, but rather, an offspring of a Kuei and a coiling python, which is why it has this amazing bloodline. He speculated. A Kuei's tail wasn't like this, so he instantly made the connection with another monstrous beast, coiling python. Nevertheless, this mixed bloodline was more than enough to establish its supremacy over the rest of the creatures here. Its power far exceeded everything else. Even the gigantic ape and serpent earlier were prostrating on the ground. What's hard to imagine was how fast and precise each of its steps was despite possessing only one leg. It didn't take long before it appeared outside of the city. All the experts held their breath and didn't dare to utter a single sound. This scene of worship was shocking enough, so who would dare to provoke this majestic beast? Perhaps one stomp from it could annihilate everyone here. It moved to Li Qiye's peak and swallowed the progenitorial coins there. The beast paused, clearly revealing its intent. Let's go. Li Qiye pulled the two girls up to the beast's back. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign were vexed to the limit. Losing the wealth competition was one thing, but this only added to the pain. When he sat down on that beast, he clearly surpassed everyone present because their beasts were kneeling down to his beast, making it seem like they were prostrating too. Alas, there was nothing they could do. Who was to blame for his beast being so unreasonably powerful? They could only look up at him now. Eventually, the beast brought the three into the city before the awed spectators. Before it left, no other beasts dared to move at all, so they could only sit there and wait. It looked as if they were participating in a grand ceremony to send Li Qiye away, servants prostrating before the emperor's march. This was too humiliating for the two youths. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, even the ancestors. Rumble. The flood resumed in the same frantic manner once more towards the city. The first were the ape and serpent-carrying sword sovereign and coiling dragon. Others either got trampled by them or have already moved out of the way. Boom! The mass began entering the city. Once next to the gate, everything suddenly became different. The space here was boundless just like the sky. An illusion occurred, both beasts and cultivators shrank in size. The deeper they went, they became as small as a speck of dust. Of course, this wasn't the case. They have only entered a different dimension, an open canvas of stars. Anything else would seem tiny in comparison. Two possibilities were possible if one were to enter without riding the coin beasts. A weak person would only enter a hall with nothing but empty walls. As for the masters who knew how to break the spatial barriers, they would find themselves lost in a boundless space. Thus, riding these beasts were crucial in order to enter the real location. Countless beasts have entered by this point. Initially, this flood of creatures looked quite majestic and grand, but once inside, it was no different from a tiny river. No, not even that, just a stream of water. Gargantuan, the only word to describe this domain. Stars and galaxies floated above. The flood of beasts suddenly dispersed into different locations, no longer needing to crowd together. Buzz. Spatial fluctuation could be heard. These beasts began jumping on the different stars. Having an intruder made the stars brightly flash, seemingly giving them a boost and allowing them to jump a greater distance. After reaching a particular height, the beasts would hit a barrier and create a ripple, ending with their disappearance. They would show up again in a faraway location and repeat the jumping process. This is spatial leaping. An elder became startled after seeing this sight. This phenomenon allowed for long-distance teleportation, even more effective than Dao portals. Who knows the mastermind behind this monumental feat? Perhaps this was its natural form, already like this since the inception. The beasts leaped through space multiple times and traveled incredible distances. An ascender flying would require an interminable period of time to go the same length. The end of the path was a towering cliff, big enough to act as a sluice gate for the entire dimension. One could look up and down and would never be able to see its end. Alas, the beasts didn't stop and rushed forward. No. We're gonna get crushed. The riders became scared out of their mind. Strange enough, contrary to dying horrifically, the beasts seemed to be jumping into a lake. They melted into the cliff, leaving behind a faint shadow that would eventually disappear like water ripples. Chapter 23-27, The scene changed after Wuxia and the two girls infiltrated the cliff. They could finally walk on the ground again. This place was vast with a pristine and rich life force. This place has never been touched before by men, filled with a green color. Such a strange aura. Wu Bingning said. How so? Shima's cultivation was far inferior, so she couldn't feel anything strange. A rotten smell. Bingning frowned. It's hard to say. This is akin to a lotus flower in full bloom, but the earth beneath it buried a corpse. Yes, this aura is full of life, but it also masks the degeneration. Really? Shima started sniffing around and eventually blushed. My cultivation is too weak, I can't sense anything. Wuxia chuckled. She's right, two contrasting forces exist here. Beneath this majestic life force is an inconcealable air of decay. People have died here? Shima inquired. Certainly, and not just people. A lot have died, more than one can count. Wuxia smiled. Shima was naturally frightened by this revelation. Coin beasts too, so many lives were buried here. What the hell is this place? Bingning continued sensing the peculiarities of the area unlike Shima, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. With death comes life. Li Chia said, "For you, this is death, but for other existences, it is a new life. Your corpse can serve as fertilizer for something else." Bingning shuddered with a terrible premonition. "Looks like coming here isn't a good thing then." She smiled wryly. "There's nothing nice about redeeming grounds." Li Chia shook his head, "So magical with plenty of rules, are they created by nature? Are all of these rules formed by heaven? Did Bewildering and Coin Beast come out of nowhere?" The two girls began to contemplate. When it came to Moneyfall, people wanted treasures or fortunes. Not many actually cared or researched about this issue. They took its existence for granted. These locations must have been built by someone, the girls thought. The next question became, who and why? Have you never thought about where all the coins go after falling on the ground? The amount is unfathomable. Li Chia chuckled. The two girls couldn't answer at all. Bingning couldn't help but ask, "Do you know?" He stared at the horizon before plainly answer, "To where they should." After all, a few living things are different from your imagination, they're quite unique. The answer was too vague and only further confused the girls. Nevertheless, they stopped prying. "Where are we heading to now?" Bingning asked. "It will take us to our desired location. The stronger, the farther it can go, and the greater the opportunity." Li Chia tapped on the beast. It didn't make any sound and continued forward, one step at a time. This scary speed could cross through 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. It seemed to know the destination, so there was no hesitation. In the beginning, there were other beasts around this area, but this swift creature overtook all of them. This land was vast to an incalculable level. All the beasts also diverged after entering, seemingly have their own goal. They traveled in a straight line without pausing, no time to think or select. "Where are we going?" The cultivators could only ride along, unaware of what lies ahead. Only heaven knows. The ancestors didn't know either and had no particular objective. So all of this is Coin Beast City. People thought that they would be entering a massive citadel instead. "Forget it, let's get off here." An expert with several friends jumped down from their mount. This beast didn't care about them and only rushed forward on the same path. "Let's look around, maybe we can find some eggs or Dao bones here," one of them said. Boom! Suddenly, mud and soil flinged everywhere, the ground beneath them started to crack. A massive skeleton came out of the ground, perhaps one of a giant tiger. Its form back when it was alive remained unknown, only the general shape is clear. "What the hell is that?" The reanimated skeleton frightened the group. Rah! It actually issued a tiger-like roar and bared its white teeth at the group. Ah! They were eaten by the skeleton before they could react. Crack! Their bones were pulverized. Blood flowed down the entire skeletal frame, painting each bone red. The thing seemed to have regained some life force. No, the opposite, its death energy grew denser as if it had just consumed something nutritious. Rah! It roared again and started chasing after the closest beasts with cultivators on top. It didn't take long before it successfully caught and ate some prey, both beasts and men. Oh God! The cultivators nearby were scared out of their mind. Boom! It wasn't until a powerful coin beast appeared and stomped the skeleton into smithereens did the horrifying hunt stops. What the hell was that? People were still frightened. This was their first time seeing a reanimated skeleton, and a flesh-eating one at that. Could there be spirits still buried down there? Oh. Chapter 23-28, Roar. One could hear the cries of beasts everywhere in this area, not just from the newcomers but also the skeletons crawling out of the ground. They came with all shapes and sizes. Some were massive while others delicate. But this didn't imply weakness for the latter. A few tiny ones were powerful enough to topple the large coin beasts down and slay them. Rumble. The miserable sounds of battle became inevitable along with screamings. These skeletons began hunting the coin beasts and intruders. Are these the remains of the coin beasts? Experts noticed something after seeing enough skeletons. A few pursuers look just like the ones they're riding. Looks that way. Another added, they're not weaker than when they were alive at all. So strange. People didn't know how these beasts have died. Was it from the last event or from a distant era? Why are they coming back to life? Some were afraid because the eye sockets of these skeletons had a fiery glow, just like the fire of a soul. Is this a rebirth or are they mere puppets? One old expert wondered. The lack of answers frightened the crowd, especially the fact that these skeletons kept their power. A particularly terrible one killed more than 20 beasts and cultivators with a single slap. Of course, some living coin beasts were strong enough to slam the skeletons into pieces. They didn't consider themselves to be the same species at all and conflicts waged on. The problem might be the land itself. One ancestor elaborated, rumor has it that this place has something to do with eternal life, so the coin beasts have a chance to live again. Of course, no one knows the validity of this statement, but as we can see, these dead creatures are rising again. Really, many ancestors felt their heart thumping faster. After reaching a certain level and old age, these cultivators stopped caring about power. Eternal life became a fatal attraction instead. Thus, how could they not be interested in this land right now? Why are we here? The ancestor smiled, obviously for the beast springs, same as all the beasts here. Maybe this has something to do with eternal life. However, this particular statement wasn't wholly accurate. Not all beasts came for eternal life. Rah! One creature let out a moving and tragic howl after finding the desired spot, a cliff. It then lowered its head and lay down. After a long time, people became brave enough to come closer and tested its pulse. It's dead. They found that it died peacefully, resting its head on its paws just like a nap. In fact, this wasn't uncommon. Numerous beasts came to find a suitable place before passing away in this manner. The cultivators naturally became surprised and perplexed. They came so far just to die. One sect master murmured. So this is how the remains come to be. Maybe they die here for a chance of rebirth in this incredible land. One expert recalled what an ancestor said earlier. Perhaps reanimation as a skeleton was a different method to live again. Albeit, it would cease to be its former self. This only excited the crowd even more after seeing a glimpse of immortality. A few took a risk and got down from their mounts in order to do more research. One more objective of these beasts became clear to the crowd. They all heard a loud roar. Another beast climbed up a precipice and made its way into a cave. A while later, the cave emitted a blinding light. The brave came closer and saw a nest made out of straws with eggs in the center. They were as precious as gems, coveted by all. Beast eggs. Someone shouted. The beast earlier got inside and got on its stomach, ready to lay some eggs. It has to come here to give birth. The beast's goal became obvious to the crowd. Some spectators lost patience and rushed in before the cave could close in order to seize the eggs. Boom! The moment they got there, a massive claw came from above. A massive beast materialized in the sky and made mincemeat out of them, not giving them a chance to scream. So it turned out that some beasts came to lay eggs while others were here to protect them. Before the crowd could calm down, a creaking noise came as the cave began to close. Some came specifically for these eggs, so to specifically see the process only made them more excited. The legend about elucidation true emperor is real, he really got a divine beast egg from this place. People started believing this legend about the emperor and his buy-in, the beast protector of resting bull. There's a nest up on that mountain shrouded by clouds, 3 eggs in there too. A short time later, someone found something new. It didn't take long before experts started gunning for the mountain. Boom! Unfortunately, the guardian here was a skeletal beast. It slapped all of them into fleshy bits. Nevertheless, the remaining cultivators didn't give up and began a massive assault on this skeleton. Poof! The beast spewed out waves of lava, cueing the wails of torment. Events like this happened all over the land. People found eggs and others tried to seize it. However, the eggs were protected by both the living and dead beasts. Fewer than few managed to sneak off with their prize. Chapter 23-29, Beasts didn't only come to the city to die or to lay eggs, the beast springs were another focus. A minority of cultivators could stay away from temptation. They continued riding with their beasts, especially the older experts. Finally, a few beasts made it to their destination, a mountain stream or a pool of water. They patiently waited. Boom! These sources of water had spring coming out without warning. The liquid had the color of breast milk instead of a clear shade. The waiting beasts finally got what they wanted and started drinking their fill. What's going on right now? The young cultivators that tagged along were unaware. That's the beast springs. Come on, collect some now. The experts from the last generation came prepared. They jumped off their beasts and collected the liquid. What does it do? The youths jumped down to help while asking. Add lifespan by just drinking, or be used to refine pills. A senior couldn't wait and ordered his juniors to be faster. So it turned out that this liquid could prolong life. Though it couldn't reach the mythical level of immortality, delaying death was possible, especially for the ancestors who have used longevity pills before. They have reached diminishing returns, so they needed something different. This liquid was indeed one of the best options, so they risked everything to come here. At this time, some saw a magical scene. After drinking, some beasts started to shed their white fur, making it look as if they were standing on snow. Next, black and shiny fur started to grow. Other beasts shed their skin for an entirely new layer. That's incredible, it's like they're becoming younger again. The spectators gasped. An older cultivator immediately copied them. He got in the spring and started to crazily drink the liquid until his stomach bloated. Why am I not losing my white hair? Not a single strand of white hair shed, let alone growing a new head of hair. Idiot. His ancestor shook his head and laughed. It's called beast spring, so the effect is stronger and faster for beasts, not for you. Time is required to absorb the essences within. Because of this, alchemists take their time to refine this liquid. If one can just drink it and becomes younger, then it wouldn't be your turn to take them. Progenitors and powerful beings would have monopolized the liquid, and it would be called eternal spring, not beast spring. The old cultivator had a pained expression due to his bloated stomach and nearly cried, What should I do now? I'm too damn full. Just take the time to digest it. The annoyed ancestor stopped caring. Of course, it wasn't that easy to find this liquid. When there is an abundance, the beasts didn't mind sharing with the cultivators. But when the opposite was the case, the beasts wouldn't mind attacking instantly the men. Boom! Skeletons also crawled out of the ground and ran for the beast springs. Start killing them. Battles broke out in these areas between the three sides. Blood and casualties became inevitable, the stench of death permeated. One more thing attracted everyone's attention, the Dao bones. A cultivator made it to a towering pinnacle and saw a divine tree hidden among the thick forest. It actually had a piece of Dao bone with a warm yet dazzling glow. Runes would periodically flash. A Dao bone. The cultivator wanted to climb the tree, ecstatic. The moment he made contact, lightning suddenly coursed through the tree and struck him, rendering him to ashes. Another noticed a yellow Dao bone deep in a valley. This caused quite a stir, so people started infiltrating the valley. One unlucky soul decided to enter despite the potential risk. Before he could react, a Yin energy appeared, causing him to be frozen. The guy fell straight to the ground, the end of his story. This scene naturally deterred the other spectators. Dao bones would only appear in the dangerous areas, virtually impossible to reach. The greedy would throw away their lives for naught. Furthermore, even those who actually obtained these Dao bones couldn't do anything since they failed to understand its mysteries. Could you explain these Dao bones to me? A junior became vexed at his inability to obtain one but remained curious. I'm not sure. His ancestor replied, rumor has it that occasionally, after the death of a coin beast, only its best bone would remain. This bone would be gestated by the heaven and earth and contain the profundity of the grand Tao. If you can understand it, you would be able to see the most primal mysteries, truly helpful to cultivation, perhaps even better than a progenitorial merit law. Why? These laws are created by the progenitors and are most suitable for them. But by comprehending these mysteries and morphing them to your own use, they can be the most suitable for you and become a part of your foundation. His juniors enjoyed this lesson about the Tao bones. A different ancestor added, elucidation true emperor obtained a Tao bone as well. Because of this, he could activate the Tao source of resting bull. Otherwise, just his scripture alone wasn't enough to revive a withered Tao source. Unfortunately, obtaining a Tao bone was harder than reaching the heaven. Some extremely powerful ancestors tried, only to fail. The rarity increased the value of the bones. While everyone else was aiming for the eggs, springs, and Tao bones, Li Qiye's group rode the kuei farther along, straying from the rest. They also met skeletons along the way, but these skeletons were far inferior to the kuei. They were smart enough to back off. Eventually, they saw a great mountain range presiding over the land like an imposing coin beast lying down. All the previous mountain ranges they have seen in their lives failed to compare to this one. Before getting close, one could sense a boundless air of the beast billowing as if the king of all beasts was here. This terrorizing aura naturally made people shudder with an indescribable feeling. Even the imperious kuei restrained its aura and slowed its pace, seemingly showing respect. Unbelievable, Wu Binjing was startled after feeling this beast aura. Our goal. Li Qiye's eyes became profound. Perhaps there were other beasts capable of getting to this place, but they would stop before reaching the mountain range, only daring to observe from the distant .o. Chapter 2330, the kuei also stopped after reaching a stream inside the mountain range. In the center was a pool filled with rocks, dried up, perhaps from overconsumption by the coin beasts since the start of time. The kuei stood in front of the pool, seemingly waiting for something. Upon closer inspection, if the mountain range was a massive beast, then its mouth would be here, drinking to its content in the past. What is it doing? Bingning asked about the kuei. Waiting. Li Qiye closed his eyes, not in a hurry at all. The two girls had to do the same, ignorant of his goal in Coin Beast City. Some time had passed and came a splashing sound. A spring gushed from the bottom of the pool with a milky color and smell. More liquid oozed out in other parts. If one were to compare the liquid here to the other locations, they would find that it was thicker and milkier, and that the smell was purer and more refreshing. This seemed to be the origin of the beast springs. The other places were diluted and inferior. The kuei began to drink without holding back since there was no other competition here. Beast springs, Bingning didn't think she would be able to see this legendary liquid. What are the benefits? Shima curiously asked. Life prolongment, but for the beast, it can grant them youth again. Li Qiye plainly said. Shima became tempted after hearing this. Of course, she was too young for this, but the old men in her clan did. Given their power, they weren't qualified to reach this place. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to do anything when the kuei was around. Someone as weak as her competing with it for the liquid? Just one exhale could turn her to dust. You can go, it's good to bring some back. Li Qiye chuckled, it won't be a waste of this trip. Moreover, the spring here is far more precious compared to any other places. You wouldn't have the chance to get it without riding a beast of this level. Shima became happy and got down from the beast to get some liquid. I'll do it too. Bingning also jumped down and took out a treasure vase. This would be a great gift for her seniors. Who knows if the beast heard Li Qiye or if there was no other competition. It continued to drink after briefly glancing at the two girls. Li Qiye also got a bottle before looking at the sky. It's about time to move on. Sure enough, the pool that was filled with spring suddenly became empty once more. Not even a single drop was left, same with the other puddles and streams in this area. At the same time, this happened to the other places in Coin Beast City as well. It seemed that when the time was right, the liquid would return to the land. Fuck, I didn't get any. One cultivator cursed. It's too late, the latecomers shouted with regrets. Some beasts were furiously shouting at the sky too. They didn't have the chance to drink just yet. Roars of anger and lament echoed, instilling fear into the listeners. On the other side, the Kuei seemed very calm as if this wasn't anything new. Let's go. Li Qiye ordered. The girls jumped back on the beast, prepping for the next part of the journey. The Kuei moved deeper into the mountain range. Its familiarity perhaps indicated that this wasn't its first visit. The mountains spanned endlessly, decorated with lush trees and snowy peaks, almost as if jade dragons were coiling around them. The sceneries were beautiful beyond words. Heavenly waterfalls, lakes with jewel-like water. Anyone would be lost in admiration. Of course, treasures were unbelievable here too. As the Kuei passed by, there was a nest along the cliff of a mountain. This nest was built with divine feathers shimmering with a golden glow, soft, perhaps the softest of them all. Only a single egg was present, around the size of a bowl. It looked much more humble compared to eggs in the other areas since they were as big as water basins. It emitted a gentle green light, looking just like a jade work of art. One wouldn't expect it to be an egg. True fire would occasionally flicker. This was a monstrous type, even a true god would be turned to ashes upon touching it. Wow, Bingning's expression changed. It's a good one. Li Qiye glanced at it and a smile curled his lips. It won't be a vermilion bird, but its blood is very close to being one. Perhaps it will become something similar to this one right here. Having said that, he gently patted the Kuei's head. The egg is that strong. Both the girls were moved. Though she hasn't seen the Kuei in action just yet, the prostration from all the other beasts indicated its might. Yes. Li Qiye agreed with a nod but was not tempted. Why aren't you taking it? Bingning became curious since this egg was a coveted jewel. Only close to being a vermilion bird, not one yet. Li Qiye chuckled, the latter case is a bit interesting, but this one is still not enough. This isn't an issue of whether it is strong or not. A divine beast has intrinsic value far above its battle potential. Instead of grooming that egg, I rather train a progenitor. For example, this fellow right here wouldn't have any advantage against one, and against an immortal lineage one. No chance. He continued rubbing its head. The Kiu seemed unhappy with that statement and let out a quiet roar. Nevertheless, it didn't become angry. It possessed true intelligence, far above ordinary coin beasts. Bingning was naturally astonished. Grooming a powerful coin beast was quite desirable. For example, Elucidation True Emperor got a buy-in back then for his system. Shima took one last look at that egg. She didn't think about it because first of all, she didn't have the power to obtain it. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to help it hatch or feed it in the first place. A beast at this level couldn't be kept by just anyone. Only the truly strong had this privilege. Chapter 23:31. As the group went on, Li Qiye finally became interested when they made it to a stone wall. He chuckled and said, "A bit interesting. Friend, You can go now. He patted the kuei before jumping down. The two girls quickly followed him. The kuei didn't mind and went on its own, disappearing into the mountains. Li Qiye turned his focus towards the wall, same with the two girls. It was located at the ridge area of this mountain. Below are a series of protruding edges, seemingly circling around the wall. The girls took their time and didn't notice anything. This was only a regular cliff. It had holes and crevices with rocks filling in along with bits sticking out, definitely not a flat surface. Its shade was a common gray, decorated with the random vines and weeds. The strange part was Li Qiye's fixation, treating it as a beautiful natural beauty. The girls didn't get it at all. He leaped up to the edge of the cliff and touched the rough surface. He was gentle as he would to a lover. The girls also jumped up and stood on the protruded part with him. Such perfection, they could be considered the origins. He said with emotion. The girls failed to see the perfection in this ordinary cliff. They have seen too many like it in the outside world. They touched the surface and found it coarse enough to prick their skin. So why is it perfect? Bingning asked out of curiosity, unable to see the mysteries in this place. Look carefully. Li Qiye's finger slightly touched the wall with a strange rhythm and order. Pop. The wall resembled more of a lake now with rippling waves. What the two girls saw became different, no longer their own shadow. Bingning saw a vast expanse and an explosion signaling the start of a universe. It came quickly but also left with haste. Everything was ephemeral and disappeared before she could see them clearly. Shima's vision also only lasted for a split second. She saw a divine sword containing the secrets of heaven. Unfortunately, she didn't get a second glance. When they regained their wits, they looked at the stone wall again. It was still the same as before, crude and ordinary. An illusion would be the logical assumption, but intuition told Bingning that the scene she saw earlier was real. What happened? She asked in astonishment. You're looking at a Dao bone. Li Qiye was amused at their reaction. A Dao bone? This wall? Both the girls became wide-eyed. Indeed. He smiled. Bingning was greatly affected. She had heard of stories about Dao bones before. Normally, it would only be the size of a fist. A large one would be that of a water basin. But this wall, or rather cliff, was gigantic. Could a Dao bone of this size be real? It's way too big. She murmured. That's why no one can take it away. Its origin is ancient and earth-shattering, far more precious than a Dao scripture. Li Qiye revealed. The two girls found it hard to remain calm. Bingning copied Li Qiye and also touched the wall with one finger. However, the result wasn't to her expectation. Why can't I create the same images again? She wondered. If everyone can create the origins, then it wouldn't be considered mysterious or profound, right? He smiled. This required the power of a progenitor or another similar existence. You right now can't do it, unless you are born with an immortal heart. Would this allow one to learn the Tao? Shima had limited knowledge, but she had heard stories about Tao comprehension using Tao bones. It's possible, predicated on excellent talents, an unyielding Tao heart, great vision, and impeccable intelligence. Li Qiye answered, just an ordinary Tao bone can be difficult already, let alone this one. With that, he sat down and began to meditate with his eyes closed. The two girls did the same, wanting to learn, for this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A hush fell over, only the sound of the winds and flowing water could be heard. Even their breathing became muted. As time passed, Shima couldn't sense or feel anything despite an earnest effort at meditating. Perhaps this Tao bone was rejecting her. Bingning fared better, seemingly grasping on to something yet losing her grip. She tried repeatedly to no avail, as if she was far from reaching the level of understanding the Tao bone. Eventually, she decided to give up, aware that certain things couldn't be forced. This learning opportunity alone was already a new peak for her. On the contrary, Li Qiye seemed to be sleeping, staying as still as a statue. Nothing could distract him right now. Let's watch carefully. Bingning sighed quietly. The two of them stood nearby and tried to not bother Li Qiye. 1 second after another, then minutes, hours, he still didn't move. Russell suddenly interrupted the silence. Bingning raised her guard instantly. Someone's here. She darted next to Li Qiye, realizing that qi deviation could happen if he were to be interrupted during his meditation. Shima came closer to protect him as well in spite of her meager cultivation. Sure enough, a group approached from the distance. All of them were strong, a few old men had the aura of a true god. Sword Sovereign, Shima recognized the young leader to her dismay, the ancestors too. She took a deep breath as her expression soured after seeing the rest of the group. Chapter 23:32, Shima wouldn't be so frightened if Li Qiye was around because he could shoulder a falling sky. However, the situation was perilous due to his meditation. She wasn't only worrying for herself but also for him. Qi deviation could result in death. She looked over and prayed for him to return. Get ready. Bingning quietly said with a serious expression. Shima clenched her fists and made up her mind. She shifted to the front of Li Qiye, unable to watch him die without doing anything. Sword Sovereign's group initially rode beasts. They had knowledge of the city so they found this place. However, their beasts didn't dare to come inside so they had to walk. They were careful, not wanting to provoke any powerful beast in this dangerous mountain range, even going as far as ignoring eggs. They never expected to see these three here. Sword Sovereign's eyes narrowed after seeing Li Qiye as he snorted, showing his strong dislike. Is that the junior? An old man from behind him walked out and asked. His weapon was a gigantic sword of unknown material. He looked muscular enough to wield this type of heavy weapon. Though he didn't emit a powerful aura, the rings circulating around him showed that he was an ascender. Solitary sword god. Shima blurted out after seeing his face. Yun Tian. Bingning was also surprised, not expecting such a high-level ancestor from Sword Grave to come. This was a 9th-level true god, far superior to Windchaser Matron. Moreover, he focused on the sword Dao his whole life and had reached an extraordinary level, or so people have said. Because of this, rumor has it that he has never needed to use more than 3 slashes in his life. Speculation started like wildfire, that with his sword Dao, he could contend against a new Eternal. His one regret was unable to study the core merit laws of Sword Saint, or he could inherit this supreme sword Dao. I want to see his quick draw. His eyes became dazzling with excitement. The guy was fascinated with swords. He didn't like challenging others to mere duels, only sword contests. He stopped caring about the matters of Sword Grave, but the sovereign told him about Li Qiye's invincible speed. This interested him enough to make him come out. Of course, this played into the sovereign's goal. Because the matron was utterly defeated, he believed that outside of Eternals, only someone like Solitary could take Li Qiye on. He knew that he wasn't qualified to ask the sword god for a favor, so he only focused on describing Li Qiye's peerless sword Dao. Solitary didn't come here to settle a junior's personal feud. He only wanted to have a sword Dao competition. Li Qiye, this is our unbeatable ancestor from Sword Grave. He wishes to see your invincible quick draw. Sword Sovereign emphasized the latter part. Alas, Li Qiye had no reaction. Our young noble is not interested right now. Bingning refused, hoping to buy more time. She didn't want them to realize that he was currently meditating. Humph, so arrogant, our sword god is a 9th-level ascender. Sword Sovereign scowled. Nothing to be afraid of, our young noble easily took down an 8th level earlier. Bingning acted cool. She wanted to foster an atmosphere of contempt, so that they would mistake Li Qiye's inaction as disrespect and scorn. In reality, this was nearly how it went in previous encounters. Li Qiye always closed his eyes and ignored the crowd. Thus, Sword Sovereign didn't expect him to be in the process of meditation. Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with a response because the guy really defeated Windchaser Matron without any difficulty. Humph. It sounds like you wish to betray Vermilion Martial Court completely and join this villain's banner. Someone else coldly asserted. Another group has arrived. The speaker was Coiling Dragon Young Noble and he came with more than 100 old men. The majority were ancestors of his system, mainly true gods and even ascenders. Coiling Dragon Young Noble, that's our business. If you wish to interfere, you should first clean up your own mess, especially the past matters of Prey Moon. Wipe your butt first before critiquing others. She didn't give him any face. Her title of martial goddess wasn't empty. When she decided to go all out, she was fierce and undeterred by anyone. This wasn't only a slap to him but also to his system, no, just Prey Moon. Many ancestors glared angrily at her but there was nothing they could do. The history of Prey Moon was unflattering indeed. Long time no see, Miss Wu. An old man noticed Coiling Dragon being tongue-tied so he came out. A bright light began to spread like flowing water across the area. He had numerous hands, each was far superior to Coiling Dragon's own and contained word-destroying explosiveness. Long time no see, King. Bingning calmly nodded as a greeting. Myriad-armed King. Shima immediately thought of someone and had to cover her mouth, stopping herself from screaming. Indeed, this was a participant of the alliance that attacked Insane Court back then. He came specifically for Li Qiye. He didn't accept his defeat back then, thinking that it was a matter of place and time. If Li Qiye didn't have control over that Dao source, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. He had just finished recovering and got news of Li Qiye being in Moneyfall. The guy didn't mind traveling the long distance to come and settle the score. He believed that victory was possible as long as Li Qiye didn't have a Dao source to help him. After all, the power of an ascender was not to be underestimated. He glanced at Li Qiye before turning back at Bingning. Miss Wu, don't forget, justice and evil will never coexist. You are the successor of Vermilion and should maintain your stance. What is justice, and what is evil? She replied, King, don't forget that the agreement back then was signed by all the participating system, recognizing the legitimacy of Insane Court, so your rhetoric is incorrect. Are you reneging on your words? Of course not. Myriad-armed shook his head. I do not deny the validity of the agreement, but we should be vigilant, do not be tricked by others. I accept your good intention, but there is no need for you to worry about my choices. If there is nothing else, you can go. She flatly said. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign couldn't interject because Bingning was also part of the alliance. In other words, she was qualified to speak to the king on the same level, unlike them. The strongest martial artist in that universe is Dugu Qiubai, a fictional character who is mentioned by name in 3 wuxia novels by Jin Yong, Louis Cha. He does not appear in any of the novels because he lived in an era long before the events of the novels took place. Nicknamed Sword Devil, to reflect his prowess in and devotion to the practice of swordplay, he attains the philosophical level of swordsmanship without a sword, which means that he uses swordplay techniques in combat without the physical existence of a sword. Chapter 2333, More people have arrived at this moment. Many ancestors knew Moneyfall well enough to reach this place after getting off their beasts. They wanted to test their luck and find some eggs because rumor has it that Elucidation found his buy-in here. They quickly noticed this stalemate and became interested, watching from afar. A fight, maybe? The experts saw the numerous ancestors from Coiling Dragon system so they quietly talked. Everyone knew that Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign wouldn't let this go. Finding reinforcement was only a matter of time, so the presence of these ancestors confirmed the start of an inevitable battle. Myriad Armed was naturally unhappy with Bingning's aggressive tone. He scowled, "Miss Wu, you are way out of line here." The king had the same status as Windchaser and their power level was most likely similar. Thus, Bingning was showing disrespect towards a senior. "King, I have been plenty reasonable. Otherwise, I would be pushing for you to repay your debt to me." She pushed on. Though she wasn't being overly explicit, the intimidation tone was obvious. Myriad Arm's expression changed. He indeed owed her a debt after the alliance became prisoners to Insane Court. Li Qiye wanted to kill them, but with the help of Bright Ancestor and Pill Kill, Li Qiye decided to take Wu Bingning as a hostage instead. It wouldn't be outrageous to say that all of these ancestors owed her a debt. Plus, it wasn't flattering for people to know that grown men like them left behind a girl to be a hostage. Because of this, he didn't wish to dwell on this topic or they would become the laughingstock of the system. "Very well." Myriad Armed replied, "Then I won't bother you any longer, but you will not be able to stop this matter." "Thank you, King." She plainly responded. The king retreated to the back, still glaring at Li Qiye. Though he gave up on pursuing Bingning's matter, he would still maneuver against Li Qiye when an opportunity arises. As the conversation came to a halt, a flashing edge aimed straight for Li Qiye's throat. Shima couldn't react in time, unlike Bingning who used her sword to stop the thrust, resulting in sparks splattering everywhere. The ambusher showed himself, Saber Devil Crown Prince. The spectators grew startled. Shima, on the other hand, became intimidated. She tried to block before Li Qiye even more. She knew that she was unable to stop someone at this level, so she was preparing to use her body as a shield. "Martial Goddess, no one can stop me from reaching my target," he declared. "Is that so?" Bingning replied before disappearing from sight. The Crown Prince was an ambushing expert, so his stealth techniques were flawless. However, he failed to spot her. Whoosh! A matchless ray aimed straight for his chest. Buzz! The Crown Prince disappeared as well but was forced back into the open by another thrust hitting the space where he hid. He shuddered and used the same technique. Alas, the formula repeated. Die! Unable to stealth, he decided to let his saber roam free, sealing the entire area. Bingning was nowhere to be found inside the vicinity of his attack. In this split second, the cold glint of a sword emerged right in front of his throat. He guessed her position and focused on offense instead of defense. Alas, the sword disappeared once more. This repeated several times before the prince was carelessly struck. The wound was shallow in a non-fatal position, but this was still a great blow to his morale. She appeared again next to Li Qiye after the successful exchange. "So fast," an expert commented. "Not just fast, her stealth is impeccable too," one ancestor said. World-concealing grass. The prince's expression became unsightly, his stare fixated on her. He has always taken pride in his ambushing techniques. This allowed him to kill stronger foes. He had heard of stories about her grass of invisibility but didn't pay it any mind, even holding it in contempt. In his mind, using an external item for stealth was no big deal, until today. In terms of cultivation, she was not necessarily stronger than him. But with the grass, she definitely had the advantage when it came to subterfuge combat. "Crown Prince, you're not the only one well-versed in ambushing techniques in Myriad. The rest of us just don't care enough." She verbally attacked, staying true to her title. "That grass is incredible," one ancestor murmured. Everyone knew that Vermilion was famous for its peerless martial arts, needless to say about its successor. However, this made people forget about her particular treasure and her assassination abilities. It was just that she preferred not to use them when possible. "Not bad," the prince uttered. "Martial Goddess, I'm not here alone, that Li guy won't be able to escape today." With that, another group showed up with murderous intent. The leader was an ancestor holding a saber flashing with a bloody glow. One could faintly hear the stench of blood from a distance as if this saber had reaped numerous victims in the past. Blade Reaper True God and so many ancestors from Heaven's Start system. The spectators noted with fear. The name of this 8th level True God was Chen Baojiang, his title, Blade Reaper. This ferocious man massacred numerous enemies during youth, not sparing their clans and families either. The blood of his fallen foes stained the blade of his saber and their indignant spirits lingered there, hence his title. Plenty of people wanted to kill him for revenge, but he came from Heaven's Start, a powerful system. Others couldn't do anything about it. His arrival today meant that his system was going all out. Is it just a coincidence? Someone murmured. Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Heaven's Start went all in with their ancestors. Everyone felt that it was a premeditated assault on Li Qie. I heard young Lord Mu had given out an order, bring Li Qie's head for a great reward. A knowledgeable expert quietly revealed. I see. People understood right away. No wonder why so many ancestors came. So young Lord Mu had given a prize for Li Qie's head. It was no longer about personal grievances. Chapter 23-34, The spectators took a deep breath to see the number of ancestors on the other side. One expert said, they want him dead since he didn't give any respect to young Lord Mu. Even Heaven's Start is trying to curry some favors. Young Lord Mu is prestigious indeed, the influence of his clan is a big deal. Another ancestor sentimentally said. Coiling Dragon System and Sword Grave were strong but not as glorious as they once were. The current leader of the former was the 8-armed dynasty and Sword Grave no longer belonged to the Ling clan. In short, they were on a downward path. This wasn't the case for Heaven's Start. The leaders were still the descendants of their progenitor. They had the complete versions of merit laws and Grand Tao, superior to the other two systems in this aspect. Moreover, their progenitor went on to reach the imperial level as well, according to the rumors. These three systems were the first to answer the call of young Lord Mu, virtually going all out in order to kill Li Qie. One could see how highly they thought of the young lord. Because of his status, few dared to challenge him, let alone not giving him face like Li Qie. Not only did Li Qie show no respect to the young lord, but he also held the Mu clan in contempt. This courage was commendable. That Li Qie guy is intense, to be so courageous. Another ancestor praised. Martial Goddess, our ancestors are here. Saber Devil Crown Prince threatened. She remained calm and cold, so what? The Crown Prince continued with rising bloodthirst, Martial Goddess, opposing the world for the sake of a villain, is it worth it? I don't need outsiders to tell me what to do. She replied. Humph, avoid making this mistake. Li Qie is strong, but nothing good will come from opposing young Lord Mu. Coiling Dragon young noble joined in. I've seen plenty of hounds like you. Bingning interrupted, when I agreed to join the alliance, I was prepared for death, so you think I would be afraid of this young Lord Mu? The Mu might be strong but it's still nothing more than a clan. So many progenitors from our world don't give a damn about them. This statement stirred the heart of the listeners, especially those fearing the Mu. Everyone feared young Lord Mu not because of his personal power. But with further rumination, the crowd found that their progenitors were also powerful and imperious. In fact, some of their progenitors weren't weaker than the Mu's progenitor. For example, Sword Saint. Unfortunately, their descendants didn't work as hard and succumbed before the might of the Mu. Coiling Dragon's face turned red, speechless. They were the three young nobles and sword saber duo. However, they chose to be submissive towards young Lord Mu. This wasn't due to a lack of confidence or weakness, it's just that they lacked the same courage as Bingning. What is he searching for? Solitary Sword God ignored the quarrels and only had eyes for Li Qie the entire time. This sword fanatic didn't care for anyone else and only watched Li Qie, a potential opponent. As a 9th level true god, he was observant enough to know that Li Qie had entered meditation. The rowdiness was interrupted by his comment. Everyone looked over and finally noticed the peculiarity: Li Qie was sitting there like a statue. He's meditating. They realized right away. A while ago, they assumed he was being arrogant and didn't want to talk to others since this was his style against Windchaser Matron. The two girls became alarmed. Bingning tried her best to stay calm so that others couldn't read her emotions. Unfortunately, Shima was inexperienced and turned pale. Everyone could tell from her expression that Li Qie was in meditation. Something is strange with this cliff. Solitary ignored the implication and turned towards the cliff, able to sense something due to his power and vision. No one cared about this cliff earlier since it looked as common as can be. Some used their heavenly gaze but nothing showed up. Solitary finally activated his heavenly gaze. It looked like a gigantic jewel emitting a clear light. The light fell upon the cliff and a slight resonation began. The cliff slightly glowed. Of course, this was far from the ripples created by Li Qie earlier. Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper joined the fun. They began dissecting the cliff. Among the ancestors present, Solitary was the strongest. More importantly, he only cared about the Grand Tao, so this allowed him to have greater comprehension. Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper knew they weren't a match. Nevertheless, they still noticed something strange. It's a Tao bone. After a long time, Solitary blurted out in astonishment. If it wasn't for Li Qie, he wouldn't have paid any attention to this cliff. Now, he was sure that it was a Tao bone. Sword God, are you sure? Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper didn't believe him. As 8th-level true gods, they didn't see any hint of it being a bone at all. Despite their skepticism, they had enough respect for Solitary's Tao comprehension to believe him. Solitary didn't bother answering the two and kept on looking at the cliff. I can't understand it. The other two took the lack of respect in stride. Solitary was famous for being arrogant and non-social. The spectators all tried to look at the cliff. The ancestors focused their eyes but failed to decipher anything. Chapter 23:35. At this moment, the cliff became the center of attention. So many ancestors widened their eyes in order to see some clues. Can a Tao bone be that big? That's impossible. Some remained skeptical. Tao bones did exist in Coin Beast City, but they were only around the size of a fist. But this one ahead was massive. How could such a large one exist in this world? Nevertheless, Solitary Sword God was positive and they had no reason to claim otherwise. It might just be one. After a while, both Blade Reaper and Myriad Armed gave their opinion, still amazed by the sheer size of the bone. It wouldn't surprise them if this was the largest Tao bone in existence. I can't see through it. The two had no choice but to give up, aware that they were no match for Solitary in Tao comprehension. Solitary himself failed to see through anything but didn't wish to give up. Can anything be better than this? People stopped doubting and thought about something else. One ancestor murmured, according to the myth, Elucidation True Emperor only found one the size of a palm, and this allowed him to be incredible. If one could understand this one, wouldn't the person become unbeatable for an eternity? This possibility made them salivate with desires. Of course, wanting and taking were two different things. Wu Bingning was worried at first, but this misdirection made her sigh with relief. Alas, this didn't last long. Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign moved forward to her chagrin. The thing she didn't want to happen the most was unraveling. Li Qie, we will go to the death with you today. Coiling Dragon shouted, do you dare or not? The sudden challenge attracted everyone's attention. They knew that he couldn't fight right now due to being immersed in meditation. It was also his weakest moment and the best opportunity for his foes. A forceful severing would result in chi deviation or worse, death. This challenge was only an excuse. They wished to eliminate him here and now. As for the ancestors, they simply watched without stopping the youths. The ones from the last generation didn't want to do something like this, but they wouldn't stop the youths from doing so either. If you want to challenge our young noble, then pick a time and location. We will be there. Sword Sovereign smiled, why not now instead of picking a different date? In my opinion, this is a great place to fight as well. Count me in. Saber Devil Crown Prince coldly smiled. Some of the crowd naturally looked down on this despicable method from the three. However, as the adage goes, no better time to strike than when an enemy is ill. This was Li Qia's most vulnerable moment. It would be foolish to wait. Despicable cowards. She glared at them and sneered, outside of Coin Beast City, just one slash from our young noble frightened all of you into running for your life. Her reminder of the previous humiliation naturally vexed them. Their face turned red and ugly, shame slowly turning into anger. Martial Goddess, you're no longer a member of justice after conspiring with that villain and won't be able to escape death either. Sword Sovereign put on a tough expression and declared. Say what you want. She didn't mind her reputation being tarnished and sneered, if you want to challenge our young noble, you must get through me first. The crowd was impressed to see her willing to fight all three of them. That's why she became the successor of Vermilion Martial Court. One spectator noted. Coiling Dragon was also furious, Martial Goddess, you think too highly of yourself, can you actually take all of us on? He was still annoyed that the three of them couldn't kill Conqueror. The guys famed soared above them afterward, it was just one failure after another in recent days. Now, this challenge from Bingning diminished their prestige even more. It's arguable that they were at the peak of the young generation, but they weren't getting the respect they deserve. Today, if they didn't defeat Wu Bingning, it would be too shameful to stay in myriad lineage. Try and see. She remained imperious and glared at the three. Very well, we'll have a look at your supreme martial arts. The Crown Prince smiled. He didn't care about his reputation and fame, unlike the other two. He wouldn't miss the chance to have a 3-on-1 fight. So be it. Sword Sovereign also gave up at this point. Clank. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Its terrible glint deterred people from looking over. I suppose, why not? Coiling Dragon uttered, if you want to be buried with that villain, we'll satisfy you. Boom. His 8 hands held 8 treasures, exuding a massive power. Buzz. The Crown Prince also had his saber ready. It emitted a terrible evil energy that eventually engulfed its user, enough to make the crowd shudder. Bingning didn't dare to underestimate them and put away her sword, choosing a halberd instead. Coiling Dragon began the battle by using a treasure seal. It didn't directly attack her but rather hovered above him, pouring down rays of Grand Tao laws on himself for protection. Sword Sovereign also summoned numerous divine swords. They rotated around him and formed a defensive barrier. The Crown Prince chose to rely on stealth and disappeared from sight. They have experienced her ambushing techniques earlier and assumed a defensive stance. Get ready. She didn't waste time before fading away. All three opened their heavenly gaze but still failed to find her. Boom. A halberd thrust an empty space and forced the Crown Prince to show himself. He retaliated by swinging his saber and unleashing numerous slashes. Chapter 2336, Forcing the Crown Prince out in the open also exposed her location, so Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign immediately attacked. The former unleashed all 8 treasures from different directions to crush the area, not giving her a chance to run. The latter's swords hemmed and gathered into a peerless slash, full of the sword Tao. It fixated on her head. The three of them didn't give her a chance to retaliate, deciding to go all out from the start. Unfortunately, Coiling Dragon's treasures couldn't seal Bingning's movement. She still disappeared after the failed attack. She showed off her own stealth techniques, perhaps superior to the Crown Prince, instead of just relying on the world-concealing grass. Whoosh! In the next blink of an eye, a white ray aimed straight for the sovereign's heart. Clank! The wall of swords activated, completely impenetrable. This allowed him to slash instead of parry. Clank! Her halberd successfully penetrated the wall of swords and slammed into his sword, resulting in a deafening collision. Blood finally made its appearance. Though she failed to pierce through him, her halberd still brushed by his back, leaving a deep wound. Kill her now. The other two rushed over and used their top techniques again. Unfortunately, they had no way of stopping her stealth technique. The three became on guard. The next ambush came straight for Coiling Dragon's throat. Alas, the combined effort of the three forced her back. There was no doubt that her power alone couldn't match up to the three, but the world-concealing grass was incredible. The trio couldn't catch her at all. She was superior to Conqueror in this regard. He could only defend instead of having enough freedom of movement to retaliate. That grass is so amazing. One spectator said. Everyone could see that without this treasure, she wouldn't be able to fare much better than Conqueror. The trio wasn't strong like Li Qie to stop the grass, so how could they stop her from moving freely through space? Nevertheless, the only thing she has accomplished so far was leaving trivial wounds on their body. The real damage was on their pride. Coiling Dragon's eyes fell upon Li Qie. He immediately had an idea and signaled at the other two. Hold her back. He ignored her ambush and darted for Li Qie with lightning speed. He raised a treasure pagoda and smashed down. Boom! A halberd naturally came to stop the incoming pagoda. Now! The other two took advantage of this. One devilish saber carried a crazy wave of sharp energy. The sword gathered the myriad laws that wove together into a mighty sword intent, aiming for her neck. Even the sun paled in comparison before this luminous thrust. She spun her halberd and created a billowing wave, encompassing both offense and defense. At this moment, she had no choice but to face them directly. If she were to disappear, those slashes would kill Li Qie behind her. Bam! The halberd technique stopped the incoming sword and saber, but she staggered backward from the reverberation. Blood ran down her lips. Taking them on one at a time was possible, but the duo completely overwhelmed her. The group finally surrounded Wu Bingning since she was forced to stay near Li Qie and Shimo. They were using Li Qie to stop Bingning from utilizing her grass. Protecting Li Qie meant that she couldn't leave the area. Martial Goddess, it is not too late to surrender or this will be your grave. Coiling Dragon threatened. Bingning snorted with derision, is that so? Try this move first then talk. Buzz. Her halberd became radiant and translucent. She threw it in the air with a speed surpassing lightning. Time seemed to be slowing down as a result. R.A. An ocean of lightning arcs emerged. A Leo emerged with claws sharp and agile enough to tear through the spatial fabrics. Nothing could stop its pounce. Boom! At the same time, two more figures also emerged, seemingly eternal. She didn't stop there, for this were three moves strung together as a series. The Leo was first, then the two figures, but because of her speed, they seemed to be coming out at the same time. This mighty power ravaged the Tao and the myriad ages. Everything seemed as fragile as paper. Lightning Leo down the mountain, wait, no, it's three variations in a row. One ancestor reacted with a shout. Everyone gasped and shuddered after hearing this. The 12 variations of martial ancestor were the top merit laws of Vermilion. They were his best techniques, completely unstoppable. Just one variation was virtually unbeatable, but she performed 3 of them in a row. The crowd saw a magnificent scene, the spatial area near her halberd crumbled like glass. Temporal affinity was being surpassed, everything else was slowing down. No, they were actually reversing in time. Perhaps this was an illusory effect, but the feeling was incredibly strange. The three variations starting with Lightning Leo was quite threatening. The trio could sense the danger and become alarmed. The Crown Prince was the first to retaliate, splitting the heavens. He stole the brightness in the world and condensed everything on his saber before slashing forward without any hesitation. In his mind, offense is the best defense, because no defense from them could stop that incoming strike. Thus, he chose to use his best slash and aimed it at her halberd. Boom! Chaos ensued, the stars lost their brilliance. The world fell into darkness after this explosion. Sword Forest. The sovereign turned into a boundless domain of swords. Countless blades became a supreme fortress, invulnerable to attacks. Treasures equal to the heavens. The frightened coiling dragon summoned all of his treasures before using his strongest attack. This one was both offense and defense. His treasures erupted like the suns. Chapter 23:37, Boom. The two sides couldn't pull a fast one, needing to rely on brute force and perseverance for this exchange. Space was blown to smithereens and the sky turned dark as if crippled to the horror of the crowd. Cracks appeared all over the ground. Bingning couldn't stabilize her stance and blood gushed out of her mouth. She turned pale, losing control of her legs. Using three variations together was exceedingly difficult because they have lost the complete version. Though the three she used were next to each other, learning how to do so was no easy task. She paid a great price and felt her energy churning in the opposite direction, nearly causing an implosion. Just staying alive and calming this surge was amazing. Nevertheless, she needed the help of her halberd just to stand. The other three weren't much better. Blood seeped out, drop by drop. Coiling Dragon's shoulder had a terrible puncture, essentially crippling that arm. Sword Sovereign's weapon cracked, he himself was laden with wounds. The least injured was the Crown Prince since the halberd only broke several bones of his. His advantages became apparent since he cultivated a complete version of progenitorial laws. Because of this, his cultivation might not be as strong as the other two, his defensive prowess was certainly better. If her attack was focused on only one of them, that person would definitely die. Unfortunately, the power diffused on three targets and weakened as a result. The atmosphere became serious, everyone took a deep breath while watching this scene. They finally saw the might of the 12 variations, truly frightening. She could take on anyone in the young generation with this combo. In fact, it would be a sure kill. Whoosh! Saber Devil Crown Prince went at it again. As an assassin, he knew when to strike. This was, without a doubt, the best opportunity. He didn't give her the chance to rest. The saber turned into a slash aiming straight for Wuxia, wishing to decapitate him. Bingning became startled and raised her halberd. Alas, the fatigue made her unable to stop the saber. Clank! Her halberd was knocked out of her hands. Everyone knew that Wuxia was dead for sure this time. In this blink of an eye, Shima didn't have the ability to stop the slash, needing to resort to using her body as a shield. She knew she was done for, but courage made her stand in front of him. Meanwhile, Bingning closed her eyes, not wanting to watch. Boom! Everything seemed to stop for a split second. When Shimo regained her wits, she found that she was still alive and painless. Not even a drop of blood was dripping. Bingning also opened her eyes to confirm the situation. People saw the Crown Prince's saber being stopped by 2 fingers without any difficulty. Moreover, he couldn't pull it back and became horrified. The person stopping the blade was obviously Wuxia. Clank! He flipped his fingers and the saber broke apart. The prince couldn't believe it. This was a divine saber, but it felt like tofu before Wuxia. Silly girl. Wuxia stood up and patted Shima's head while shaking his own. He then helped Bingning, who was on the verge of collapsing, and fed her a pill. Little girl, you don't understand me at all. How can a few ants do anything to a sleeping dragon? He let her sit down and assisted her in recovering. With that done, he stared at the trio. They understandably turned pale with fear and started retreating backward. They were still very afraid of his unbelievably fast quick-draw. What do you want? Coiling Dragon shouted, sounding much weaker than before despite the loud volume. You three deserve death. Li Qiye declared sonorously as if it was the truth. The ancestors of our systems are here, they won't let you do as you, the prince shouted. But he suddenly stopped speaking. A sword flash appeared and froze everything. After a long time, one could finally hear the clanking of a sword leaving its sheath and time flowed again. Li Qiye had taken Shima's sword from her back. It was just that his speed was incredible. People saw the flash first before the noise. Thump. 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 The head of Coiling Dragon, Saber Devil, and Sword Sovereign fell to the ground. Poof. Blood gushed out from their neck like a flood breaking the dam. They could still watch their body falling to the ground, wanting to scream, but not a single sound came out. The spectators were reminded of this terrible slash. Little bastard. Experts from Sword Grave howled. How could they stand their sect master being murdered? All three systems had furious high gods getting ready for battle. Several hundred leaped to the sky and unleashed their treasures at Li Qiye. Boom! These weapons illuminated the world. A terrible aura came like a tempest. Clank! Another slash surpassing time itself appeared, unspotted by the crowd. Thump, 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 one head after another started rolling on the ground. Blood gushed out of necks like rainbows, crossing each other and eventually culminating in a sanguine rain. They wanted to kill Li Qiye, but the moment his sword left the sheath, the result was obvious. No one could stop his slash. Members of these three systems, don't think about escaping. His eyes turned towards the remaining ancestors. Chapter 2338. The blood from several hundred decapitated experts of the three systems began to flow and overwhelmed the senses. Experts here were experienced, but even the true gods right now were trembling after witnessing the ultimate slash. The three youths were actually pseudo-true emperors, yet their combined effort couldn't stop one single move. This feeling of terror affected Myriad-Armed and Blade Reaper as well. His words earlier still echoed in everyone's ears, not as a threat but as a premonition. Ascenders felt the same pressure. They were ready to face the toughest enemy, so they took out their weapons and maintained defensive measures. Of course, fury overwhelmed them as well. Li Qiye had just killed their sect master, successors, and several hundred experts before their very eyes. It was showing utter contempt for their systems, challenging their authority, a declaration of war. Li Qiye, you have crossed the line. Myriad-Armed held numerous treasures. Their laws poured down to protect him like a divine wall. Li Qiye turned towards him and replied, so what? No one will be leaving today. The neutral spectators gasped. This was a prelude to a massacre. Wanting to kill all the ancestors here. The loss would be unreal, resulting in an irreconcilable feud, until the destruction of one side. They felt that only someone as fierce as Li Qiye would be able to do this. It was appropriate for his style. Our three systems have countless masters. Myriad-Armed shouted. Whether it be flowery words or raising their morale, Myriad-Armed needed to stay strong or his system would lose all respect. Just imagine, one system being suppressed by a single person. How could they maintain the authority and instill fear afterward? How could the other sects in Coiling Dragon system stay subservient to their dynasty? Just a bunch of losers. I spared your life back at Insane Court, yet you dare to wag your tail before me again. Looks like you won't take me seriously until your head is on the ground. Li Qiye interrupted Myriad-Armed. This revelation left Myriadarm's expression awkward and ugly. The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this as well. Prior to this, the Alliance didn't announce their victory, but from various leaks, everyone assumed that it was a success. This meant that the Alliance has been lying to everyone by not refuting the facts in order to maintain their reputation and face. Now, people became aware that the Alliance had lost to Wuxia in the past, so they were justifiably shocked. No wonder why this guy was so domineering. He had defeated these old men already. Wuxia, don't be arrogant. This isn't your court and you don't have the Dao source. We'll see how long you can act this way. Blade Reaper joined the fray since Myriadarm was speechless. More than enough to destroy your 3 systems. Wuxia nonchalantly claimed. The crowd looked at each other. Even a true emperor wouldn't make this statement, but Wuxia had no qualms in doing so. Everyone, did you hear that? This villain won't change his way. We must work together for the sake of justice today. Myriadarm finally regained his composure and shouted at the ancestors, if we can't kill him, Myriad will never see the daylight again. Go for it so I don't have to chase you one by one. Just 3 to 5 moves will be enough. Wuxia flatly said. All of the ancestors angrily glared at him. This group of the 3 systems and other experts had more than 1,000 members, and nearly 10 ascenders. Furthermore, Solitary Sword God was someone who could actually fight a true emperor. Very well, no need to reason with this villain, let's kill him. Blade Reaper roared. He and Myriadarm had an implicit understanding, aware that they alone couldn't handle Wuxia at all. Working together and using their best moves. There might be a sliver of hope in that case. I'll fight you first. Solitary suddenly challenged while looking at Wuxia without batting an eye. He spoke the fewest words from start to finish. He has been watching the entire time since Wuxia's slash, brimming with excitement. Sword God, we need to go together. Myriadarm hastily said. Among them, Solitary was the strongest. They considered him to be their main fighting force, believing that he could stop Wuxia's quick draw. But now, a one-on-one fight between these two wouldn't be favorable for them. I don't care about your business. Do as you please, even Swordgrave has nothing to do with me. Solitary didn't even mind the death of Sword Sovereign or the Alliance's request. The only thing in his mind was the Sword Dao. He became ecstatic after watching Wuxia in action and simply wanted to test his skill. Victory or defeat didn't matter. Sword God, Blade Reaper tried as well. Don't bother me. Solitary coldly uttered, don't blame my sword for being merciless if you choose to interfere with my duel. He couldn't be clearer with his intent, uncaring of his own system. Only the sword could win his attention. Blade Reaper and Myriadarm couldn't do anything. They retreated together and tried to come up with another plan. I didn't expect this. A spectator became surprised. Solitary was the strongest ancestor of Swordgrave. Now, their sect master had just been killed, yet he harbored no intention of revenge. The existence of an ancestor like this was a bit ridiculous. That's why his title is Solitary. A different ancestor actually expected this, of course, he is qualified to be arrogant. His Sword Dao is mighty, Myriadarm and Blade Reaper are no match for him. It's a shame that he didn't have access to Sword Saint's Sword Dao, or he would have been an eternal long ago. He was born for the Dao of a sword, a true genius. The only thing that held him back was learning a shallow law from the start. If he started with a real legacy, he might be on the same level as Dracoform Martial God. Chapter 2339, Words couldn't be heard in this area for the crowd had nothing to say. A few experts prayed for Solitary's victory against Wuxia. The youth didn't know much about this particular sword user, but the older masters and ancestors truly admired his sword Dao. Solitary wouldn't care about 9th level true gods, even those so close to being an eternal. His love for the sword made him only train in the sword Dao, establishing an incredible foundation, something the other true gods couldn't compare to despite training in progenitorial laws. So fast. Solitary said solemnly, I've never seen something like this before, you will be a worthy foe. There was no antagonism in his tone, only a simple challenge. Li Qie looked at him and said, your sword Dao is all right at the complexity to simplicity state, reaching samadhi with this Dao. Some were stunned after this comment. It could be said that when strictly speaking about the sword Dao, no one in Myriad knew more than him. But now, Li Qie said that it was only, all right. Quite an unreasonable and haughty statement. Nevertheless, Solitary slowly untied the heavy sword behind his back and held it with one hand. He didn't emit an imposing sword energy, but he himself looked like a sheathed sword, as immovable as Mount Tai. Speed is not my forte, but after witnessing your slash earlier, I am jubilant. Please, make your move to determine the better between the two of us. Solitary said. Li Qie was not an enemy to him, only a worthy foe. Quick draw isn't my forte either. Li Qie chuckled. The crowd became slack-jawed, some even audibly gasped. Everyone has seen it, when the sword came out, heads will fall. Nothing else in the world could match it. This was something worthy of pride, yet Li Qie just said it wasn't even his forte. If this was the truth, it would be too terrifying. His real skill would be completely dreadful. Solitary's eyes narrowed, wishing to see some clues but unable to spot anything. May I ask what you are best at? Solitary asked. Killing, that's all. Li Qie freely said. For some reason, people could smell the stench of blood and become horrified. Clank. Solitary finally unsheathed his sword, very slowly and solemnly. However, not a single exquisite movement was unnecessary. With a serious expression, he requested, please show me your quick draw. Simplicity and power, the might of a heavy sword user. Li Qie said while looking at the heavy sword. This sword was unadorned, devoid of decorations, just a tool for murder. It's a bit boring if I use quick draw versus your heavy sword. Let's settle it with a heavy style as well. Li Qie smiled while shaking his head. A heavy sword style. Solitary's eyes lit up, overwhelmed with excitement. Just the quick draw style already stirred him beyond belief. After years of training, his Dao became simple, resulting in this heavy style. Each technique no longer needed variation, only weight and power. He never cared for powerful foes, only opponents skilled in the sword. Unfortunately, they were a rare breed. So now, when Li Qie wished to do this contest with his own heavy style, Solitary became thrilled as a master of this Dao. Li Qie said, I shall show you the truest form of the sword. Having said that, his body started glowing ever so lightly and began to float. Clank. The hum of a sword could be heard, but none was in sight. His body itself was the blade at this moment. Incredible. Solitary couldn't help but praise even before the enemy made his move, that's a sword indeed. Clank. The heavy sword in his hand resonated without showing great fanfare and radiance. In this split second, it seemed to be alive. More importantly, he also became an unsheathed sword. It didn't have sharpness, only an incalculable weight that could crush the firmaments. People couldn't distinguish between him and his sword, for the two have fused into one. He started floating up and stood directly in front of Li Qie. I'm ready. Solitary calmly said while being one with the sword. Suddenly, a colossal sword materialized above. It was large enough for a galaxy to float around it. Just one slash could split the world into two halves. Merit laws and techniques were insignificant in comparison, as brittle as dried branches. What is that sword? People looked up at the sky. One couldn't see it fully without relying on their heavenly gaze. This might be too much. Li Qie chuckled and raised his hand. The sword shrank in size, becoming big enough to fall into his grip. It emitted a bronze luster, simple and ancient. It also carried immense weight. This sword compared to Solitary's own seemed to be about even. Sword existing in the heart. Solitary sighed and said, "What's its name?" "Bronze." Li Qie answered before test swinging it once. "Bronze." Solitary repeated this ordinary yet memorable name. Everyone assumed that this name would have an awesome name, so they were caught off guard. "Let us begin." Solitary initiated. "You first, so people won't say that I didn't give you a chance." Li Qie smiled. "Very well." Solitary didn't waste time. His eyes became resplendent as two suns, pouring out a light that could burn everything. Chapter 2340, Solitary became different, majestic and unreachable like the apex of the world. His weight was incalculable and immovable. Buzz. The raising of his sword affected the space nearby as if it was pulling on the entire area. Just one flick could flip the world over. People found it hard that this ninth-level true god would start with such a simple variation, only raising his sword upward without any preparation or difficult movements. This freestyle wasn't worth pondering about, as insipid as water. "I'm starting." Solitary uttered each word clearly, carrying the same pull as his incoming slash. Whoosh! A straightforward vertical slash came about. In fact, calling it a slash might be inaccurate. He raised his sword, then allowed it to fall down while maintaining a grip. There was no hacking movement. The two of them were far apart despite being on the same altitude. This gigantic sword wasn't going to touch Li Qie. It looked more like a child playing with a heavy sword, gesturing before the actual battle. Due to his reputation, the crowd was ready for a flashy move containing profound Tao and indecipherable techniques. However, even a 3-year-old child could raise a sword and let it go down. The disappointment didn't last long, interrupted by a rumbling sound. Space below the sword began to shatter as if it was a massive piece of glass. This horrific power gathered the weight of the world on the sword. Furthermore, it was perfectly under his control since only the space beneath was affected. It indicated his mastery over his sword. For example, a person might be able to lift a sword weighing 100 pounds, but that's it. Solitary, on the other hand, was able to lift a 200-pound sword with enough precision as if it was his own hand without any encumbrance. The speed was as slow as an ant, but there was no escaping this technique since he aimed it straight for Li Qie. It had nothing to do with space. Even if Li Qie was far away, it was essentially right above his head already. The spectators also felt this crushing pressure, imagining as if they were Li Qie. The ones who were disappointed earlier were scared out of their mind. Some even dropped to their knees. People started sweating, understanding Solitary's notoriety. He could definitely beat any true god before the eternal level. He established himself as the king of swords after showing off this move. Well done. Li Qie smiled before retaliating in a simple manner. He raised his arm, lifted his hand and sword. A perfect flow without any wasted movement. Time seemed to be frozen at this point. People couldn't tell the exact weight of this bronze sword, only that it carried the gravity of 10,000 worlds. Just like Solitary before him, Li Qie raised it without any difficulty. Moreover, the frozen image meant that wherever the sword stopped, nothing could ever get through since it was the thickest and heaviest existence of all. Solitary's slash was no exception. The two moves finally collided. Of course, the physical swords weren't actually touching due to the distance between them, but all spatial limitations were meaningless at this point. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a clank between two swords was missing. Only a loud boom like two heavy objects colliding. Imagine two hard planets' first impact. They didn't collapse or suffer damage right away, only sending out shockwaves. This injured people and made them vomit blood. The weaker ones were instantly turned to blood. This was only the inevitable fallout of the impact, not directed at anyone in particular, yet it could already harm the masters nearby. The unharmed ones fell on there but, paralyzed from the massive power of the attacks. People couldn't tell the victor just yet. Li Qiye's sword froze everything into a still while Solitary's sword stopped there, unable to advance. Intuition told the ancestors that Li Qiye had the upper hand. Solitary instantly pulled back, wearing an expression appropriate for the most serious match of his life. My turn. Li Qiye smiled and thrust his bronze sword forward. His quick draw was well documented at being imperceivable at this point. However, the crowd was disappointed since it wasn't a swift thrust. In fact, it had nothing to do with the word fast. A new practitioner could thrust much faster than this particular strike from Li Qiye. He simply went with the flow and aimed for Solitary's throat. One would be justified in thinking that this technique was rather lazy. All of this instantly changed in the next second. The unremarkable and leisure thrust encompassed the greatest weight in actuality. Chapter 2341, This casual thrust shouldered the weight of countless worlds, capable of crushing the toughest material in existence. Furthermore, this unimaginable weight was concentrated at the tip of the sword. It wouldn't be hard to realize its destructive property. Because of this, the sword created a thin line, as fine as can be. This was the crushing of space. Earlier, Solitary also achieved this with his attack. Space might have crumbled, but that was in a much wider area. This meant that the weight was spread over his heavy sword. On the other hand, Li Qiye's thrust only created a line thinner than a strand of hair. Two different sword experts, the first one could take down a mosquito flying in the air, but the second one could accurately cut off the mosquito's hair. This was a massive difference, impossible for Solitary to ever catch up. The spectators felt something wet on their forehead, most likely beads of sweat. They wiped it and found that it was blood staining their hands. What's going on? These experts became frightened. Sure enough, a thin cut was there with a disproportionate amount of blood dripping down. Though Li Qiye's thrust wasn't aimed at them, and that he didn't emit any sword intent, this thrust still struck their mind, resulting in physical damage. Get back again. The previous collision left many wounded, so the crowd retreated to a greater distance. Perhaps this wasn't far enough, so they ran even more to guarantee their safety. Clank. Solitary stood still while holding his sword vertically before his chest. No aura just like before, but it gave off the sense that he was sealing himself off. Not one expert could take half a step forward. The sword became a defensive world standing before him. People saw an illusion of thickness on top of heaviness. Nothing could penetrate this world entirely. A lack of technique, merit laws, and treasure didn't weaken this defense. This scene was truly impressive, telling the crowd of this possible usage of the sword, creating a shield thicker than a crust of 10 million miles. One slash to destroy the earth, another to become invulnerable. The fast switch intensified the crowd's respect for this sword god. People finally understood that what they considered the Tao of the sword prior was only child's play, lacking the elegance and refinement found here. The Ascenders felt the same inferiority. Trying to use the sword in front of Solitary would be quite ironic and asking for humiliation, same as calling oneself a sword god. Clank. Li Qiye's sword tip finally touched Solitary's giant sword. The sound was akin to a bronze needle touching a wind chime, quiet and unique. Everyone suddenly felt that this sword had pierced through their chest. The weirdest part that instead of fear, they felt delighted dying in this manner. Crack. Starting from the impact point, cracks emanated all over the giant sword. Boom. Finally, the giant sword shattered into shiny pieces, all of the same size. This breaking process seemed like a perfect work of art. Even the hilt broke down and scattered with the wind. When everyone calmed down, they saw the tip of Li Qiye's sword being neck to Solitary's throat. Just a little push and that would be the sword god's demise. Needless to say, Solitary was utterly defeated. I've lost, but just being able to watch this thrust makes my 100,000 years of training worth it. Solitary lowered his hands and closed his eyes, completely convinced of his defeat. Kill me. No one dared to breathe loudly. This scene was too shocking. A 9th-level true god, one that was far inferior to those on the same level, had lost to Wuxia. Everyone knew that Wuxia's quick draw was unbeatable and a sure kill move, not expecting his heavy style to be just as incredible. So many felt bad because a true sword god was about to die. Myriad would lose a great master. There was enough 9th-level true gods in this world, but someone like Solitary was rare. Clank. But surprisingly enough, Wuxia put away his bronze sword and said, "Only a few truly understand the sword. It's a shame to kill you, so you may leave now." Solitary opened his eyes to look at Wuxia before sighing. He left without thanking Wuxia. He didn't care about living or dying, only the sword mattered. It was a lonely way of life, hence his title. Ancestor. The ancestors from Sword Grave shouted, but he kept on moving and eventually disappeared over the horizon. The crowd remained shocked after his departure. The duel only lasted 2 moves, not requiring techniques and variations, lacking sword energy as well. Each had one chance, swapping between offense and defense. In terms of sword techniques, this duel was too ordinary. However, the actual process broadened the crowd's horizon, showing them what true invincibility with the sword was. Possessing beautiful styles and radiance didn't matter. When one was truly invincible, even their simplest slash would be unstoppable. Chapter 2342, Solitary left in a lonely manner, true to his title. The crowd had nothing to say since this was the best result. His death would be quite regrettable. Your turn now. Wuxia turned towards his enemies and coldly uttered. All eyes were on Myriad armed in his group now. Their 3 systems have gathered and must work together since they stood no chance alone versus Wuxia. With Solitary's defeat, it meant that their strongest ascenders were no match for him. Though they were 8th-level true gods, the gap between them and Solitary was massive. Possessing a number advantage was useless. At the ascender level, the power disparity couldn't be made up by adding 1 or 2 combatants. Even if Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper worked together, they wouldn't have been able to beat Solitary. Thus, though the Alliance had almost 10 ascenders, they wouldn't be able to touch Wuxia at all. This, in turn, meant that a massacre was incoming. The ancestors were the pillars of any system, losing them would mean a great loss. The 3 systems would need several generations to make this up. The Alliance was aggressive earlier, thinking that they had the advantage. But now, their expression became austere with a touch of pessimism. Escaping was not an option, for it would result in a complete loss of face. Plus, Wuxia wouldn't let them run either. There was only one choice: fight to the death. Death is nothing in the pursuit of justice against evil. Myriad Armed sounded quite heroic. Stop it. Wuxia waved his sleeve. No need for such grand rhetoric before me. It's not like I haven't seen your pitiful state after losing. If it wasn't for Pill King and the others, I would have decapitated all of you. Myriad Armed became red. He only wanted to re-establish his stance and seize the moral high ground on top of building the courage to fight, but this verbal slap from Wuxia ruined it all. To a warrior, death is preferable to humiliation. He shouted back. Unfortunately, you're no warrior. Wuxia chuckled, so much weaker compared to Solitary Sword God, let's not flatter yourselves now. The group glared at him but couldn't do anything about it. Our 3 systems will work to destroy the evil that is, Blade Reaper began. Wuxia didn't care. I know, I didn't say that you can't go together. Don't worry, I'll give you time to use your best move. Just all come at once to make this faster. Fine, we won't refuse then. Blade Reaper waited for this. If Li Qiye were to use his quick draw to start, many ancestors on their side would instantly die. I'm waiting. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The ancestors naturally disliked being shown such contempt by Li Qiye. They were big shots in myriad lineage, and anyone would tread carefully against their alliance. Nevertheless, they restrained themselves and must come up with a greater plan in order to annihilate Li Qiye. After a while, Li Qiye floated up and asked, "Are you prepared?" He looked at them as if they were already dead. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing his confidence. They knew that he wasn't all talk, completely capable of slaughtering everyone here. To the death. Blade Reaper coldly uttered. He stood at the center while the rest lined up around him. Though he wasn't the strongest ascender, he still became their core. The guy raised a treasure bowl, full of blood, not just his alone but of all the ancestors and experts here. So it turned out that during the fight between Li Qiye and Solitary, they have come up with a plan, gathering a little blood from everyone to fill this bowl. This was the true blood of these ancestors, very precious in nature. Now, Blade Reaper had a stoic expression as he took out a tiny bottle covered in powerful seals. It was obvious that the sealer was an amazing character. The spectators became curious, what was inside this bottle? Some stretched their neck to have a better look. Pop! He removed the seals. Boom! A wave of light surged to the sky and illuminated the entire area like the explosion of countless suns. A divinity billowed, one that could cross from one era to another, completely untouchable. The aura of a progenitor. Even ancestors shuddered from astonishment and fear. The weak couldn't handle this power, no different from a progenitor being here in person. Just one single drop of blood came out of the bottle, resembling a ruby more than blood. A drop of true blood. One ancestor blurted. People were naturally shocked. One drop of true blood from a progenitor was priceless. Heavenstart Saber progenitor's true blood, another sensed the saber energy from the drop. This explained why Blade Reaper became the nucleus of their plan. He was the only one who could take out this item. Chapter 2343, The drop of progenitor blood attracted everyone's attention. This was indeed a priceless treasure. Among the three systems, only Heavenstart could take out something like this. Coiling Dragon was strong, but the current leaders weren't part of the Orthodox branch, only the descendants of Prey Moon, so they didn't have their progenitor's true blood. This also applied to Sword Grave. The Ling were the real descendants, so the ancestors from this sect right now didn't have this type of true blood either. On the other hand, the leaders of Heavenstart were from Heavenstart Saber ancestors' lineage, and he left many things behind for them. Blade Reaper contributed greatly to the systems in the past, so he was granted this drop of true blood. Across the years, he couldn't bear to use it because it could save his life during a perilous moment. He had no choice today. People salivated while looking at the drop of blood. For the ancestors, not only it could increase their strength, life prolongment was also possible with the right methods. As for the youths, diluting this blood and drinking it would make their cultivation soar. Thus, this single drop was far more valuable than a treasure or weapon. Pop! The drop of blood fell into the bowl. This particular bowl was an amazing treasure as well, fusing the single drop along with the rest of the blood. Blade Reaper instantly drank the whole thing. Boom! His body became resplendent. Rumble! This dazzling body of his grew larger at a rapid rate. AAA! He howled in response to the monumental changes happening to his body. A supreme intent seemed to be reshaping his body. If he couldn't withstand this power, implosion was imminent. This physical power caused the space nearby to quake, indicative of its might. It didn't take long before he was taller than a mountain, wearing the sky above and stomping the ground below. White clouds were down at his waist. This scene was stirring because it wasn't an avatar form. At a certain height, these avatar forms were only illusory. On the other hand, he was truly a giant made out of flesh and blood, perhaps the largest existence in three immortals. Crack. Cracks appeared all over him as if he was made from stacking rocks. Just one touch could make him crumble. Not good, he can't handle the power of the blood. Someone startlingly said. Drinking true blood from a progenitor without refinement was dangerous. Even an ascender could die from doing so. Boom! As he was on the verge of collapsing, the ancestors and experts from the three systems disappeared. Their vitality and true energy created an ocean of blood. It started to spin and became a red maelstrom. What's left of his body emitted strands of blood and runes. These runes locked onto the maelstrom, creating massive waves. The maelstrom was then integrated into his body. It trembled from the influx of energy. He grew even taller and could pluck the stars now. The crowd understood that he wanted to use this drop of blood to reverse the tide. However, drinking this blood was unbearable, so he borrowed the true blood of the other experts as a foundation. This allowed him to withstand the pressure. Just like that, he grasped the power of the experts in the alliance and a portion of his progenitors. Though the latter was only a tiny part, it made him stronger than solitary sword god and placed him on the same level as an eternal. Boom! Particles of light gathered around him. People felt as if he was creating a new world. The guy had a golden glow now with a new temperament and style, similar to a progenitor. He looked down at Wuxia with a dazzling glare. Is he a progenitor now? Someone murmured. How can it be that easy? If one could do so in this manner, then progenitors are worthless. He's not even at the level of a strong true emperor, let alone a progenitor. One ancestor shook his head, this is all because of the drop of blood. He's stronger than solitary sword god, probably matching a new eternal and can take down 9th level true gods. Yes, still weaker than someone like Dracoform. That's just one drop of blood too, imagine if he has a full bottle. Another commented. Junior, you can't be forgiven for insulting our three systems. Blade Reaper spoke as if he was a being standing at the apex. Wuxia burst out in laughter, you think you're a progenitor now after just drinking one drop? A full bottle might give you a similar aura, but you're just a fox exploiting the tiger's might, an ape wearing a hat. Blade Reaper's expression became ugly. He felt invincible under this current state, each of his gestures and actions carried the cadence of a progenitor. In his opinion, killing Wuxia was as easy as lifting a finger. The blatant contempt in spite of this naturally infuriated him. Junior, I will eradicate you. The true god made the world tremble with his roar. Chapter 2344, The crowd held their breath while staring at Wuxia, eagerly anticipating his next move. They wanted to know his real strength. Perhaps Blade Reaper under this state would be able to show them some clues. Ever since his appearance, Wuxia's power has remained a mystery. Even his merit laws were unknown. Though he had participated in several battles, people still didn't know of his cultivation method. They knew that he was the leader of Insane Court and the first disciple of Longevity Valley, but he never used the merit laws from these two systems. After all, a cultivator would have a main merit law, eventually derived into a grand Dao. Despite his incredible sword Dao so far, intuition told people that this still wasn't his grand Dao. The gathering of power by Blade Reaper didn't affect Wuxia in the slightest, only earning him a brief glance of attention. Go first so that your effort won't be wasted and you can show off your heaven-shattering move. I'm not a bully. Wuxia chuckled. Everyone took a deep breath. Blade Reaper was very powerful right now, definitely stronger than solitary sword god earlier. Perhaps he was at the eternal level. Nevertheless, Wuxia didn't care at all and implied that the guy wouldn't be able to block a single move from him. Blade Reaper became annoyed. It took a lot of effort to reach this domineering level and confidence, yet Wuxia acted so aloof. "Little animal, I'm going to cut you to pieces." His shout broke the stars. Boom! He raised both hands and two massive stars before throwing them straight at Wuxia. Oh God! Many were scared out of their minds since the sky suddenly turned dark and began to flee. The world seemed to be on the verge of exploding with pockets of dust and ashes everywhere. A terrible flame engulfed the sky, a scene of the apocalypse. The two stars became ashes after slamming on each other right by Wuxia. Shockwaves reached the sky, destroying numerous stars. This was enough power to kill 1,000 high gods. Is it over? The crowd felt their hair standing on end. This force was enough to turn an ascender into a meat paste. They wondered what had happened to Wuxia. The dust eventually settled and the bright sky returned. Over there. A sharp spectator saw and pointed at Wuxia. He was still floating there, not relenting an inch, with an indifferent expression. So weak. He wiped away the dust on his shoulder and shook his head. "You're not a real eternal, and your progenitor's true blood has been sealed for too long, so the divinity is weak. Plus, it is only at the myriad level." Insane, an ancestor smiled wryly. The ascenders nearby all felt weak right now. That powerful attack didn't harm Wuxia at all. This person was too heaven-defying. The crowd realized that only a real eternal would be able to challenge him. Is he still human? Another genius became silly. The young generation no longer needs to compete with someone like him around, this will be his world. Just think about it, Saber Devil, Coiling Dragon, and Sword Sovereign, they had great individual achievements yet amounted to nothing before Wuxia. The youths here felt despair. Wuxia could challenge Eternals right now. Even if one of them could become a true emperor in the future, they might not necessarily be stronger than him. True blood of the myriad level is more than enough to take your life. The gigantic Blade Reaper furiously roared, unwilling to accept this reality. Meanwhile, certain ancestors agreed with Wuxia. The drop of true blood has been sealed for a long period, so its divinity had weakened. Moreover, it was left behind when Heavenstart ancestor was still only at the myriad level, not when he reached the imperial level. Stop daydreaming. My turn to harvest. Wuxia chuckled before narrowing his eyes. Boom! The area around him erupted and the world fell into endless darkness. The world was freed from sunlight. What's going on? The darkness confused the crowd because it wasn't an illusion. Poof! The stench of blood permeated the air as if death itself was descending. A figure appeared, replacing Wuxia. He was still Wuxia but different, the embodiment of death. The previous Wuxia was still frightening, but he was still a living being. This was no longer the case. This was a god of death, the origin of this affinity. What the hell is going on? Experts were no stranger to death, yet they still shuddered, not daring to look at his eyes. Gazing at this pair of eyes would be akin to looking at one's final moment. He's a monster. We all must kill him. One true god shouted. Wuxia looked over at him and the force of death enveloped this true god. Buzz, the god dried up, drained of life. No, he could sense his life force being taken away, unable to do anything about it. The guy turned into a dried corpse that eventually crumbled into dust, scattering into the wind. Everyone watched this whole thing in astonishment. Chapter 2345, Death approached without the use of any merit law or technique. It drained life and harvested everything else until only ashes were left. Resistance and avoidance were futile. This affinity spelled the doom of a true god, quite a frightening matter. No one knew what was going on. What merit law is that? One stuttered. The highest of profundity. Wuxia said, if there is life, then death will be inevitable, so if the heaven is the creator of life, then I am the harbinger of death. Only fools would think that this is an unholy art. Everyone stared at him in a daze, filled with confusion. Is he serious? Another asked his ancestor. The ancestor eventually murmured, well, legend states that only the high heaven can create life, but if someone else can grasp death, this would indeed be at the highest order of profundity. He highly doubted this possibility, however. Of course, grasping death and gathering death were two different matters. Li Qiye was using a very profound merit law at this moment. Death, a new page of the death scripture as the old one ceased to exist. He was the embodiment of death right now, allowing him to harvest lives. Because of this, he just needed to look at the true God and his force of death devoured the guy's life. Highest profundity. What a joke. Don't believe him, take him down now. Blade Reaper roared. His weapon of choice was a butcher's blade. The moment it left its sheath, a bloody light and the stench of death filled the world. The most horrifying thing were the cries of anguish as if millions of its victims were trapped there for an eternity with no chance of entering the reincarnation cycle. Despair and fear naturally struck the spectators. They shuddered, realizing the true God's kill count, true to his title. Take this. With a ferocious expression, he gathered his power into a slash, willing to massacre the sects and clans of those who dare to oppose him. This was Blade Reaper, never showing mercy. Pluff. The incoming slash extinguished the stars. The entire world turned into an ocean of blood. He had no fear, only brutality. Decapitation seemed certain. He could already see Li Qiye's head flying in the air. Death? I am death. He confidently smirked before declaring. Not a single blade of grass would survive this attack. All it wanted to do was kill. His title is apartment. An ancestor shuddered after seeing the true God's ferocity. Clank. Li Qiye reacted by simply raising one finger to stop the blade. Time became frozen because Li Qiye did it so easily. The slash was insignificant before his force of death, unable to move an inch forward. Life is not the only thing I harvest. Li Qiye smiled, but this smile terrorized the crowd as if he was a god of death. Starting from the tip of his finger, the blade began to decay. The bloody glow grew fainter before disappearing. Blade Reaper was scared out of his mind and leaped backward. It's too late. Li Qiye shook his head, you can't dodge death with your meager abilities. Buzz. The massive body of Blade Reaper decayed at an insane rate. It started with his wielding hand, but in this blink of an eye, he decisively cut it off in order to avoid further spreading. This proved to be futile. No. He continued to chop off other areas, but this didn't work. This wasn't corrosion. Li Qiye was simply draining him of life, so the decaying was an after effect. Rumble. His incredible frame faltered like a collapsing pillar. The golden maelstrom exploded as well, revealing the alliance once more. These ancestors and experts were horrified. They didn't care for anything outside of running away from this force of death. Despite running with all of their might, their body began to decay as well. No. They screamed and struggled only to end up as a pool of liquid. Blade Reaper screamed as well, unable to stop death despite attempting to seal and suppress the various parts of his body. He became a pool of liquid just like the rest. The last to die was Myriad-Armed King since he had the best cultivation out of everyone. He took out his strongest defensive treasure, but this was useless too. It didn't take long before more than 1,000 ancestors from the 3 systems turned to ashes. Yama's summoning rate might not be perfect, but if I want you dead today, you won't live to see tomorrow. Li Qiye coolly said. The scent of death dispersed and only Li Qiye remained amidst the bright sky. People had no words to describe what had transpired here. It felt just like a nightmare. The only thing Li Qiye did was lift one finger from start to finish. That was enough to harvest the members of the 3 systems, not leaving a single survivor, just like he had stated in the beginning. They finally believed that he had a firm grasp on death, since that's the only way for him to do something like this. Chapter 2346. Perhaps death should be Li Qiye's title, since he was the embodiment of this affinity. That's the highest of profundity. One ancestor wondered while trembling. They have seen brilliant imperial and progenitorial laws, but not something like what Li Qiye had done just now. No need for technique and merit law to drain life from his foes. Maybe he's right, this is on the same level as life creation. Another chimed in. Perhaps the high heaven didn't need anything to directly create life, opposite of Li Qiye's death method. When will I see a worthy foe? Li Qiye said with disappointment. He returned to his initial form, no longer as terrifying as before. Alas, his ordinary appearance instilled fear into the crowd now. He dusted off his collars before looking at Wu Bingning, who was healed now. Let's go, can't waste more time. The two girls immediately followed him. Bingning fared much better since she had mentally prepared for whatever Li Qiye would do. Ling Shima also did the same, but this was on a scale beyond her reach. He was the strongest existence she had ever seen, and that massacre just now was the worst experience. Everyone quietly watched his departure, hoping that he would leave sooner. No one dared to do anything, afraid of provoking him. Once the three were gone from sight, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. His presence was too terrorizing, like a death god with his scythe. The fear made them immobile, not wanting to draw the attention of the scythe. That was so scary. Some people dropped to the ground. No one would make fun of them because this sentiment pervaded the area. People didn't follow deeper into the region despite knowing that the amazing items in there compared to other places, whether it be eggs, Dao bones, or liquid. Those three systems are going to go crazy. One sect master shook his head. The crowd agreed. These systems have lost too many ancestors, so peace wasn't a possibility. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay in Myriad. I think real Eternals will be coming. One ancestor speculated, nothing below this level can contest against Li Qiye, not even low-level true emperors, only 4 palace and up ones can do something, or they'll just be suiciding. The crowd breathed in, 9th-level true gods were useless, so they agreed with his assessment of Li Qiye's abilities. He'll fight against Dracoform martial god for sure, I can't wait. Another true god salivated. No true emperors were around in Myriad since none among the young generation had reached this level. The ones from the last generation have already left. The strongest right now of the gods was Dracoform, the number 1 expert available. One excited expert said, yes, we'll find out who is really the number 1 in Myriad. The crowd couldn't wait for the future. If Li Qiye were to challenge Dracoform, it would be a fight on the same level as emperors going at it. Dracoform is quite strong, but don't forget, young Lord Mu has an Eternal with him too. This person is also a member of the Mu, acting as the young Lord's protector. One ancestor revealed. He has one with him. An Eternal from Imperial. This was the first time some have heard this. Yes, very mysterious and cultivation unknown, could be on the same level as Dracoform. The ancestor spoke with a serious expression. Why would an Eternal from Imperial want to go down here? His lifespan will go down. Some experts couldn't get it. For example, someone like Dracoform could ascend to Imperial, perhaps even immortal. However, he had attachments to this land and wanted to protect this system. Thus, he accepted the corrosion of time. On the other hand, an Eternal from Imperial? It was one thing that he wouldn't go up to immortal, going down to Myriad was simply ridiculous. Young Lord Mu wasn't affected as much, but this wasn't the case for an old Eternal. People up in Imperial had a longer lifespan. Going down meant potentially dying earlier. The actual time lost varied, but even one day was precious to an old Eternal. Thus, this person's choice of descending perplexed the crowd. If young Lord Mu is only coming down to train, then that Eternal is sacrificing himself needlessly. One elder added. Well, that just goes to show the young lord's high status. The ancestor said, just think about it, his reason for going down here is inconsequential. Another might have true gods as companions, but an Eternal willingly accepting this loss. You think an ordinary person would have this treatment? The crowd contemplated further. A successor actually wasn't that big of a deal to a system. An ancestor was far more valuable and influential. Most importantly, if a successor were to die, there were plenty of other candidates. But for an ancestor who is an Eternal, there was no way of making up for this loss. It would take several eras to groom one again. This made people wonder, what was so special about young Lord Mu? No wonder why so many systems want to curry favors. Another connected the dots but realized he had misspoken. Plenty of people here actually sucked up to the young lord before. Maybe only someone as fierce as Li Qie would be able to take care of young Lord Mu. It's not a good thing for an outsider to stay in our world. An ancestor spoke with a profound gaze. The crowd was moved. No one would believe that the young lord came without a grand plan. Chapter 2347, Li Qie continued forward with the two girls. What were you trying to understand from that Dao Bone? Bingning audaciously asked, showing no restraint like Shimo. She knew that someone like Li Qie, once started, would be able to find something. It's more accurate to say that I was arranging and confirming previous ideas. That Dao Bone was indeed amazing, allowing one to reach simplicity and drive away the clouds. Li Qie smiled. Oh, so what did you figure out? She curiously asked, aware that this new finding might be heaven-defying. Just something very tiny, adding to the precision like sliding a thread through the eye of a needle. He answered. Precision. Shima was surprised, thinking that he would find an incredible merit law due to his abilities. Apogee. Bingning knew what he was talking about right away. Indeed. He chuckled, an inch forward to reach an entirely new domain. A little more precision can do many things. I am not at this level, only progenitors are qualified to research this domain. Bingning smiled wryly, understanding the gap between them. Just adding a little more precision was impossible after a certain point, nearly impassable chasm. I don't understand, could you elaborate, Sister Bingning? Shima's cultivation was shallow, so she asked for further elaboration. Bingning could only look at Li Qie because she wasn't at this level either. Li Qie patiently explained, for example, your sword saint had left behind a sword technique for future generations. Alas, no one can reach the same level as him, unable to cultivate the same sword intent. Is this due to a lack of cultivation? In fact, perhaps one of your ancestors was stronger than Sword Saint when he created this art, but this isn't about raw power or Dao comprehension, but rather, apogee. Shima still didn't understand the meaning of this particular concept. For one sword technique trained by future generations, there will be differences in variations. This difference may be minuscule, but as it passed down, the changes added up. Because of this, peerless merit laws became different after successive generations, resulting in a loss of power, perhaps even losing these legacies completely. An inch forward to reach an entirely new domain, but the reverse is true as well. I see. Shima murmured. Of course, one needs to use apogee to fulfill its meaning for existence. He went on. Use it? She inquired. For instance, I am standing in front of you, and you will be slashing horizontally with your right hand. I just need to shift back one step to dodge the strike and apply a little pressure with a finger strike. The sword momentum is still the same, but you will lose control of the slash, resulting in self-decapitation. She carefully listened to the scenario. Because it is your slash and you have a firm grip, you should be able to stop the slash from cutting your neck the moment it reaches your skin. However, since you have lost control because I have added a tiny amount of force, the momentum will end your life. A little bit of change resulting in losing everything. He solemnly said. People often lose control over minute changes and unexpected developments. Li Qie said, by applying this principle, you can kill a true god with a finger flick, using the weakest strength to defeat the mightiest force with precision. This is apogee. To Shima, grasping the strongest merit law and possessing an invincible weapon established a cultivator's status. However, Li Qie's topic far exceeded this, virtually unreachable to regular people. Apogee. Shima regained her wits and smiled wryly, thinking that she will never be able to reach this height. Bingning had a chance, but not her. She stopped talking and quietly followed him. This conversation had shown her a new world, stating that after reaching a certain power level, merit laws and treasures alone weren't enough. After a while, Li Qie paused and said, I should enter my destination alone. You too can go look around, enjoying the scenery or looking for fortunes. Just you alone? Bingning asked. Yes, your Tao heart isn't strong enough. It might have adverse effects. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The girls nodded, agreeing to his order. Little girl, I do not mistreat my followers. Li Qie patted her head and chuckled, wait until I'm done with Moneyfall, I will teach you the 12 variations then. Bingning was shaken since he hasn't admitted to knowing the 12 variations before until now. This was their lost legacy, the system only had 5 variations left now. The truth is that your training in the 3 variations is a big mess. If your martial ancestor were to see how his descendants have ruined his art, he would stomp all of you to death. She angrily glared at him and coquettishly said, that's why you have to teach me better. This was her happiest moment ever since she left the martial court. I will. He spoke with a rare, gentle tone. Shima became envious. Learning all 12 variations would change Bingjing's life. And as for you, don't worry, I will help you find your sword tomb. Li Qie looked at Shima. Really? Her eyes widened. My words are more precious than pearls. He smiled. Thank you, young noble. She became emotional and got down on her knees. He waved his sleeve in response, go look around now. With that, he entered the deepest location of the mountain range by himself. Young Lord Mu is here. A piece of shocking news spread across this area. He's here. Even the ancestors were alarmed. I'm positive, young Lord Mu is the one sending out this message. Another released this information and everyone quickly found out. Mu Xiaochen, huh? One ancestor from a powerful system said, what does peerless talent want here in Moneyfall? Don't worry, young Lord Mu isn't here to find treasures since he has plenty himself. One person informed. After all, everyone wanted treasures in Moneyfall, so the young lord's presence would only intensify the competition. The young lord is here for that Li fella. The guy continued, he adores myriad lineage and saw how that villain is ruining it, so he is here to rid the world of evil, for that is the responsibility of everyone. Chapter 2348, The news of young Lord Mu's arrival and intent to take care of Li Qie were worth pondering. People didn't find this surprising since there was a long-running feud between these two, especially after Li Qie's murder of his servant. All pretense and face were thrown out of the window, one of them must die. Who would win? Young Lord Mu or a monster like Li Qie? One expert brought up this question. I think Fiercest, as he likes to call himself, has a better chance. A high elder quietly said to his followers. Of course, he would never say this to strangers, not wanting to risk antagonizing the young lord. Young Lord Mu is fierce too, but he seems to be missing something. Despite his talents, people are normally afraid of his clan instead of him. He alone can't threaten myriad. The high elder continued, this isn't the case for Li Qie. I don't care whether people want to admit it or not, he has been walking on a path of blood from insane court to here. It doesn't matter if he's borrowing power in the past, he has more than proven himself in Moneyfall. In fact, his strength right now is still a mystery, but in my mind, no youth can compare to him. Others disagreed. Young Lord Mu wins for sure. They were already praising him even before his arrival, either for self-gains or because their sects have chosen to support him. Why are you so sure? One expert smiled and said, "Did you forget about the frightening battle yesterday where Li Qie killed all the ancestors from 3 systems? Even Solitary Sword God lost to him, that's why he's number 1, the fiercest." "Humph, you just don't get it." One supporter sneered and uttered coldly, "So what if Li Qie is strong? Young Lord Mu is from imperial lineage with an eternal protecting him. That's not something Li Qie can reach." "That's hard to say. In the past, people didn't have such a high evaluation of Li Qie until the massacre just now. They began calling him fiercest as well since this was the logical thing to do. If young Lord Mu actually wants to kill Li Qie, it would be too simple, like lifting a finger." The supporter smiled deviously. "Li Qie is nothing in the young lord's eyes. Way to exaggerate. Li Qie might be arrogant, but his power justifies his attitude. You think any other youth can take on Solitary Sword God?" Another member of the crowd disagreed. The supporter revealed a mysterious grin. "I'll let you in on something, don't tell anyone else, okay? This is very trustworthy, the young lord is actually coming with a paragon artifact." "Paragon artifact? From a progenitor? Really?" Even true gods were startled. "Of course." The supporter proudly said, "With that weapon, he'll be able to sweep through everything. One Li Qie is no big deal." "No way, he actually is bringing a paragon artifact." The true gods were skeptical. "Why not? Don't forget that the Mu's progenitor is at the immortal level, so obviously, he can create a paragon artifact." The supporter retorted. People became both skeptical and nervous. Only a progenitor of the imperial level would be able to craft these paragon artifacts, the strongest weapons in their arsenal. Crafting one required great effort and a heavy price. Though they might have crafted other weapons as well, these other ones were far inferior. A few progenitors from Imperial or Myriad might follow the same guidelines for crafting, but these weapons could only be considered pseudo-paragon artifact. Most progenitors wouldn't leave these paragon artifacts for future generations because they were too important. Unless the progenitors could find better materials and opportunities to craft a new artifact on top of wanting to put in the effort, they wouldn't leave their single one to anyone. The news of the young lord's artifact shocked everyone, instilling fear into them. Progenitor Mu Yun really left his artifact for his descendants? An ancestor wondered. Mu Yun was an immortal-level progenitor. It wouldn't be strange for him to be able to create a paragon artifact. The question was whether he really left it or not. Under the assumption that he did, it would become the defining treasure of the Mu, the one and only at this level. The clan wouldn't let Mu Xiaochen bring it to Myriad. But if this was true, any lineage and system would be afraid of him. It showed how highly regarded he was in the clan, and that he wouldn't be a simple successor. Most remained skeptical before they could see the weapon with their own eyes, especially the ancestors. Another message was sent: young Lord Mu is willing to toil for the systems of Myria, taking the vanguard and leading everyone to destroy the evil that is Li Qie. Another message arrived. Someone was acting as Mu Xiaochen's messenger. Many systems received his invitation for another alliance to destroy Li Qie. He stated his intention of being the first to lead the way. Numerous systems answered the call, agreeing to help him take down Li Qie. Young Lord Mu has a paragon artifact and can take down Li Qie, no problem. His early supporters became even more confident. Right, that Li guy might be strong but definitely not at the eternal level. No one can take on the young lord and his artifact. This camp increased in number. Of course, many chose to watch on the sideline, still doubting the legitimacy of this news. Cloud Crossing system will fully support young Lord Mu in his effort to uphold justice. We will not refuse our responsibility and shall take down the evil that is Li Qie. A supreme beauty appeared in Moneyfall and voiced her support. Chapter 2349, Princess Zhou. Someone recognized her right away. A princess of Cloud Crossing system. She attracted many gazes. She wore a tassel dress with a red shade of the evening, seemingly no different from a fairy floating amidst the clouds. The gem on her forehead made her even more conspicuous and beautiful beyond words. The youths here fell in love with her right away. Zhao Xiaoai was also a famous talent, not as acclaimed as the martial goddess, but she had no lack of suitors in myriad. The princess is siding with young Lord Mu. Some were surprised. Don't you know? A knowledgeable expert revealed, this princess is already the young lord's woman, long, long ago. He was a guest at their system. I thought he wanted to marry the martial goddess. The potential marriage alliance between the Mu and the martial court was no secret. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives, plus, someone of his status has no lack of women. So many princesses and noble daughters want to be with him. The man continued, it's just that the martial court is a better system than Cloud Crossing and wants their successor to be the first wife. That's the young lord for you. People became jealous. So many youths became smitten with the martial goddess and Cloud Crossing princess at first sight, but this guy was about to marry both of them. The princess announcement caused quite a stir due to the power of her system. Nevertheless, many others chose to watch on the sideline. The princess was still a junior with weak influence in the grand scheme of things. Screech. Suddenly, the cry of a falcon was heard. People shuddered in response. The fish and birds became paralyzed. The heretics are back to haunt myriad, so how can I ignore this? Everyone has the responsibility to get rid of evil. Cloud Crossing system will do our part, hoping that everyone else will join in. An ancient voice resounded. The tone was illusory yet clear, erupting in the mind of all and lingered. The sky turned dark due to a massive falcon flying above. It possessed an incredible divinity, red eyes, and golden claws. Its two wings blotted out the sun along with an aggressive aura. A divine falcon. Someone shouted. Cloud Crossing Falcon God. Some knew who it was right away after seeing this bird. He's an eternal. Wow, a being of this level is actually here. An ancestor took a deep breath. Looks like this won't be simple. Astonishment pervaded the crowd since an eternal was virtually unbeatable. Cloud Crossing is really going all out to support young Lord Mu. People realized that the princess announcement wasn't a personal choice. The news of Cloud Crossing choosing to support the young lord went beyond Moneyfall. All of Myriad soon learned about it. Though many other systems still had Eternals left for protection instead of ascending to Imperial, these characters wouldn't come out so easily due to the adverse effect on their lifespan. The majority of them used worldly essences and treasures to seal themselves, bidding for more time so they can protect their systems even longer. Thus, the Falcon God's appearance was quite shocking. He must really value the young lord. One ancestor murmured. This system had no feud against Li Qie since they had no prior conflict. But now, the first to side with the young lord wasn't Vermilion or Coiling Dragon, the systems that had fought against Li Qie in the past. Everyone should join in so that Myriad can enjoy the sunlight. The Falcon God spoke again. This time around, his voice echoed across Moneyfall. It seemed that he himself had made it here. A divide appeared. People started wondering whether they should join him or just watch on the sideline. Most systems had no problem with Li Qie. Down with the evil heretics. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon in Moneyfall announced, Coiling Dragon will never rest when the heretical sects are still around. People took a deep breath. Back then, the Alliance had signed a truce with Insane Court. Now, Coiling Dragon was declaring war. Swordgrave will never rest when the heretical sects are still around. A member of Swordgrave chimed in. A third power appeared, an ancestor from Heavenstart declared, Heavenstart will not allow the heretics to rampage in myriad. This wasn't too surprising because Wuxia had killed so many ancestors from these three systems. The disruptor of peace must be annihilated. A calm voice was next. The tone was one of justice and gentleness yet still piercing across the entire world. Dracoform Martial God. The older experts recognized this voice and gasped in response. Other Eternals trembled after hearing this title. The number one of Myriad truly threatened everyone. Can Wuxia survive this? A High Elder wondered. Nevertheless, this was within expectations. Wuxia had defeated Windchaser Matron on top of kidnapping their successor. Dracoform had numerous reasons, whether it be personal or business, to take care of Wuxia. Suddenly, some systems that had no feud with Wuxia declared war towards him. A member of Puryong's system declared, everyone is responsible for getting rid of evil, count us in. Us too. The hesitating ones earlier finally made up their mind after Dracoform showed up, wishing to put an end to Fiercest. Chapter 2350. The star of the show didn't know about the gathering of his enemies as he infiltrated the depth of the mountain range. It seemed endless, but he persevered long enough to reach his destination. Rumble. Explosions made the area quake with cracks everywhere. Boom. Thunderclaps could be heard. Ahead was a bright expanse with lightning bolts dancing like serpents, completely overwhelming in number. At the same time, a tsunami rose to the sky, seemingly wanting to topple the stars. An incredible battle was obviously going on. As Wuxia drew closer, he saw three powerful coin beasts fighting till the death. To be exact, it was one living beast versus two skeletons. The former was no stranger to Wuxia, it was the Kuei that took him here. The poor beast was covered in wounds and blood. As for the other two, one was a gigantic scorpion with bones large enough to support the nearby peaks. Despite its decayed state, its stinger was well preserved, still having a luster at the venomous tip. The stinger pierced through a mountain with lightning speed. It seemed to be piercing through papers. After the penetration, white smoke billowed from the area. It didn't take long before the rocky material turned into liquid. The other skeleton resembled a turtle with a shell large enough to overshadow the mountains. It was relatively slow, but its teeth were sharp. Each bite punished the nearby terrains. This was a fight to the death, and the Kuei was at a disadvantage going 1 versus 2. It continued to summon lightning bolts from the sky as its main offensive move. The turtle roared and raised its shell like a shield to stop the bolts. Boom! The bolt struck the shell, resulting in an eruption of sparks. Meanwhile, the scorpion darted to the back of the Kuei and used its stinger again. The Kuei summoned an earthen wall, but the stinger still managed to pierce through it and made contact with the Kuei's shoulder. Though the Kuei could handle the venom, its blood still turned black. It became furious and entered a berserk state. Thicker lightning bolts gathered in front of it and turned into a heavenly sword with a dazzling glow. The scariest part was the Dao rune inside this sword. It contained both the power of lightning and the primordial Dao. This beast was actually so intelligent, capable of controlling the power of the Dao just like a cultivator. This was learned, not an innate gift. Becoming a divine beast was inevitable in the future. Boom! The sword split the sky vault open, managing to leave a deep cut on the turtle's shell. However, the scorpion assisted by aiming for the Kuei's throat. The Kuei had no choice but to give up on attacking the turtle, turning around instead to slash at the scorpion. Not far from this battle was a dark cave, akin to the jaw of an ancient beast. Though the mountains nearby collapsed from the shockwaves, even the stars became victims, but strangely enough, this dark cave was perfectly untouched. Li Qiye took a good look at the situation. The beasts noticed him too, but they continued their heated battle. He only smiled and focused on the dark cave instead. This was his destination, so he started walking towards it. R.A. The scorpion and turtle suddenly ignored the kuei and rushed towards him. Pluff! The scorpion possessed the greatest speed with its stinger, also aiming for his throat. His eyes became serious. At this instance, a very faint noise could be heard, almost like the blooming of a flower. He was holding a sword now, nearly invisible since it was transparent. The actual blade seemed thinner than a piece of paper. He performed a cut flawlessly like an expert cook preparing meat. Another faint noise occurred, ending with him still standing there in a neutral pose. Boom! The turtle was here now, stomping down on him with its gigantic foot. He didn't bat an eye and used his sword again with a perfect motion. The air seemed to be frozen, both of the beasts stopped moving. After a long time, their frames suddenly became separated into even pieces, almost like a display of art. Their bones scattered on the ground and stopped moving. Li Qiye chuckled after seeing this and put away his sword. Its name was Crystal, not quite a physical sword but a Tao condensed into this form so that he could grasp it. Chapter 2351, The crystal sword was unbelievably thin to the point of being invisible. It was similar to the bronze sword used in the previous duel with Solitary Sword God. They were sword Tao, or something even above it. As long as his heart had the sword, then one would be in his hand a single thought to create these blades. The swords came from Finality Sword, something used to be called the Physique Scripture. After Li Qiye flipped a new page, the Physique Scripture stopped existing and was replaced by Finality. It encompassed and surpassed all the sword Tao in the world. The name meant that everything would end with the sword, whether it be merit laws or any other affinities. The moment this sword came out, all would stop. Despite being the origin of sword Tao, Finality had no techniques, variations, or Tao of the sword. It had everything yet nothing of the sword Tao, only existing in the heart and mind. However, everyone had unique thoughts, so its shape would vary as well. For example, if others were to obtain this version of Finality, they could gain a supreme sword technique, another could figure out a peerless sword Tao. The end result was predicated on the nature of the person. For Li Qiye, his assimilation allowed him to have a formless sword, or that he himself was the sword. As for the bronze sword, it served as a heavy weapon. With a single thought, he created an unstoppable weapon due to its immeasurable weight. It didn't matter how strong his foe might be, stopping the sword was an impossibility. As for the crystal sword, it was as thin as universally possible. Thus, it became indiscernible and terrifyingly sharp. He became capable of severing everything, such as the two beasts earlier. These weren't actually sword Tao, but rather the very origins of the sword, affinities such as weight and sharpness. This allowed him to take down the beasts without any surprises. The Kuei saw this and became frightened. That crystal sword could easily dismember it as well. He only chuckled and put away the sword before walking towards the dark cave. The Kuei hesitated, not because of the dangers within the cave but because of Li Qiye. Want to go in? Li Qiye paused and gestured at it. The lack of hostility excited the Kuei. It immediately went next to him since this cave was its goal, acting quite chummy by rubbing its head on him. The two beasts earlier were protecting the cave so it couldn't enter. Li Qiye's arrival has given it this opportunity. I guess I'm doing some charity work here. He pushed the Kuei back while playfully putting on a disgusted expression. The Kuei didn't mind and continued walking slowly right behind Li Qiye. This cave was pitch black. One couldn't see their own fingers in front of them. Nevertheless, Li Qiye walked forward without becoming lost. This was a dimension of darkness with numerous coordinates. Just one wrong step and one would be forever lost. This wasn't the case for Wuxia, as if he had been here before. Flashing light could be seen up ahead after a long trek in total darkness. The excited Kuei quietly called out, finally having the chance to come to this place. They came out of the darkness and found the light emanating from a pond. Despite its inconspicuous appearance, the water here exuded a gentle light like a priceless jewel amidst the darkness. Wuxia chuckled and said, "The time isn't right." He then sat by the pond and soaked his legs in the water. The Kuei didn't know how to speak but still copied Wuxia, dipping its only leg into the water. The thing was still confused since it failed the last several times to make it here. Instinct told it that something incredible was in this place, that's all it knew. Wuxia rested his eyes for quite a while before opening them back up to chat with the beast. "At your considerable power, do you ever think about where you came from, or your race?" The Kuei seemed to understand the question but it looked at him in confusion. Looks like certain things are still out of grasp before true intelligence. He smiled. The beast only looked at him, seemingly waiting for him to speak again. Only the villainous heaven can create life. Well, actually, nature itself is the creator. Wuxia said, "This is limited to races, but certain things are out of this boundary." The beast looked as if it was contemplating. There was a legend in a distant era. It says that after the death of an immortal, a single hair of this being could turn into a galaxy, a piece of dead skin could become a supreme creature. Basically, this immortal's body included 3,000 worlds. Of course, this is only a legend. He chuckled. His eyes then turned profound. Isn't it interesting if it's true? It means that certain lives aren't created, only derived from something else, meaning that they aren't under the watch of the villainous heaven. This could mean that universal laws could be avoided. The beast might have understood this part. If you can jump out of this world, then you can finally be you. Otherwise, you're only a speck of dust. He concluded while patting the beast's shoulder. Chapter 2352, Mu Xiaochen's arrival caused quite a stir in Moneyfall. More importantly, numerous systems have formed an alliance to put an end to the evil that is Wuxia. It didn't take long before he became a vile villain that needs to be eradicated so that others can have peace. Rumble. Explosions discharged in the horizon. A divine flame blotted out the sky. At this moment, a carriage with a black glow visible from the distance came over. Its majestic aura indicated its status. Screech. 8 green birds led the way, looking quite beautiful with a jade luster on their features. They pulled the carriage, leaving destruction in its path. A banner with the word Mu was located at the top. It had weathered the ages, but clearly one meant for battle. The word still emitted a ferocious bloodlust, so people shuddered and made way for this carriage. Young Lord Mu is here. A sect master immediately got off his own carriage and prepared a greeting. The carriage drew closer and closer. People could see 4 old men, all ascenders. Not the strongest but still quite frightening. This ostentatious showing made everyone gasp, including the ancestors. Only someone like Dracoform could have ascenders accompanying him like this. People could see inside the carriage now, a young male wearing a golden robe that seems perfect for him. The handsome youth was clearly pampered from a noble upbringing. His eyes were bright like starry gems, capable of seeing through everything. The youth resembled a ruler with his gestures and temperament without acting fierce. Nevertheless, his arrogance and general contempt for others were as clear as day. 2 supreme beauties sat to his left and right. One dressed in red, clearly from a prestigious clan. The other chose green, alluring like a flower in the valley. The youth embraced the 2 of them as they fed him wine and peeled then fed him fruits. He would occasionally kiss them just like a king. Princess of Jewel Banner and daughter of the Ouyang. Who knows the complicated feelings the youths were having after seeing this. Jewel Banner Princess He Yutong and Ouyang Shichi, quite famous among the young generation. Of course, They were far from being the same level as Wu Binjing in terms of fame, but plenty of youths still liked them. I thought young Lord Mu wanted to marry the martial goddess and cloud-crossing princess was going to be his concubine. One young cultivator said with indignation, "Why is Jewel Banner Princess with him right now?" "Silly guy, a powerful man always has plenty of women." A senior shook his head, "Just being from the Mu alone is enough of a draw. So many people want to go to Imperial yet can't, but with the help of the Mu, it will be possible. Plus, he is also a great genius. When he visited Jewel Banner, he defeated the proud princess, so she is willing to follow him despite not obtaining an official title." "What about the Lady of the Ouyang?" A different youth jumped in, "This clan is much stronger than Jewel Banner sect, she's the successor too." "Why would she agree?" "I'm sure there are other reasons." The senior laughed in response, "You're overthinking it." The talented young lord went to visit the Ouyang and comprehended their ancestral tablet with a single glance. Thus, the clan treated him with the highest respect. He also helped Shichi and she benefited greatly as a result, able to cultivate her clan's supreme arts. That's why she is following him. Humph. I'm sure her ancestors are forcing her to do so, just like the martial goddess. This young man had a crush on Shichi and wouldn't accept it. "You're too young," the senior said flatly, still too optimistic and naive. "This young Lord Mu is not simple at all. I heard he could even see through the 12 variations of the martial ancestor, that's why Dracoform martial god holds him with such high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be receiving the same treatment just because he's from the Mu." I can go on and on about this. His gifts are famous in Imperial since he can understand anything after a single glance, so plenty of systems wants to suck up to him. So, a man like him with a strong and noble background, talented as well. Girls naturally will flock to him. Having said that, the senior gave the youth a look of pity. "Ouyang Shichi is in love with the young lord, don't find this surprising. Just give up, trying to compete with him will only end with disgrace." The youth clenched his fists in anger, but he eventually lowered his head and let out a sigh in dejection. Despite his unwillingness, what was he going to do? The young lord surpassed him in all aspects. Having a love rival like the young lord made him drown with despair. Plus, continuing on this path could be suicidal on top of implicating his own sect, if he were to provoke the young lord. The fans could only watch the young lord play around with their goddesses in the departing carriage. After coming to Moneyfall, Mu Xiaochen announced, "I might be an outsider, but I view Myriad as a second home, so I pray for peace. There is a murderous villain on the loose, so I wish to offer my strength to destroy him and his heretic ways. I hope everyone can assist me in doing so. The young lord is right, we need to band together to kill Li Qie." Many systems answered his call. Coiling Dragon system will not share the same sky as that monster. "We will obey your orders, young Lord Mu." Coiling Dragon showed the most support. After all, they suffered heavy casualties to Li Qie. There was no way they would let this go before his death. Rallying cries echoed across Moneyfall. Numerous systems declared their allegiance. Suddenly, a leisure voice interrupted the wave of support. "If anyone wishes to trouble a disciple of our longevity system, come out and face us." Chapter 2353, The challenge startled everyone due to the numerical advantage on the other side. In short, Li Qie was public enemy number 1 right now, so the appearance of his supporters seemed rather reckless. A female Taoist arrived with enough beauty to topple the world and a transcending temperament. Longevity Sage. Someone muttered under the breath after recognizing her. The leader and representative of Longevity Valley, no one would dare to question the gravity behind her words. Mu Xiaochen glanced at her with a peculiar flash in his eyes. "Taoist sage, your fame precedes you." Young Lord Mu, likewise. Longevity Sage floated in the air with her wondrous aura like a flower only beneath the heaven. The crowd became excited. Everyone knew that the young lord must eliminate Li Qie while the sage was here to protect him. Her action was inciting both his wrath and the animosity of myriad lineage. Sage, I'm afraid you are being fooled by that villain. The young lord revealed a graceful smile. Li Qie faked his identity to earn your trust and the role of first disciple. He clearly had ulterior motives, wishing to destroy your system, for he is a wretch with no crime too heinous. I know he is from Insane Court, its current leader, but so what, he is still my direct disciple. Anyone who dares to touch him will become our enemy. She declared. The crowd didn't expect her strong response, or why Longevity System was willing to help Li Qie. She just needed to refute his role as their first disciple right now. Others would understand and sympathize with her choice. However, she chose the path of war. Mu Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes. Sage, don't be unreasonable. Li Qie murdered the innocent and deserves death. If you continue to protect him, that would be going against the will of the heaven, dragging your own system towards eternal damnation. The sage smiled so beautifully, even making the young lord look twice. She retorted, the will of the heaven? Who is it to decide? You. Whoever you accuse of being a villain is one. No, this is the unanimous belief of the people. Mu Xiaoqian said, it is clear as day how he had massacred members of 3 great systems. Thus, ridding the world of him is in accordance with the worldly flow and the will of its inhabitants. Really? Because of this, please reconsider. Mu Xiaoqian continued, opposing the world will not end well. If you continue to be stubborn, many disciples from your system will die as a result, and for what? They will lose their home and families, even you won't. Is this a threat? She interrupted him as her gaze turned cold. No, you misunderstood. He smiled, I am simply letting you know the consequence. An outsider I may be, I also consider Myriad to be my home, wanting nothing more than peace for all. Alas, this villain named Li Qie is merciless and cruel, so I have no choice but to rise, offering all of my abilities to sweep away the evil in order to restore orders. It is indeed the time to restore orders to Myriad. A clear and pleasant voice continued the conversation, albeit with a hint of hostility. Everyone looked over and saw another female Taoist arriving. She looked like a lotus flower in a valley, her noble aura overwhelmed the heart of the spectators. Yang Radiance untethered. She's here too. Someone shouted. Her addition only intensified the crowd's anticipation. Yang Radiance, the greatest and strongest system of Myriad. The arrival of its leader was a big deal. The sage and the untethered were present now. People glanced at each other, thinking that it was no coincidence. They wanted to know her stance on this issue. Though many systems, including Vermilion Martial Court, have turned against Li Qie, Yang Radiance has yet to make a decision. The choice of this system was crucial. Though it didn't rule Myriad, many systems were willing to follow its orders. Untethered. Mu Xiaoqian was visibly pleased to see her and cupped his fist. Your comment just now resonates with my heart. Thank you for your concern with the well-being of Myriad. No wonder why Yang Radiance is the greatest system here. I'm lost in admiration. A few ancestors pondered. After all, not all systems were on the young lord's side. He was riding the momentum, seemingly on the verge of being in charge of Myriad. This was not something they wanted to see. If Yang Radiance were to stand with the young lord, then that would settle the political climate of Myriad. No one would dare to oppose them. At that point, their words would become the truth. You're too kind. The untethered answered, Myriad and Insane Court had an agreement recognized by numerous other systems. Thus, whether Li Qie is a heretic or not requires further deliberation. According to the agreement, if Li Qie does cultivate the blood-sucking art, then he should indeed be persecuted by all. But if this isn't the case, then Insane Court is still an official system, not a heretical faction. As for his recent massacre, it would be considered a personal feud. Before the agreement is violated and voided, we must follow the clauses. Otherwise, it would be going against the orders of Myriad. If the signers can't keep their words, chaos would ensue. She looked at everyone after this grand speech. Mu Xiaochen's expression darkened despite maintaining his friendly smile. Untethered, it is admirable that you stay true to your words, but I'm afraid that villain won't care. Even if he had cultivated the blood art, why would he report this to you? During his previous fights, he had shown everyone some terrifying evil arts. Li Qiye needs to explain himself clearly. She replied, before that, we need to carry out the prior agreement instead of condemning him for personal vendetta, potentially falsifying his reputation. Because of this, I invite Li Qiye to Myriad Peaks to prove his innocence, along with everyone else for his trial. If everyone agrees, my young Radiant system is willing to preside over this matter. This made a certain few heave a sigh of relief. They thought that she was here to support the young lord in the beginning, but this didn't seem to be the case right now. I'm afraid that Li Gai won't come to a trial like that. Mu Xiaochen said. We can't be so arbitrary. The Untethered said, we'll find the right solution. If Li Qiye is indeed a villain, then Young Radiance will assist Myriad in ending him. We finally have a voice of reason here. The sage clapped and heartily smiled at her peer. Looks like you're quite sagacious. Chapter 2354, Li Qiye and the Kuei patiently waited by the pond, far away from the uproar that is outside. He reached a Zen state in order to derive the myriad laws, searching for the great mysteries, something that he is capable of doing regardless of the location. In fact, he had no fear of being disturbed because of his unshakable Tao heart. Even if someone were to break his meditation, he would be unaffected and could come back to his wits in an instant with no chance for qi deviation. Wu Bingning and Ling Shima risked their lives needlessly earlier. The Kuei also meditated with lightning currents flowing on its body, issuing thunderous crackles. Coin beasts were different from the animals outside, perhaps a unique type of existence only found in Moneyfall. Their origin was a mystery. The Kuei was frighteningly strong, a king of the coin beasts. Moreover, its divine bloodline destined it for greatness. However, it was different from a regular divine beast, such as its father and mother. After reaching a certain level, the latter would gain an amazing intelligence. Unfortunately for the Kuei, coin beasts didn't share the same path of evolution. Thus, it still relied on instincts, even when it came to cultivation. The reason for it being here was due to an awaiting fortune, one that could transform it from this beast shell. It simply followed its instinct without possessing more information. Because of this, it has always tried to reach this place. All ended with failure until today. Splash! After a while, something finally happened inside the pond. Bubbles started appearing on the surface. Normally, bubbles would pop soon after reaching the surface, but this wasn't the case. They actually sank back down and looked like water pearls. Oh oh oh! The Kuei came back from meditation and excitedly cried out. It didn't take long before the pond was full of them. Strange enough, the water didn't spill over at all even when the bubbles took over. Despite wanting to jump into the pond, the Kuei still looked over at Li Qiye. He finally opened his eyes and smiled. This is a type of fate. Very well, you go first or there won't be anything left after I'm done. Oh oh oh! The Kuei instantly jumped into the pond, creating a huge splash. Is this necessary? Li Qiye shook his head after seeing the eager beast. It quickly calmed down and meditated while inside the water. Long hair started to grow, or so it seemed. It was in fact strands of lightning coming out of the beast, around the size of a needle. These strands began to penetrate the water bubbles, turning them black. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was actually a ink-like liquid streaming from the beasts to the bubbles via the lightning strands. After being filled with the black liquid, the bubbles floated up to the surface and finally popped. However, the black liquid didn't flow back in the water. They started floating like smoke, and after sizzling noises, they were burned into nothingness. The longer the beast stayed in the pond, the more bubbles floated up and more black liquid being incinerated. The quantity of bubble in the pond never decreased because new ones would rise from the bottom. As time passed, less and less liquid flowed out of the beast until there was none. Boom! Boom! The strands of lightning disappeared, replaced by golden ones now, as bright as gold. Splash! The beast jumped out of the pond. It was flashing with the same golden glow, its skin had turned into the same shade. It emitted a unique aura, becoming even more powerful and nobler than before. It started beating its chest, resulting in thunderous rumbles. Ah, ah, oh, the beast uttered strange sounds to Wuxia, almost human-like. It had undergone a transformation. If it could truly escape this beast shell, it would gain intelligence and a new form. Wuxia smiled after seeing the excited beast. Yes, yes, it is worth celebrating. Maybe after you shed this shell, you will be able to see the world outside. Of course, there is a long way to go with no guarantee of success. The powerful beast still didn't quite understand this. Wuxia didn't seem to mind though. He raised his hand and all of the bubbles in the pond suddenly left and started to float in the air. Next, he pushed down his hand and the entire pond collapsed, revealing a clear maelstrom around the size of a mirror. After separating it from the earth, he made all the bubbles enter the whirling phenomenon like dumplings being thrown into a boiling pot. Finally, after a loud bang, the spin of the vortex slowed down since the bubbles came together to form something akin to a crystal ball. His eyes became serious after seeing this. "I've found what I came for, it is time for a meeting." Oh. Chapter 2355, Myriad Peaks were true to its name as a large mountain range located in Moneyfall. Numerous experts were here today with no lack of big shots and ancestors. Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Heavenstart virtually went all out with their full fighting force. The Untethered was in charge of this event. Though she didn't send out a direct order to demand the appearance of all systems, the majority still came. Whether it be to support Mu Xiaochen, watching the fun, or some other motives, everyone still participated. This event might have been rushed, but the smart ones knew that it would affect the current political climate of Myriad. If Mu Xiaochen were to seize the upper hand, he would be in charge of Myriad for a long time to come. With a powerful alliance including the martial court and various systems, he would be able to do whatever he wanted, toppling the other great powers. Because of this, the wiser of the crowd could sense the foreboding atmosphere. It wasn't only a trial on Wuxia or the agreement with Insane Court. The place was packed with people from all over the world. Even ascenders that normally didn't come out made an exception. All of this made the atmosphere even more somber. The ancestors from Coiling Dragon were ready to kill. Their bloodthirst engulfed the area. Young Radiance was responsible for maintaining orders, and it didn't hold back from showing its power, allowing it to take care of all the troubles. Because of the Untethered's presence, most ancestors played nice instead of showboating. Young Radiance Buddha and other ancestors from her sect were here as well. This was quite a powerful group. On the other side were ancestors of Coiling Dragon and Martial Court. They took up the central peaks while other experts stay in the nearby vicinity. This reflected the current situation of Myriad. The top systems were still at the center, acting as the pillars. Are they really trying to judge Wuxia? One junior asked. It's not that simple. His senior shook his head. It will determine the direction and prosperity of Myriad for years to come. What do you mean? Isn't it just a trial? The youth lacked the insight to read the situation. You'll find out later. The senior continued watching the gathering of heroes with a serious expression. More and more systems came, but the accused was nowhere to be found. Untethered, if this Wuxia doesn't appear, how are we going to carry out the trial? An ancestor from Sword Grave took the initiative to trouble the untethered. Right, that crafty devil won't show up when so many of us are here, maybe he'll even hide in the shadows and come up with schemes to assassinate us. Another one from Heavenstart unhappily said. I'm sure Li Qiye will come. The untethered was unmoved, he's not one to run from trouble. Untethered, we've been too merciful against him. One more from Coiling Dragon jumped in, it's a fact that he had killed thousands using evil techniques. We all should be trying to eliminate him right now since it's our responsibility to uphold justice, am I wrong here? No, you're right. Everyone should be trying to kill that monster. This garnered support from many systems. Rules are rules, since we have signed an agreement, we will follow it. She replied, if you do not recognize your own agreement, then feel free to act independently. Otherwise, he deserves a chance to defend himself. People scowled after hearing this but none expressively objected. After all, they did sign the agreement back then. To refute this was akin to throwing away their system's reputation and honor. Untethered, we're just saying if. If this guy doesn't come, then what do we do? It would be a waste of time, a complete joke. An ancestor from Vermilion who has been sitting there quietly finally spoke. The stake became higher. Whatever happened next could shake the status of Young Radiance in Myriad. If that's the case, then Vermilion was next in line. This sect was already strong enough, not to mention its relationship with Mu Shaochen. People weren't stupid and could see the martial court's ambition. Since many assumed Li Qiye wasn't going to show up, they were ready to see the martial court attacking Young Radiance for this ineffective event. Longevity Sage leisurely added, don't you worry, our system guarantees that he will show up. Give up on thinking otherwise. Sage, excuse me for being frank, but your system is clearly conspiring with him, so you are not qualified to act as guarantors. The ancestor from Coiling Dragon spoke again. The sage looked straight at this ancestor and smiled, we're not qualified. At least we aren't parasitic thieves like your Premoon sect. I'll be frank too, you're not qualified to speak before my Longevity Valley. This verbal slap struck Coiling Dragon's system quite hard. Everyone knew about this story but none wanted to bring it up lest they wanted a feud. Now, the sage didn't hold back at all. This wasn't the old style of Longevity Valley. You. This ancestor was furious and glared at her, you think you can say whatever you want? Why not? I'm not afraid of your system. The sage sneered. Sage, you are out of line. An ancestor from Heavenstart interjected, even if Li Qiye is your disciple, acting as his guarantor won't be that simple. The sage interrupted him, it is that simple. Just a guy with the last name Wu, no problem. We can invite a true emperor from immortal lineage to come down if everyone wants to go all out. Let's stop being hypocrites that hide behind the veil of justice. Chapter 2356, everyone gasped after hearing this fierce challenge and glanced at each other. Some ancestors here had unsightly expression while glaring angrily at her. Boldly calling them hypocrites and pretenders straight to their face. Nevertheless, she spoke with gusto for Longevity Valley had immense influence. It wasn't impossible for them to invite a true emperor from immortal lineage. After all, plenty of emperors and progenitors owed them a favor. If they wanted to go all out, anything was possible. Sage, that's too much. An ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court spoke. We have no animosity towards your system, our only target is Li Qiye. It's just that we're afraid that the villain might be tricking you and hope that you can reconsider. I'm sure that once he is declared a heretic, the world will rise against him, isn't that right, Untethered? He looked over at Untethered, wishing to drag both Longevity Valley and Young Radiance down the mud. No one was going to leave this storm unscathed. All eyes turned towards her now. She sat straight with a natural and noble expression. If Li Qiye had indeed cultivated the blood art to harm others, he deserves persecution from all sides. It also means that Insane Court has violated the agreement and will become a heretical sect. In that case, my system will be the first to do something about it. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after she revealed her thoughts. Did you hear that, Sage? The ancestor turned back and said, will your system still protect him after he is exposed? Would you still wish to fight against the rest of the world? The sage powerfully responded, no point in wondering about hypothetical scenarios. I trust in our disciple, he is not a villain that had cultivated in blood arts. As I have said before, we will guarantee his innocence. I'm afraid that won't do. If your system still considers him to be your first disciple, then you are not in a position to act as the guarantor. You need to draw the line. The untethered said. Oh, you wish to trouble me as well? The sage stared straight at her. She remained calm. It's not anything personal, I'm simply stating the truth. You need to remove him as the first disciple before acting as an impartial guarantor. Otherwise, a conflict of interest exists and that's not tolerable for something that could affect our entire world. I agree completely. This event might determine the rise and fall of Myriad. We can't delay making a decision just because of one system's self-interest. Many systems chimed in, wishing to oppose Longevity Valley. Unlike them, the untethered was simply being impartial without prejudice against the valley and Wuxia. Young Lord Mu is here. A shout disrupted the debate and made the stars tremble. Rumble. A carriage appeared, crushing the spatial sphere around it while emitting a black aura. The birds pulling the carriage looked quite imposing. For ascenders acted as protectors, quite a frightening display. Young Lord Mu sat on the carriage, looking imperious and still with a beauty on each side. His arrival attracted both attention and annoyance, especially his seemingly debaucherous nature. Humph, what a show-off. One scowled. On the other hand, ancestors from Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Pure Yang system quickly came to greet him. Though the ancestor from Vermilion didn't come forward, he still stood up for a greeting. Only characters like the Sage and Untethered could remain sitting. Of course, not being overly pandering was one thing, they didn't wish to offend him either. The most peculiar thing was how subservient the members of Sword Grave were acting. It looked as if they were greeting their own young lord. Why are they like that? This beckoned the question. Right, so respectful towards him. Some felt that this was exaggerated. I heard after coming to Moneyfall, Mu Xiaochen found them their lost tomb, wanting to return the lost techniques back to them, a great favor. That's why they are willing to work for him. One ancestor quietly said. I see, he lives up to his reputation. People were startled. Mu Xiaochen slowly walked down the carriage with swagger and arrogance. Seniors, please excuse my tardiness due to personal business. Mu Xiaochen unapologetically said. It's fine, that villain still isn't here yet. The ancestors quickly said. Those ancestors are still ascenders, why do they suck up to the Mu so much? Some youths didn't like Mu Xiaochen, especially the ones who had a crush on Jewel Banner Princess and the daughter of the Ouyang. Benefits. Their ancestor replied, some systems aren't only doing it for the Mu. Just the young lord's talents alone are worthy of this. He's peerless and could understand many things from a single glance. Just take a look, anyone close with him had a great harvest. For example, he found the Jewel Banner's lost arts just by looking at their tablets. The Ouyang lady's cultivation soared after being taught amazing laws by him. That's why these systems want to rely on his talents in order to regain their lost techniques. He paused and sighed before continuing, such talents would bring about greatness. Look at Sword Grave, they do it so willingly after he found the tomb and the sword Tao within for them. It's just too much temptation. The ancestor from Sword Grave personally brought out a royal throne for Mu Xiaochen, placed on the highest peak. The youth didn't show any reservation and sat down, looking to be on the same level as the untethered. People took a deep breath after seeing this. He was acting as if he was leading all of myriad lineage. Screech! A falcon cry echoed as the bird blotted out the sun. It closed its wings and floated in the sky above everyone, including the current leaders. Cloud-crossing falcon god. The appearance of an eternal stirred the crowd. However, upon closer inspection, they only saw a beautiful girl up there. She jumped down from its back. Cloud-crossing princess. Eyes turned brighter, especially the ones who liked her. She ignored everyone else and only smiled widely after seeing Mu Xiaochen. Brother Chen, you're here too. She came forward and bowed. I just got here. He grabbed her hand, the two of them appeared quite intimate. All kinds of emotions struck the spectators, mostly negative. Is Falcon God here? Mu Xiaochen said with a smile. The ancestor is always present, he just needs one step to appear. She spoke with a gaze full of adoration. The crowd glanced at the falcon. Its presence meant that he could appear at any moment as well. An eternal being available certainly made everyone anxious. They all put on a serious expression. Even the untethered felt this pressure. Chapter 2357, Mu Xiaochen stood up and looked at the mass. If Falcon God is here, then we are ready to start the trial. Unfortunately, Li Qiye isn't here. Someone else played along perfectly. Xiaochen's eyes became serious. If Li Qiye still isn't here, then he knows he is guilty and doesn't dare to face everyone. It's not unreasonable to consider him a heretic deserving persecution now. People glanced at each other, understanding that the young lord wishes to turn myriad against Li Qiye. It didn't matter if the guy would come or not, the young lord would come up with different excuses until one stuck. That's right, the coward must know he is guilty. He surely had cultivated the blood art, no need to be merciful toward someone like that. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon said. I agree, maybe he wants to run back to Insane Court. We can't let him run back to his lair and must mobilize now. Members of Heaven Start and Sword Grave hurriedly added. His supporters loudly shouted while the undecided systems couldn't exactly refute. The latter stared at the untethered, waiting for her to say something. If they were to voice their opposition, it would mean supporting Li Qiye and being implicated with him. It is not appropriate to declare a judgment before the trial. We should, at the very least, give him an opportunity to defend himself. The untethered remained calm. I doubt he will show up. Mu Xiaochen said, untethered, how much longer must everyone wait for him? We don't need to talk about whether he's a heretic right now since that seems to be clear. We need to talk about countermeasures right now. Xiaochen aggressively declared his decision, wishing to shake the very foundation of Yang Radiance's authority in myriad lineage. As long as the majority systems took his side, he would become the new leader. You're rushing it right now, the event has only just begun. The untethered was unperturbed. Young Lord Mu isn't rushing it. An ancestor from Sword Grave said, we have been waiting for a long time now, this is giving the heretic a chance to escape. Untethered, it is time to deliver a judgment, no need to play nice with a heretic. If you continue to be merciful, more lives will be lost as a result. Can you bear the responsibility? Another from Vermilion Court said. Numerous top systems have shown their stance and allegiance to the young lord. The ones that have gained benefits from him such as Sword Grave were offering their full support and treated him as a leader. As for the martial court, it was willing to pick him as well for immediate benefits, but most importantly of all, he would eventually return to Imperial. If they could surpass Yang Radiance right now, their system would become the new ruler after his departure in the future. This was more than a trial, it was a battle struggle for supremacy of myriad. Mu Xiaochen certainly came prepared to challenge Yang Radiance and had formed solidarity with his followers. This allowed them to seize the initiative and the upper hand. As the atmosphere intensified, the sage and the untethered were strangely calm and didn't bother to respond. We need to mobilize now against that heretic. He is clearly guilty, that's why he isn't showing up. People kept on shouting. Very well. Mu Xiaochen spoke after gaining control of the event in such a short time, we'll send a search team so that he can't escape. Who says our young noble doesn't dare to appear? A cold voice sounded with two figures appearing before the crowd. People looked over and saw two girls. It's the martial goddess. One was immediately recognized. Wu Bingning and Ling Shima have arrived at Myriad Peaks. Though there were numerous ancestors present, Binjing stood there proudly with her back straight. On the other hand, Shima was having a hard time, not daring to look at anyone. Nevertheless, she chose to stand by Li Qiye's side. Bingning, you are a bride of the Mu and should mind your words. Mu Xiaochen didn't become angry and slowly said. She looked at him and uttered coldly, you think too highly of yourself. You aren't enough to earn my grace, someone else can be your clan's bride. Xiaochen's expression turned a bit ugly. Ever since he came to Myriad, everything happened so smoothly until her disdainful words just now. How improper. You can't act as you please in this important matter, come back to the sect with me right now. Another ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court shouted. Ancestor, no need to pressure me with seniority. Binjing shook her head, first of all, your status is inferior to Windchaser Matron. I didn't come back with her, so why would I come back with you? The ancestor turned red as a junior challenged his authority. He declared, such impudence, I will take you back then. The martial court wishes to bully a junior. Young Radiance Buddha has been standing quietly behind the untethered. He stood up and said, if you want to play, I'll entertain you. No need to be so tough on a junior. Does Young Radiance wish to interfere with our internal affairs? The other ancestor said with a heavy voice. No, but I do owe Miss Wu a favor, so if you want to take her against her will, you need to ask me first. The Buddha heartily laughed. He was quite brave standing up for Wu Bingning right now. Of course, he was referring to the hostage situation back then. Humph, that wretched has joined the heretic, willingly choose damnation. She is not qualified to stand, Cloud-Crossing Princess said with disdain. Pop. But before she could finish, a slap made her spit out blood. Who? Show yourself. She howled after being slapped before everyone. Consider yourself lucky that you're still alive. A lazy voice was heard. This newcomer floated in the air, seemingly so nonchalant and carefree. Fiercest. Many recognized this lazy tone even before seeing him. Li Qiye is here. People looked over at the direction of the voice and sure enough, it was Li Qiye. He seemed to be taking his time walking over, but in fact, he was moving with frightening speed and instantly made it to Myriad Peaks. He stood there relaxed as if he wasn't facing a great alliance but just enjoying his own garden. He was bereft of an imperious aura, but this leisure attitude made people shudder uncontrollably. This was a being who had massacred numerous ancestors from 3 systems, definitely a monster. His appearance caused a bigger stir than the young lord. Those who have witnessed him in action felt their palms becoming sweaty. Chapter 2358, Li Qiye took a gander at the crowd without anger, expressionless even. Nevertheless, people quickly shut up. Some shuddered about how prone this guy was to a massacre, ascenders or not. He then focused on Cloud-Crossing Princess who was furious about being slapped before the crowd. She was a princess, an unreachable existence, noble beyond description. Moreover, the Falcon God was here. Who would actually dare to touch her? Alas, Li Qiye didn't follow the mold and humiliated her, causing her to grit her teeth. For some strange reason, her fury immediately subsided after seeing his nonchalant glance. She felt as if she was already dead, at least in his eyes. This instilled fear into her very soul, so she took several steps back out of instinct. He continued, I am here now, speak. The ones who wanted to go to war and tear him to pieces earlier as if they had some irreconcilable feud didn't utter a single word. They only stared at their friends. No one wanted to be the vanguard against this ferocious man. Plus, with leaders like Mu Xiaochen around, why should they try to be fodders? The meeting here isn't meant to be malicious. The Untethered said, a few systems believe that you cultivate an evil art, so everyone needs to confirm it in accordance with the old agreement. I hope you will follow it. An evil art? Those silly tricks can't get into my sight. He chuckled. The ancestor from Coiling Dragon jumped in. You massacred countless innocents from 3 systems, definitely using an evil art from Insane Court. This despicable act will bring about the wrath of all. Fool. Li Qiye didn't bother looking at him. No point in defending yourself. Mu Xiaochen finally spoke. Plenty of people witnessed this, thousands have seen you using an evil art to slaughter the innocent. Having said that, he turned towards the Untethered. Untethered, there is a mountain of evidence, so what is he if not a villain? In my opinion, no need to be polite, let's kill him already. You're Mu Xiaochen. Li Qiye smiled before the Untethered could answer. That's right. Xiaochen laughed heartily, I hate monsters like you the most, so I shall rid myriad of you. He didn't hold back at all and started talking about killing. Their feud was deep and he was certain of victory. Flowery words and formalities were thrown out the window. Young lord, you are heroic and benevolent, our shining example. His supporters cheered. Li Qiye glanced at them and shook his head, how shameful, acting like sycophants despite being from prestigious sects, completely throwing away your progenitor's face. These supporters glared back at him. One retorted, Li Qiye, you're a villain and deserve death, young Lord Mu will deliver justice with his unstoppable might. Li Qiye ignored them and told the young lord, looks like my message didn't come. In my eyes, the Mu's young lord is only an ant prancing in front of me. Such contempt naturally affected the proud youth. He looked down at Li Qiye and declared, Li Qiye, do you not know death is inevitable? It doesn't matter how strong you are, there are plenty of experts in imperial lineage. Even true emperors had Dao discussion with me, your little achievements are nothing. Killing you will only take the blink of an eye. Xiaochen bombastically spoke, ready to show the world why he was the greatest. People took a deep breath after hearing this. The ancestors shuddered, not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not. It would be quite something if he was telling the truth about Dao discussions with true emperors. The young lord is invincible, and so handsome too. Many female cultivators were won over by his domineering attitude with nothing but love in their eyes. Jewel Banner Princess and the Lady of the Ouyang stared intensely at him. That fast? Li Qiye chuckled in response, I would like to see someone try, but you can't. I'll be the one taking care of you that swiftly. Oh. How ignorant. No one in the world can take me down. I cultivate the invincible arts of the Mu and the methods of the myriad Dao on top of possessing the strongest treasures, who can take me down. He fearlessly declared in high spirits, you're only an expert from myriad, no different from an ant in my eyes. This comment actually annoyed the crowd, but they had no choice but to admit his qualification to utter such words. So many systems wanted to ask for his help. Li Qiye, do you dare to fight me? He challenged. Li Qiye smiled at the confident youth, let's see what you can do. Go all out now. I don't need to go all out, just one mirror is enough. Do you dare to withstand the reflection of my mirror? You probably don't have the balls. He sneered. This clumsy reverse psychology is unnecessary. I like jumping into traps in the first place, go ahead and take out your mirror. All eyes were on the young lord now, anticipating his treasure mirror. Of course, they weren't surprised that he would have a top treasure due to his background. Oh, how brave. Xiaochen remained imperious and haughty. Others couldn't help but think about stomping him down to the ground. He took out a mirror and proudly said, this mirror of mine is unique. If you can handle one reflection, I'll admit that you're an amazing combatant. Of course, if you are afraid, it is not too late to surrender. People took a careful look and found that the mirror seemed to be made out of an unknown crystal. Nevertheless, it resembled an ordinary mirror. Many masters were so sure of themselves in front of me, convinced of their victory. That's what I enjoy the most, defeating their ace cards and shattering their confidence. Having said that, Li Qiye didn't mind looking at the mirror at all. A shadow immediately appeared, seemingly imprinting him onto the glass surface. Chapter 2359, After the imprint, a buzzing noise came about. The scene in the mirror suddenly changed with the shadow disappearing. Li Qiye himself also gone. A new image emerged on the surface, a place shrouded by dark clouds and perhaps a terrible monster. Li Qiye seemed to have been transported to this place. Ghost Hand Ground. One ancestor shouted in horror. Despite the ominous location, Li Qiye stood there without a care. What is that? A junior asked the ancestor. A terrifying place of moneyfall. I heard that when Sword Saint came here in the past, he once dropped money down for a summoning and a terrible creature came out. It devastated the land and trapped him. He eventually managed to break through this area and killed the creature, but some believe that it is not completely dead. Thus, anyone who enters its area will die. The ancestor stared at the mirror and said, "It's that scary?" His juniors were horrified. Sword Saint was a powerful progenitor, a master of the sword. If someone like him was trapped there once, one could easily imagine how frightening the place is. Before people could calm down, tentacles suddenly latched tightly on Li Qiye. He was pulled into the dark clouds and disappeared from sight. Ghost Hand. One spectator screamed. He's done. No one expected for Mu Xiaochen to be capable of something like this. Huh, no one can escape Ghost Hand Ground beside me. Xiaochen laughed. The crowd took a deep breath. This guy came out of Ghost Hand Ground alive. That's quite a mighty feat. The ancestors not on his side were stunned. He was more powerful and scarier than their expectation. And here I thought that the guy would at least be competent. Can't handle a single blow, that's the fate of those who oppose me. Xiaochen stared at his mirror and said with contempt. You are invincible, young lord, crushing that guy is like crushing an ant for you. One expert immediately flattered. Right, Li Qiye is only a firefly, how could he compare to the sun? He's not worth mentioning compared to you. These sycophants were actually famous characters but they showed no shame while sucking up to the young lord. Both the sage and the untethered became serious, aware of the great mirror. This might be a treasure from a progenitor, capable of teleporting Li Qiye to that dangerous areas. This attack could be replicated. Don't celebrate so early. Bingning sneered at the other side. They immediately stopped after hearing this. Mu Xiaochen laughed, you have picked the wrong person, he's dead for sure but it's not too late for you to change your mind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being considerate of our relationship. Don't flatter yourself, we have no relationship to speak of. She coldly looked at him. The young lord turned slightly red with annoyance after hearing this. Brother Chen, let me teach this ignorant wretch a lesson for you. Cloud-crossing princess smiled charmingly. Very well, let me teach you a way to break her martial arts. He arrogantly smiled, so that she can see my supreme talents and realize the right person to pick. Don't worry, I'll defeat her for sure. The princess was seductive enough to make the crowd go weak. She pointed at Bingning and sneered, Brother Chen was kind enough to offer you a spot yet you chose to follow someone else. I will defeat your progenitor's martial arts with his guidance, it's too late for regrets now. Bingning's eyes narrowed while glaring back at the princess, break my progenitor's techniques? That's right, I will defeat your lightning Leo, do you even dare to take me on? The princess had complete confidence. Is she serious? The crowd started talking among themselves. A few ancestors were more alarmed. Lightning Leo was one of the 12 variations, the start of Bingning's combo. She relied on this and nearly defeated the 3 young geniuses not long ago. So now, people found the princess' claim hard to believe. It's impossible, the 12 variations are the strongest merit laws of martial ancestor. One ancestor doubted. Though the martial court had lost a considerable portion of this art, many still considered it to be unbeatable. How could a junior come up with a way to defeat it? Plus, Cloud Crossing Princess wasn't as strong as Wu Bingning either in terms of cultivation. There is no merit law I can't break in this world. I don't even need to do it myself and your Lightning Leo will still be defeated. Xiaochen interrupted their skepticism with a proud laugh. Everyone recalled his supreme talents, able to discern many things from a single glance. Could he actually come up with a method? Do you dare to fight or not? The princess aggressively said, not considering Bingning a worthy foe. Will Mu Xiaochen be able to create a miracle? Someone murmured. Maybe. His ancestor quietly said, you know, people do say that his talents are scary, not just in the contemporary but few in history can match him. Some went as far as saying that he is only a little bit below the radiant decemvirate. If this is the truth, maybe he can defeat the 12 variations. We'll see just how amazing your art is. Bingning felt a competitive urge and agreed. You'll find out right away. It's more than enough to defeat you. The princess was as proud as a peacock. Clank. Bingning summoned her spear, not underestimating her foe despite having far stronger cultivation. She certainly disliked Mu Xiaochen but also admitted of her talents. Otherwise, their dracoform martial god wouldn't view him so highly. Perhaps this god wanted to employ Xiaochen's help to find their lost variations. Thus, the guy must have a great understanding of her martial arts. Prudence was required. Go first. The princess ordered, seemingly resentful. Clank. Bingning's spear began gathering terrible bolts of lightning. Chapter 2360, Buzz. Bingning instantly attacked as lightning bolts soared from her spear like a flood. Of course, their speed was much faster than a flood. Just imagine the massive power of this attack, completely unblockable. Before the physical spear started to move, the power crushed space itself as if it was a dried branch. All defenses, merit laws, and powers would be destroyed by this attack. There seemed to be a beast roar within the lightning. A Leo could be spotted in this ocean of currents. This was a divine beast. Its claws could tear everything in its path to pieces, only adding to the might of the lightning flood. R.A. Its roar shattered the myriad laws. Everything returned to the origin because of this destruction. This variation was too fast. People couldn't even see how she unleashed it before sensing a prick on their forehead as if the thrust had pierced them. They instinctively took several steps back. It aimed straight for Cloud Crossing Princess with unbelievable speed. People wondered if the princess could even dodge. However, she didn't try to do so and began to float using an unknown movement technique. She looked like a dandelion seed floating inside the flood of lightning. Her weapon of choice wasn't a sword or an amazing treasure but just a long and thin wire, extremely agile. It moved around like a spirit snake and wove together a group of lightning bolts. Keep in mind that these bolts were created by Bingning's true energy. When the bolts were tied together, her energy became chaotic and uncontrollable. This Lightning Leo move was domineering and required a gathering of all true energy before an explosion, leaving her in a vulnerable state. Thus, the sudden churning of her own energy was dangerous. Boom! The flood of lightning exploded and began to scatter. She suffered a backlash from her energy and spat out a mouthful of blood. The princess didn't waste any time and flicked her golden wire straight for Bingning's throat, wanting to end this in one move. Bingning flashed into disappearance after she activated her grass. The princess knew that her move wouldn't connect and instantly retreated closer to Mu Xiaochen. Boom! Bingning showed up again, not on purpose. She suffered an implosion and spat out more blood. Her energy flow remained chaotic. Although her grass allowed her to dodge the fatal move, it couldn't calm her energy, so this remnant force still blew her flying. She couldn't disperse the energy from her lightning Leo that quickly. It failed to hurt Cloud Crossing Princess and only backfired on her, resulting in serious injuries. She stabilized her stance and managed to subdue this chaos. This ended up depleting her reserve, no longer having enough to fight again. A martial goddess? Still a loser. The princess looked down on her. Despite her arrogant words, she didn't dare to push her advantage, aware of the disparity between her and Bingning. She only won due to picking the right technique and was far inferior in terms of actual firepower. The crowd was startled since the Leo technique was defeated. You haven't truly mastered this technique to the point of using and recalling it at will, that's why chaotic energy will result in backlash. Xiaochen was very pleased with his method. Bingning was pale from the wounds. Due to the incomplete nature of the 12 variations, she required powerful true energy in order to use her 3 variations. There was no going back once releasing this energy. He noticed this flaw and chose to disrupt her true energy and creating a backlash. The crowd shuddered. There were rumors of his great talents and comprehension already. It looked like they were true. No wonder why so many systems treated him so well. Just this ability alone could greatly benefit a system. I'll take you back first before dealing with you. The ancestor from the martial court scowled and reached for her. She readied her spear against the large palm energy, but even if she could fight, there was no chance of winning against an ancestor. Boom! But the palm was instantly forced back by Yang Radiance Buddha. He laughed and said, "Let's not bully a junior now. Fight me instead." His interference didn't come as a surprise. The ancestor from the martial court became serious. "You will continue to stick your nose in our business?" "That's right, at least this one." The Buddha smiled. "Very well, I've heard about your skills long ago, how about I join in?" The strongest ancestor from Jewel Banner stood up. He Jiang, other ancestors shuddered after seeing this new challenger. He was a 9th level ascender, the strongest of the Jewel Banner. The guy could challenge Yang Radiance since he was on Xiaochen's side now. Normally, a sect like Jewel Banner would never dare to do so. But this was no longer the case. Xiaochen seemed unstoppable, so Yang Radiance and Longevity Valley would eventually become their targets. "Let us see what he can do." The ancestor from Vermilion said and formed a pincer move against Yang Radiance Buddha. The Buddhist cultivator became serious and slowly took down the shield on his back. "Traitor, it is time for you to surrender or we will not show mercy." At the same time, one ancestor from Sword Grave stared at Ling Shima and said. She naturally became horrified after hearing this. Chapter 2361, Bullying the Weak Now. Wu Bingning remained fierce despite her injuries. She knew that Shima was not a match for this ancestor. Whoosh! Without any warning, Mu Xiaochen suddenly ambushed Bingning with a rope, successfully capturing her. She reacted quickly, but this rope was incredible. "Opposing me is very unwise. Go back to the martial court, then be a good girl and marry into my clan." He laughed pompously. "Traitor, give up." The ancestor from Sword Grave started heading for Ling Shima. "Sword Grave, do not push the issue." Longevity Sage grimaced and swept her whisk at the ancestor. Her move was naturally exceptional, carrying the power of the storm, and surprised this ancestor. Screech! The falcon that has been floating above flapped one wing, releasing a sword-like feather to stop the whisk. The sage staggered several steps backward and destroyed the chair behind her. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing the powerful falcon in action. Though its master has yet to show himself, if his mount was present, so was he. He took care of this falcon for its entire life, so it was just as strong as any ascender. Ah! Ling Shima had no chance to resist and was captured instantly by the ancestor. The sage wanted to help but was stopped by the falcon. It raised its wings and sealed off the entire area. This is out of line. The untethered stood up and said coldly, "Do you wish to go all out?" Her tone wasn't one of anger, but no question about it, she was furious. "Untethered, that's enough." An ancient voice answered her to everyone's dismay. "Cloud-crossing falcon god, Yang Sun." Everyone became startled. Though he has yet to show himself, each word carried enough power and divinity to intimidate the crowd. A junior massacring the innocent in Myriad is unacceptable. How can we allow this? His voice echoed in the sky, "Young Lord Mu will take this guy down today in order to rid Myriad of evil. As for the remaining dregs, they deserve their punishment for causing trouble in our world." Though he didn't directly blame the untethered, he was certainly criticizing Yang Radiance for allowing Li Qiye to do as he pleases. Everyone held their breath while listening to this Eternal. He wasn't on the same level as Dracoform Martial God, but an Eternal could still easily crush Ascenders. Even a low-level true Emperor wouldn't be able to take on one. Myriad is not a lawless place where anyone can just accuse people of crimes. At the very least, not under our leadership. An agreement, once signed, must be followed. The untethered strongly responded. That's in the past. Our decision right now is in accordance with the people. If you continue to be stubborn, you will become the world's enemy. The Falcon God retorted. Senior Falcon is correct. Mu Xiaochen smiled. Yang Radiance has failed to live up to its responsibility. It is time to change the leadership of Myriad. Xiaochen has finally revealed his real goal. Though the insightful members of the crowd knew this from the start, no one actually dared to express it. He had finally broken the thin veil of pretense. Don't you see now? They're finally revealing their goal. The sage smiled and told the untethered, "This is a rebellion just like our ceremony not long ago." I'm sure they were disappointed by the failure. The untethered stared coldly at the other side. Our Yang Radiance sect has never been interested in leading Myriad, but since this event was started by us, we will do it right. No one is allowed to ruin it. War horns blared outside of Myriad Peaks. Rumble. Several cavalries emerged from all sides with enough force to quake the world. The crowd became startled at the incoming armies of steel. There was no doubt that Yang Radiance came prepared. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Mu Xiaochen wasn't surprised at all and took out a treasure. Go. Boom. It rushed to the sky and an ocean appeared right outside, seemingly drowning everything else. This water barrier stopped the cavalries and sealed off Myriad Peaks from the outside world. This ocean is refined by our progenitor. Even if your ancestors know how to cross it, it will take a very long time. Xiaochen laughed, certain of victory. The ancestors here glanced at each other. Nearly all the big shots in Myriad were present right now, essentially trapped in this place. Myriad has been on a steady decline while the chaos rose. Yang Radiance's leadership has failed. I believe it is time for someone else to take the reins. He declared. The ones not on his side felt something ominous approaching. That's right, there should be a leader who can lead Myriad towards a golden age. We need a strong leader right now. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon supported. Our sword grave wishes for new leadership. This faction voiced their opinion. The neutral system shuddered. It looked like Myriad will undergo a massive change today. So the new leader will be you, Mu Xiaochen. The sage sneered. No, I am not capable enough. Xiaochen smiled. In my opinion, it is appropriate for Dracoform Martial God to rule. A junior like me will only be following his orders. Just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. The sage said with disdain. Though Mu Xiaochen was pushing Dracoform to be the next leader, this god rarely came out and didn't care for mundane matters. Plus, given his relationship with the martial court, his talents, and if he were to marry Wu Bingning, he would naturally become Dracoform's representative. At that point, Myriad would be in his palm. Dracoform martial god is the #1 expert in our world, so he should be our leader. Cloud Crossing Falcon God spoke. That's right, but for now, we should take care of these heretics. Sage, your Longevity Valley mingles with Li Chia, there is no separating yourself from this. Xiaochen threatened with a dark smile. Sword Grave shall take care of our internal problem as well. The ancestor from this sect glared at Shima and said, it's not too late for repentance. State that Li Chia is a heretic and maybe we will spare your life. Young noble Li is a good person, not a heretic. Shima was under duress yet she stood strong. Very well, traitor, I shall cut you down today. The ancestor became furious. Senior, how can you kill such a cute girl, let me teach her a lesson. Xiaochen smiled and grabbed Bingning as well, I'll do my best to educate these two. Boom. Suddenly, that one mirror shattered, resulting in a black hole. A man stepped out from there. That's it? How boring. This guy shook his head, seemingly bored. Li Chia. The crowd shouted. Chapter 2362, Li Chia. Even the ancestors cried out. Everyone was afraid of this notorious fella. I actually wanted to go to Ghost Hand Ground, so thanks for the ride. Li Chia nonchalantly stared at the young lord then shook his head, this is the best you can do. I suppose I'm expecting too much out of an ant. How can this be? Xiaochen was shocked. His awareness of the terrifying location was precisely why he sent Li Chia there. Though he claimed that only he alone would be able to leave that place alive, the reality was that he relied on a few tricks to enter, not daring to stay there for long. He clearly saw the ghost hand dragging Lil Chia into the dark clouds, so how did the guy escape unscathed? How can a place like that imprison me? Li Chia casually threw down a skull and it started rolling on the ground. It had a frightening visage with a pair of sharp fangs, still bloodied. Li Chia clearly had just decapitated this creature. You killed this monster. Xiaochen took a deep breath and stumbled backward. Arrogance didn't mean that he was ignorant. He was aware of how frightening this being from Ghost Hand Ground was. Li Chia freely said, I won't claim credit for this since Sword Saint did the work, almost destroying this area back then with the Sword Tomb. I only ended it by chance. The casual comment made everyone take a deep breath. Even a near-dying creature must have been terrifying, yet he could still take care of it. Your talents are actually not bad. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have attacked my followers. Die now. Li Chia glanced at the youth before unleashing a palm strike. The gifted guy immediately realized the horror he was facing after seeing this first move. He quickly retreated and threw the two girls at Li Chia, catch then. Li Chia ignored him and caught the two girls, then removed the seal on their body, stand back and watch me massacre all of them. The two of them immediately went behind Longevity Sage. Li Chia stepped forward and smiled at Xiaochen, your methods aren't bad, it's just that your cultivation is too shallow. How do you want to die? Seniors, lend me a hand. Xiaochen was startled. As someone who had seen true emperors before, he could understand how terrible Li Chia was. However, seeing the first move in person made him realize that he has still been underestimating the guy. The ancestors from Jewel Banner and Vermilion Martial Court were the first to stand before Li Chia. Clank. Sword Grave, Coiling Dragon, Heaven Start, Cloud Crossing, Pure Yang also moved in front of Mu Xiaochen in order to protect him. Think you all can stop me? Li Chia nonchalantly glanced at the army. There were thousands of experts present from the other side, especially Iron Banner True God, who was a 9th level ascender, very powerful. Nevertheless, the crowd still felt trepidation because he has massacred ancestors before and would still be able to do the same. Clank! The ones from Sword Grave unsheathed their swords and formed an array. They soared to the sky and hymned, interweaving together to form a massive blade filled with an ancient and sacred aura, enough murderous intent to slay both gods and devils. That's a formation from Sword Saint. A spectator murmured. It's all Mu Xiaochen. He came to Ghost Hand Ground and found the Sword Tomb. From there, he researched the supreme Tao of Sword Saint and brought it back to Sword Grave. That's why they are so loyal to him. An ancestor said. Li Qiye looked at the sacred sword and confirmed that it was from the Sword Saint. Unfortunately, its power was limited, so he shook his head. You have only comprehended this Tao and the Sword Tomb at an elementary level. This is not the only thing I have in store for you. Xiaochen felt safe with so many experts protecting him. The ancestors from Heavenstart used saber instead and formed a gigantic divine saber emitting a murderous aura with a terrifying glow. Each strand of light seemed capable of piercing the sky. This was only the beginning. The ancestors from Cloud Crossing and Pure Yang lined up and formed a protective mirror as large as a moon. It overshadowed even the real thing. The remaining systems formed different formations that eventually culminated into something greater. This teamwork couldn't be done on a whim. They must have practiced prior to this day. Xiaochen planned for this using his resources and methods in order to replace Yang Radiance. When the thousands of experts assumed their positions, he took out a diagram. The stars from above suddenly became resplendent and poured down their light onto the diagram. This diagram continued to absorb the starry light, culminating in blinding radiance. When people could open their eyes again, they saw a massive figure wearing the heavens stomping on the earth, possessing the power of the stars. Its archaic aura resembled one of a progenitor. It reached forward and grabbed the sword and saber created by the other two formations. The sacred sword and divine saber became even more powerful, capable of cutting out a new era. At the same time, the protective mirror hovered before its chest as the most powerful defensive measure in the world. Furthermore, the power gathered by the other systems fused with this diagram, resulting in a powerful suit of armor. Plates began covering this great being. It didn't take long before it was ready for battle, sword in its left hand, sword in its right, and a blinding mirror in front of its chest. This figure seemed tangible as if a progenitor was actually present, a god of war. Li Qiye, this is my creation, celestial progenitor grand formation, able to summon the battle intent of my progenitor. Do you dare to fight? The Mu's progenitor? That's quite heaven-defying, summoning a battle intent of a progenitor. The neutral ancestors felt their hair standing on end. A junior capable of this feat was something else, not to mention that the Mu progenitor was a top one. This was a good showcase of his supreme talents. After studying the stars, he could create this formation, using the force of people and the stars to assemble anything together, such as the various formations of these systems. This summoned battle intent was far superior when compared to Blade Reaper True God's method of using his progenitor's true blood to create an avatar. Chapter 2363, So What? I'll kill your progenitor even if he is here in person. Li Qiye raised his brow and claimed without any hesitation. Mu Xiaochen's expression changed into something fierce as he uttered, "No mercy for those who dare to insult my progenitor." Clank! The gigantic figure instantly took action, combining the arts of the sword and saber into an annihilative judgment. This dual slash seemed capable of splitting Moneyfall into two halves. Get back! The world returned to chaos to the dismay of the spectators. Before the slash finished its trajectory, the sharp intents of these weapons assaulted the world. Weaker cultivators turned to blood instantly. The ancestors nearby had to protect their juniors and retreated. Li Qiye smiled and said, "You may now witness a true sword Dao." He spread his palm and raised a tomb without a tablet, only a pinned sword. The entire thing was carved with numerous sword runes. Clank. The tomb opened and out came a peerless sword intent, causing the world to quake. It was as if Sword Saint himself was back. 3,000 worlds seemed insignificant before this sword intent. Clank. The reflection of the blade engulfed the area like a fan and easily stopped the dual slash. A sword tomb. You found one. Mu Xiaochen was astounded. That's right. Li Qie smiled, you only stared at a distance and saw a little bit of its Tao. Xiaochen's expression became ugly. He also entered that dangerous ground but couldn't take away the tomb itself, only able to discern some of its Tao. This tomb was the masterpiece of Sword Saint, so he naturally knew of its awesome power. The spectators were shocked. This was the core of Sword Grave, capable of changing size at will and contained the knowledge of Sword Saint. For some reason, it flew away in the past and heralded the decline of the Ling Sword Tomb. Tears filled Ling Shima's eyes. The thing she dreamed of was before her. It could revitalize her clan. Xiaochen couldn't obtain the tomb but Li Qie could, so in this split second, he felt danger. Boom! The majestic figure exuded a mighty force. The mirror in front of his chest unleashed a beam of light across this land, aiming straight for the sword tomb. Li Qie wasn't controlling it. The tomb itself had its own sentience and retaliated with an endless glint of the sword without holding back. Boom! The two beams collided, making the ground and the stars quake. Everyone was scared out of their mind. What else do you got? Li Qie freely smiled, not paying too much attention. Li Qie, you won't be laughing for long. Iron Banner True God and the Ancestor from Vermilion attacked. Iron Banner didn't waste time and waved his large banner, seemingly sweeping in the entire sky. Several peaks collapsed as a result. The first attack from this 9th-level ascender was surely impressive. The Ancestor from Vermilion was no slouch either. Ra! With a loud roar, he chose Lightning Leo as his first move. A flood of lightning with this beast inside lunged forward. Everything felt like paper before its sharp claws. They knew just how terrifying this foe was, so the first move was their very best, not giving Li Qie an opportunity to resist. Boom! Li Qie simply raised his palm. Numerous worlds and universe were created. He then slammed his palm down without using any technique, only pure destruction. The Leo got smashed into pieces, all the lightning bolts instantly disintegrated. Crack! The banner of the other true god was torn apart. Just one palm strike overwhelmed and dazed the other two combatants. They wished to leave the battlefield with haste, but it was too late. Boom! Li Qie made a fist. This punch exceeded the temporal limit. One could be as agile as possible and still couldn't escape. The strongest defense couldn't hold up. Nevertheless, they still used their strongest defensive measure. Boom! Boom! The punch pierced through their chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. The two of them fell on their back with their eyes wide open, not expecting to lose to a single punch. Xiaochen, appalled, began to retreat. Clank! The sword tomb seemed to be unhappy at how effortlessly Qie defeated his foes. It emitted brighter brilliance before opening completely. The sword pinned on the tomb flew out like a soaring immortal. No one could stop this supreme sword with its sharp intent. The majestic figure slashed continuously with its saber and sword to no avail. The two weapons crumbled, unable to stop the soaring sword. Next, it pierced through the defensive mirror, then the figure itself, leaving a gaping hole. Boom! Xiaochen's formation was destroyed and the figure exploded. This sword paused in the sky, then performed a sweeping motion. Ah! Screams of terror haunted the listeners. Rain of blood and decapitated heads began falling down. The thousands of experts from the various systems were massacred since no one could dodge the horizontal slash. This particular move was the embodiment of death. The sword then returned to the tomb. People finally realized how mighty this sword left behind by Sword Saint was. No wonder so many years after his departure, the tomb could still fly back to Moneyfall and suppress Ghost Hand ground. It's time to return it to the descendants of Sword Saint. Li Qiye waved at the tomb and smiled. Buzz. It flew out and landed before Ling Shimo. She stood there unmovingly for a long period before regaining her wits and reaching forward. The tomb shrank in size and landed on her trembling hands. She held it tightly, the dream and hope of their clan. I heard you have a paragon artifact, show me. Li Qiye seemed to be in a good mood despite the gruesome scene of corpses and the terrible stench of blood. In fact, he was even scarier than the carnage. People found him to be a devil from hell, just one wave of this monster's hand could destroy the ages. As Li Qiye slowly walked closer, Xiaochen could sense death. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.